Hello and welcome to round 8 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship, also incorporating the final round of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. We're of course live here from Three Sisters in Ashton in Makerfield, just on the outskirts of Wigan. It's 1.47 kilometres of tarmac here in Lancashire. As I say, we're here for round number 8 of 10 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. The circuit here then, named after the 3 spoil heaps, referred to locally as the Three Sisters, a legacy of extensive coal mining at Garswood Hall Colliery nearby. Following the ceasing of that of mining activities in the 50s, the heaps remained for almost 20 years before regreening and reclamation turned the area into a 44 hectare country park and woodland, which of course incorporates this, one of the fastest of the circuits that the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championships visits. Most notable motorsport names that have been here. Neil Hodgson won his first race here in 1990. Of course, he went on to become the 2000 British Superbike champion. There you are on the screen. The circuit will be using 18 turns here at this Three Sisters circuit, using the full circuit. Very undulating, certainly going up towards Coward's Drop on the far side, the summit, up and over the top of the hill before they head down towards the final corner of the circuit. As I mentioned in the short intro as well, we also incorporate the final round of the 5-round FIM Mini GP UK Series. One of them rounds unfortunately couldn't take place due to a lack of medical cover. That was at Wilton Mill, so we are down to 4 rounds for that series. Championship will be decided. There's 24 points between championship leader Harley McCabe and second place Blake Wilson. They're the only two that can still, well, there is an exception. Joshua Williams can still technically on points win the title. It would take a bit of a miracle though. It would need McCabe and Wilson to retire from both races that we will cover for FIM Mini GP today. So it looks like it will be a 2-horse race unless something miraculous happens. Certainly here, like I say, 24 points then between McCabe and Wilson. 50 points up for grabs. It's 25 for a win and 20 for second. So all McCabe will need to do in the opening race for our Mini GP will be to finish in front of Blake Wilson. That should wrap up the title, and then he'll go into the final Mini GP race of the day with all the weight lifted off his young shoulders. We will of course have a grid walk for that class as well. All being well, that'll be at around about 1:45. We've got certainly 6 races for the morning session. Then we'll have a short marshals break, but don't go anywhere during that break. We'll be down there on the grid speaking to as many of the Mini GP riders as we can. We'll also hopefully be having a chat with some representatives from O'Valley UK, who are the sole importer and manufacturer of the bike in that class. So 25 races on the card then here today at Three Sisters. I think in a few moments time we'll be able to take you around a lap of this Three Sisters circuit here in Wigan. Like I say, 1.473 metres, so just over 1.4 kilometres. And as I say, very, very undulating. Certainly around the far part of the circuit it goes up and over quite a large hill. There's also quite a drop as well, downhill towards Lucy's. And then that comes back up and round then before the left, right of the S's. One thing you will notice certainly when we go to that onboard lap in a few moments time will be that the curbs on the inside of the circuit very, very high as well. So whilst the riders do like to get their knees down, not quite so much here, because they have to be very wary that if they get the knee down onto those curbs, it might flip them off the bike. So here we go then with a lap of the Three Sisters circuit. Here we are then, Three Sisters on the outskirts at Wigan. 1.47 kilometres of tarmac, undulating as well. Here are some of the main features on the circuit. And here we go then with an onboard lap. Over start finish into the right-hand hairpin of Paddock. We then go downhill towards Lucy's Valley, which is another hairpin. This time though, left, before the circuit then rises back uphill towards the left, right, left of the S's. Here we go then, that's the left round Lucy's over the summit, and then it is the left, right, left of the S's. Keeping away from those high curbs here, a feature of this Three Sisters circuit. used for cars and karting as well as bikes. So you want to keep away from them. Can't get the knee down quite as much as they'd like. Onto the Rogerson straight before the left-hander at the end, before the right then round Luna. Two good overtaking opportunities here at the Three Sisters circuit. Then it's going to be the long flat out blast as they go onto the Conrod straight past the Convox there on the left hand side, and then it's flat all the way round towards Penrith's Climb, which is here at the right hand of the circuit, once again going up to its highest point here at Three Sisters before quite a drop actually down into the heavy braking zone for the final corner down towards Joey Dunlop's. Here we are then down the hill. Here's the right then for Joey's, and then back over start finish. 1.47 kilometres of Three Sisters circuit. First race of the day then is already gridding up here at Three Sisters. We are running on schedule here. The first race then of the day will see the All Seasons Interiors Mini GP 90 and the Junior Supermoto 90. On pole position, the 468 of Valentino Kimi Kirk. Alongside him, Hudson Cooper on the front row. Harvey Saville and Billy Carter on row 2. Leo Soliu and Travis Shaw on row 3. Row 4 sees Harrison Quincy alongside Jack Hamilton. The top 10 completed by Finlay Hanna and Max Robinson, Charlie Ward and Brooke Champion on row 6. Row 7 will see Zach Turkington alongside Matthew Basson. That's 14 runners then for the opening race of the day here at Three Sisters. Final few runners are just coming around and gridding up. You'll notice that the grids are offset, so the pole sitter is on the outside of the front row, and then they'll offset by around about a metre or so for each grid. So whilst it does look like they're not gridded up directly behind each other, there's a definite ploy for that. There's smaller boxes on the grid. That's why we've got what looks like an offset. So the front row side by side, one feature really of this Three Sisters circuit. The run down into the first corner is only about 5 or 6 metres before the riders then are into that right-hander. That means that on the first lap, they'll almost be able to go flat out round that corner. The second lap, they'll be dabbing the brake as they go through there. So the green flag is up at the back, the green as well at the front is up in the air. The opening race of the day here then from round 8 is away. It's a good start from the outside of the front row, all the way round the outside as well, and into the lead from the outside of the front row. Down they go then towards Lucy's, and it's the 457 making their way. There's another round the outside there, trying to get, like I said, there's a mixture of two bikes in this one, Mini GP 90 and the Supermoto 90. Going round, like I say, off pole position, Valentino Kimi Kirk, one of the Mini GP 90s, but he's not been able to get away off the line on the opening lap. It's Hudson Cooper then from P2, making the early running then as they head then down now towards Luna, which is the right-hander. It's a sweeping right-hander as well. Eases out on the radius then before they go onto the Conrod straight for the first time. They'll almost be flat then for the best part of 20 seconds. You can see here from the drone the other start line that's not in use today there on this Conrod straight. They'll then go right round and it's up, and very, very quickly it's up and then back down the hill on the other side towards Coward Summit, and then the final corner on the circuit, which is Joey Dunlop, being covered here by the camera. That's the final corner before they then run down over start finish. Then they'll come over the line for the first time. Let's have a quick run through of the top 10. Cooper, Saville, Carter, Soliu, Shaw, Hamilton, Quincy, Kirk, Hanna and Robinson. So Valentino Kimi Kirk dropping down to 8th place from that pole position berth on the opening lap, although it's showing as he's made up 3, so I'm not sure whether they've split the grid and put the split the minis and the juniors. So showing Kimi Kirk making up 3 places. It could have been that he was so slow over the line that he actually clocked 11th over the line, and then when he's come over on the second lap, he's moved then up into 8th place. So movers, Harvey Saville makes up a place on the opening lap as well. Looks like Max Robinson's had a good opening lap, Zach Turkington as well, although he was in 13th. It's showing he's come up, so it looks like Basson made a good start and Turkington got back past him on the opening lap. Riders then making their run down the hill from Coward Summit into that final corner of Joey Dunlop. No real curb on the inside, so riders are able to get their knee down before they make their way on to start finish. Hamilton makes up a place then on that lap as well. Kimi Kirk back up now into 7th place, so starting to come back through, but is now 6 seconds off the front. As you see there, two completely different bikes of Saville and Carter. As they go into the S's, it's a left, right, left, so it's not just a normal chicane. There's a left, right, left. You can get a really good view there from this static camera of how much they're having to work the bikes as Carter tries to get down the inside of Saville into the left-hander at the end of the Rogerson straight, before then the right-hander of Luna. Right in the slipstream though now is Carter as he gets his head down. And we'll see as they head down now towards our drone whether he can get alongside, although it is a sweeping bend at the end of this straight. Forget there where you saw on the camera that area that's coned off. That's the a little bit shorter. That's the kart track that's often used. It was coned off, ready to go last night. So now they are seeing Leo Solio actually come back onto the back of this pack. He was half a second on the previous lap as he comes over the line this time. 3/10 now, so as Saville and Saville and Carter battle over second place, Leo Solio is right onto the back of this. Now Valentino Kimi Kirk is back up into 5th, so this is the battle that is in front of him, although now that's some 3.5 seconds behind. There you saw him in the black and yellow bike. In the background, you'll see him flash into shot there, so at least he's got a target, but the target is around 4 seconds down the road with only 6.5 laps remaining. Out at the front, Hudson Cooper making good of having some clear tarmac in front of him. Looks like he will be in a few moments coming up onto a little bit of lap traffic as Matthew Basson struggles coming out of that corner on the out onto the Conrad straight on the previous lap and was just moving that bike around. There he is on the inside. They're going to go round the outside, so clean from the chasing pack, trying to chase down Cooper. The gap on the previous lap 2.44 seconds. Let's see what it is when they come over the line this time in this opening race of 25 here today from Three Sisters, and the gap certainly closer between the top two, although Saville puts in a personal best there as you see the screen going blue next to his name. If you see any at the same time going purple, that's the outright fastest lap of the day here at Three Sisters. Thank you very much for getting in touch via the live stream comments. Thank you as well for watching, joining us. Please do get in touch throughout the day. You will need to subscribe to the Alpha Live channel in order to post comments throughout the day. So we've had a couple come in very, very early on. Keely Garbut's been on, just saying good luck to all the riders today, especially Kobe Garbut, number 25. He'll be out later on. Safe racing, everybody, as well from Team DHR. Jack and Brian Hamilton, that's coming from Colin McCann. As I say, please do get in touch with us throughout the day here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Do give us a like and a subscribe as well. As I mentioned, we've got 25 races, 2 of which are from the FIM Mini GP series. Throughout the day, we'll pretty much be running all the way through then until around about 6 o'clock here from Three Sisters. We are beyond half race distance now as Hudson Cooper comes over the line, still maintaining a gap of 2.8 seconds. He is eking that out lap on lap as he goes through. He's slowed the pace down a little bit by around about half a second because he doesn't really need to push, just enough in order to not lose concentration. This is the battle for second place then between Saville, Carter and Soliu, and as you can see in the background, Valentino Kimi Kirk has taken over a second out of this battle on the previous lap. Plenty of time for him to bring that number 468 bike right back into the mix. At the moment, Carter still cannot find a way past Saville. Round the Luna right-hander then, out onto the Conrad straight as they open the throttles all the way. And it looks like there, Soliu's got a good run. Out onto the back straight, goes down the inside, and Leo Soliu up into the top 3. He's had to wait 3 or 4 laps for this one. Runs wide though, into the right-hander. Round the straight, will he manage to close the doors? They go up and over the hill towards Coward Summit. He has managed to hold on. So he comes over the finish line, start-finish line. Expect him to move up then on the left-hand side, up into the top 3. What that has done though in that all battle has brought Valentino Kimi Kirk right back into play. Fastest lap of the race for him, a 1:07.42. Sees him right on the back, and he's going to go round the outside of Carter. That's 2 places lost then fought Billy Carter in the space of a lap, and Valentino Kirk, who started the day on pole position, came over the line on the opening lap, down in 8th place, having dropped all the way down to 11th, is now right back in the mix. Cannot find a way down the inside though, into the left-hander at the end of Rogerson's. Can't get down the inside into Luna, but has managed to get a good run on the way out as well. Looks like there's a bit of lap traffic in front that's going to play into his hands, and as he moves right the way round the outside, I think he's got past Soliu already, and will be right on the back of Saville as they go, and he's got a good run as well. You see there down on the drone. Will he get down the inside into the Coward Summit? I think he will, although he has had to back out of that one. Will go down the inside into the final corner. Two completely different lines there. There was Saville left Kirk plenty of space on the inside, but then was also able to get much more of a drive out of that corner and protect the place. 3 laps remaining then. Out at the front, Hudson Cooper continues to lead. Valentino Kirk tries to go down the inside, but has to get on the brakes. Down towards Lucy's they go, then up and over the crest, which is also part of that Coward Summit complex there. You can see some of the off-road circuit as well on the outside there, very bumpy. It looks like Kirk's going to try a completely different tactic this time. Tried to go round the outside. You think he knows he's got the speed coming out of this corner. He just needs to get a good run out of there. Gets into the slipstream. Thought he was going to get alongside actually, but cut the right-hander at down at Luna a little bit too tight, I think, and scrubbed off too much speed. Will, though, go down the inside this time of Saville as they go over the crest of Coward Summit into that right-hander then, and then it will drop down, and Valentino Kirk up into 2nd place. I think the gap, though, of somewhere in the region, it will be 4.5 seconds, I think, when they come over the line. Timing will flick through 4.4. Not too bad of a guess there. I think now the gap might be too much, and this one looks like it could be Hudson Cooper's with a lap and a half remaining. Although, as we've seen, certainly throughout this season here in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes, anything can happen, and it often does, all the way to the checkered flag. Valentino Kirk then will continue to push, as it looks like then the battle for 4th place between Soliu and Carter has dropped away, struggling to get through some of the lap traffic there, and now it's definitely split the pack in terms of it's going to be Kirk and Saville together. Soliu and Carter are in their own race of their own. It does look like Carter has actually managed to get past Soliu in the with that lap traffic. We'll confirm that when they come through. Certainly there, it looks like certainly the 85, the blue bike now, certainly in front of Leo Soliu as they go over the crest. Last lap board is out then for our race leader. He's already coming through over start finish, some 5 or 6 seconds in front of this battle, which has raged on behind him. And I imagine at some point he's managed to have a quick look over his shoulder. These two this hairpin complex here of the of Paddock, and then down towards the left at Lucy's, really giving the riders an opportunity to look over, see where the rest of the field are. Valentino Kirk did close in on the previous lap though, but only managed to take 2/10 out of Hudson Cooper, who, since getting that flyer from the outside of the front row, whilst we haven't focused on him too much because of the battle behind him, I've managed to catch him coming out of the Luna hairpin and down straight. Has rode a very, very assured race. If you have a look back at his lap times as well, all in the sort of 1:08.6 region. Very, very consistent from our race leader. Has done exactly what he needs to do, which is control the race from the front, open up a gap while the rest of the pack battle behind. And the first race of the race day here at Three Sisters is won by the 2:17 of Hudson Cooper. Crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, followed home then by Valentino Kirk, who on the final lap sets the fastest lap of the race at 1:07.41. Harvey Saville will complete the top 3 in front of Carter and Soliu, who did indeed swap over, as we mentioned previously. The battle behind, though, very interesting there between Shaw, Hamilton and Quincy. They crossed the line less than half a second between them in 6th down to 8 respectively. Brooke Champion will come over the line, as well as Zach Turkington a lap down. Finley Hanna comes over in 9th. Max Robinson, all being well, although he is still in a good battle with Charlie Ward for the top 10, will cross over. I think there's less than a second between those. They're still out there battling it out, so we'll see them come into shot in a few moments' time. It does look like Robinson is still in front of Ward on that bright yellow bike. That is Robinson coming over the line there then. Charlie Ward's bright yellow bike comes over. We're still waiting. Matthew Basson, the number 2 bike, will come over the line in a few moments' time. I think he's just coming out of the final corner now. So the first race of the day then, we'll have a quick run through. So it's Cooper, Kirk, Saville, the top 3, Carter, Solihull, Shaw, Hamilton, Quincy, Hanna and Robinson complete the top 10. Ward, Champion, Turkington and Basson, the 14 runners in the opening race. The all sponsored by All Seasons Group, with over 50 years of experience in renewables and energy efficiency industry. All Seasons are widely recognised as one of the UK's most trusted installers of energy improvements in the UK. For both home and business users, you can find out more about them at allseasonsinteriors.co.uk and allseasonsenergy.uk. And speaking of energy, we thank Rich Energy for their sponsorship of the British Mini Bike Championship. Now available as well in sugar-free. You can pick up 24 cans for $24.99 at richenergy.com and other selling outlets. The first race of the day, we are waiting the final few to exit the circuit, then we'll be straight back out with the second race of the day. It's the OMG Racing Mini GP 190, also including the Bookie 190 Cup here at Three Sisters. Grid will be up then in a few moments' time for this race. Tim Patterson will start the race on pole position, the number 13 bike, alongside Daniel Goodman, Kobe Perry and Zach Weston on row 2, Andrew Thompson and Jack Knight in 5th and 6th. 7th is George Bowes alongside Ian Wareham. The top 10 then completed by Craig Dance and Simon Bogg. Dominic Evola and Callum Ricketts will start on row number 6. Mike Carr and Darryl Dance on row 7. Reese Morgan will start 15th alongside Harley McCabe, who didn't set a time. Then we've got Reece Stevenson and Sullivan Mounsey as well, 2 other runners who didn't set a time in the previous session. Then we've got Calvin Kelly and Dervin Allain. So we might not have all the runners shown there on the screen, a number of them not setting qualifying time, so we might not actually see them out there on circuit. Certainly having a look out of the Combox window, I think we had 18 runners there on the screen. Don't think we've got that many coming out as well. We've certainly got, I'm trying to do a quick count of these bikes as they're making their move around the circuit. I think we're probably going to have around about the 12 or 13 runners that we saw there with times. So those runners that weren't showing as no time, they won't be out there either. So making their way around then. These 190cc mini bikes. Yeah, at Three Sisters. So like I say, we've got 6 races for this morning session. We'll then have a grid walk as well after a couple of adverts for the Mini GP series. And then we'll be back as well from the Combox, running through the remaining 19 races this afternoon. Bikes that making their way round these 190cc bikes, so they're technically only 187.2 or any two-stroke machine as well, up to 70cc with their maximum brake horsepower of 24.9. Final few runners then getting into position. Obviously sponsored by OMG Racing. OMG involved in many classes throughout the British Superbikes package, including the Rich Energy OMG Superbike team. And get yourself on Facebook, have a look at OMG Racing UK for more about them. Looks like we've got one rider who just had a quick dismount and got back on, and one at the back there just getting just swapping sides, gridding up in the wrong position. So I think we do have an odd number of runners. I think he's gridded up in 14th rather than 13th. Green is up though, and race number 2 of the day. The green is down. We're away in racing as we saw before. It's a very, very short run down into the paddock bend here at Three Sisters off the line. On the previous one, the outside got a good run. This time, pole position holds on as they now head up and over the crest, and then into the S's for the first time. Looks like everybody so far managing to make their way through. One good thing that we know is that the weather here at Three Sisters was expected to be quite wet today. Not wishing to put the commentator's curse on it, but at the moment the clouds have stayed away. It's very humid out there. The circuit this morning for the opening couple of practice sessions was quite wet. We are now on a dry surface. As there, we've got to change the lead down the inside down as they go onto that back straight and up and over the crest. And they've had a really, really good run. We'll get the numbers coming up in a few moments as they come over the line then for the first of 10 laps here at Three Sisters, the OMG Racing Mini GP. And it's Zach Weston with a fantastic opening lap. Tim Patterson through in second then it's Goodman, Perry, Bowes, Bogg, Knight, Thompson, Wareham and Dance, the top 10. Weston making up 2 places then from his P3 start. We saw him make a good start and get up into second. Down the inside he went into Lucy's and then got the drive out of the right-hander at Luna. Onto the back straight he went and was managed to carry plenty of speed. Had the move done really before the couple of unnamed right-handers before you get towards Coward Summit, which is an off-camber right corner then down to Dunlops. He's still managing to hold the lead as well as they go up and over there. That is Coward Summit. It's it plateaus before the right-hander, so at least the right-hander's not necessarily blind, although on entry, certainly on the brakes, it will be. 2 laps in then as they go through. It looks like there's another fastest lap then from Zach Weston. He got the fastest lap on the first lap, but that's only because he made such a good start. He was made up a couple of places, so 52, 58, 2-2. We certainly know some of these classes have their grids from the previous race results, so in terms of the fastest lap. So we certainly know that even if things aren't going quite so well, it's all about staying out there and getting in as many fast laps as you can for the race 2 and 3 grids later on. And Zach Weston, since he made that start, hasn't managed to break away from Tim Patterson, but has got enough of a gap there that he doesn't have to be looking over his shoulder every 5 seconds. Does know that Patterson's there. The gap on the previous lap then 0.62. Patterson looks like he has closed up over the line. He has 0.32. So now, after a good start from Zach Weston, the tyres and the bike coming to Tim Patterson, and he's closing in right on the back now of Zach Weston. Although Weston seems to be managing to get on the throttle out of the corner, which is giving him a little bit more respite, certainly in the slower complex of corners. But now Patterson lining up as they go into the left and then the right of Luna Bend. Can Patterson get a good run out of this corner and get into the slipstream of Weston's bike? Looks like we've got an incident actually down there. Looks like we've got a red flag out. Just picking that one up from the marshal's post down there on the entry towards Luna, and looks like everybody's heading towards Lucy's at the hairpin. So it looks like we do have a rider down at the left-hander down there at Lucy's. Riders stopping then on the back straight, and they'll all be held, I think, down towards Coward Summit, or they're being held on the entry too. And they'll be able to, hopefully they'll make sufficient space and keep them to the side of the track to allow the medical team onto the circuit. As you can hear in the background, they're making their way out onto the circuit. Looks like we've got both ambulances making their way out, although it does look like we do only have one rider down, the bike being picked up, but the rider still being attended to down there at Lucy's Bend. I'm not sure as well which rider that is, so hopefully if we manage to if we find out the rider's okay, we'll be able to convey the rider that we've got down there at the moment. So just had confirmation there, the rider that is down is Ian Wareham, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you some confirmation shortly that that rider is okay, although he's still being tended to by the first aider down there. The medical team making their way down as well, so we've got 2 ambulances making their way down there at the moment, so double medical cover here at Three Sisters today. thank you, as mentioned, for getting in touch via the live stream comments. Please do get in touch. Certainly, when we do have a bit of downtime, it does allow us to head towards the live chat comments, and we'll be able to interact with you throughout the day. 2 more rounds as well coming up in the next couple of weeks for the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Package. The first one of those over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of October. That one's down at Lydd, so all the way down to the bottom of the country. And then the final round a few weeks later using the Zulu circuit of the of Wilton Mill, home of Alpha Live, actually, in Northampton. So it looks like certainly the higher ups at Alpha won't have to do too much travelling to get to that one, and they've got a permanent camera set up there at Wilton, so they'll be using the Zulu circuit for the final round as well. Also on Alpha Live next weekend, we've got F3 Cup action from Snetterton on Saturday, and then on Sunday we've got action from Four Wheels again, this time karts. We've got the Teesside Sprint Series and action from Wilton Mill Kart Club. Looks like the riders then from our OMG Mini GP 190s and the Bookie 190 Cup as well are being sent on their way back round. They are going to cut through some of the kart circuit, I think, and make their way either back to the start line for a restart or back into the paddock. Remains to be seen how we're going to be restarting this one as well. As I mentioned there, the Bookie Cup as well, so that class is a subclass within the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 Championship. That does allow that anybody using one of the Bookie Moto bikes from the Italian manufacturer to race, to collect points as well as outside of the 190 Championship. They'll also pick up points in that Bookie Moto series. So at the moment we've got Daniel Goodman leading that championship from Kobe Perry and James Mostick, although I haven't seen James out there in this class today. So obviously we do know that Goodman and Perry both out there because they were out on track at the time of the incident, running in 3rd and 4th respectively, with hardly anything between them actually, as is the case in the championship. So the circuit has been cleared of bikes. Not sure whether we're going to see the resumption of that one in a few moments time, or whether I think at the moment they're just being spun around down there in the dummy grid. So it looks like they may come straight back out for the resumption of this race here at Three Sisters. We are still under a red flag. Thank you if you are just joining us. Don't worry, there's plenty of action coming up later on in the day. We'll be, although for the next 5 minutes or so until we can assess the rider of the number 88, Ian Wareham, who is down at Lucy's hairpin. We'll be under red flag conditions and the circuit will remain quiet for the next 5 minutes or so. Very much though looking forward to the resumption of this one. Certainly later on in the day, the FIM Mini GP UK Series, as mentioned earlier, the final round of their championship, the inaugural FIM Mini GP Series in the UK, and that really is a class that's looking to unify not only through the UK but also throughout Europe and the world on the sort of the stepping stone in towards sort of the MotoGP series as well. So the idea is just to sort of unify the bikes as well in sort of a cost-effective. I was having a quick look on their website during the week, you know, in terms of, you know, top-level racing as well. That, you know, when you can pick up engines for, you know, a couple of £100, which is, you know, I think it's in euros obviously because Ovalia, the Italian company, being brought into the UK by Ovalia UK. But when you look at sort of how cost-effective it can be to come and race these bikes compared to sort of other levels of the similar sort of levels in other series. If you have a look at karting, for example, you know, when you're starting to get in towards that sort of level, towards the stepping stone towards racing throughout Europe, the actual cost levels are considerably more than what we were looking at for these bikes, and we do look, you know, towards that series later on in the day. Riders in that one aged 10 to 14 years old, and it really is a fantastic series. They've raced so far this season down at Pembrey. The round at Wilton Mill unable to take place due to incidents earlier on in the day, meaning that there was no medical cover available. Since then, they've been to Cadwell Park, racing on the British Superbike package. They're also on the Stowe circuit at Silverstone on the MotoGP week, the week running up into that one. I'm going to make the assumption actually that we're out on the PA, so if there's anybody down there on the circuit fancies giving us a wave to our camera guy who's just turned that one round on the bank as you make your way up past where the medical team came on the circuit. We've not had any waivers yet, but we'll see if anybody fancies playing ball down there with our cameraman turning it round. No, it looks like we might have to G them up down there. Might have to send one of our runners round to wake the crowd up down there. Darren, do you fancy running? It's a no from Darren. So, as we mentioned, we are on a medical stop. If you are watching us as well across multiple platforms, we are across obviously on Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and on Facebook. Please do get in touch with us. We'll try and dip in the comments throughout the day, but obviously on the live chat as well. Generally, the YouTube will garner a little bit more from us, just because we generally have the stream up in the com box at the for the same throughout the day, without having to dip in and out. So please do get in touch with us here at Three Sisters. I know there's plenty of you watching from home. Looks like we are still dealing with the issue down there at Lucy's, although it looks like that it is moving slightly down there. And, drone up in the sky. Then looks like we're having a camera versus drone standoff down towards the entry onto the Conrad Straight. And I know what's happening here. It's now a case of how close can we get the drone to this camera guy. Although it's inevitable later on that we're going to have the drone buzz the com box with a flyby, Top Gun style. So hopefully in the next 5 minutes or so, although we don't want to rush it rush it at all down there out onto the on the circuit, because obviously riders' safety is paramount. But we are hopefully going to see the resumption of that OMG Racing Mini GP 190. I'm still having a quick look. Looks like the bikes are still down there on the dummy grid. Whilst we are waiting, though, at the end of the day yesterday, after the 2 qualifying sessions for the FIM Mini GP UK Series, we were able to catch up with at least 2 of the top 3 on the grid, and we'll be able to hear from them now.
Right, welcome to the press conference for the FIM Mini GP UK Series, part of the FIM World Series, which takes place in loads of countries around the world, including most of Europe and the USA. Here today we've got the top qualifiers from today's qualifying for the FIM group. Sadly, one of them can't be with us at the moment. But first of all, we're going to go to 3rd place rider, Laken Payne. Laken, how did it go for you?
Good. The practice, we made a big set with the bike. We changed the tyres so I'm more edge grip, and all around a good lap in Q2.
Good. How did you find the circuit?
Good. It's nice and full in the end bit, but with some twist of it, so it's a good
Have you ridden here before?
Once in Winter Series and last year in the 110.
Okay, so you know the circuit reasonably well then?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. So what's your expectations for tomorrow? You're 3rd place today. How do you think that you can turn that?
Hopefully I can get a podium, maybe chance for a win, but see how it goes.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, is there any sponsors you want to thank at all?
Kerfoot Metals, Freeway Autos.
Okay, leave it at that. And
Parents.
that wasn't prompted at all, was it? Okay, Laken, thank you very much. Let's pass this over to, we would be passing this to Freddie Bridewell, but Freddie isn't with us. He's got a brilliant 2nd position today. Hopefully we'll catch up with him in the paddock during the day tomorrow and we can get some info from him. Harley, you made a bit of a habit of this, aren't you, mate?
Yeah.
Sticking up, how did it go for you?
Good. I like track, so yeah, all went good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We had a little bit of an incident in a different class, which is you're aching a little bit from, but you're all good, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Good. Okay. So, how was you finding the track today?
I like it. I like this track. It's my favourite track, so all went good, and well, I plan to get P1.
Well, you can't complain with an P1 that says it all, doesn't it? Okay. So, what's your expectations for tomorrow?
Just hopefully get a good start, and if I can, just get going.
Okay. Well, obviously, at the moment, you're leading the FIM series, which we know the benefits of that at the end of today. The end of tomorrow. So, what are you looking forward to most? Yeah, obviously you've got to get there. You've got to get there. Yeah. No pressure at all. But you've got to get to that point. What are you looking forward to out of this?
Just if I can get there, and then just riding with all them faster kids. Hopefully, it should help me a bit.
Well, hopefully the top three of you will be riding with the fastest juniors in the world as part of the World Series.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Vision Track, everybody that sponsors Vision Track. After Accident, my mum and my dad.
Brilliant. Okay, mate. Well, let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Laken Payne and Harley McCabe there then from the FIM Mini GP UK Series. We'll welcome them out in around about an hour's time, all being well. The circuit now is clear. We just await the sound of bike once again. Both ambulances are off the circuit now, back in their bay down at the outside of the Lunar Bend. Having a quick look at the comments. John Boy 88's been on just saying good luck to my son Cody Miss Kelly and the young lads from the Irish Mini Bike Championship. Of course, welcome over to Three Sisters. Looking at the calendar, this will probably be their nearest circuit over here on the UK mainland for the British Mini Bike Championship. Looks like we are still waiting down there for the resumption of this race, and I think that they might just be seeing whether they had cleared enough of the race in order to call the result on that one prior to the checkered flag coming out. I think we'd only had 4 of the 10 laps, so very unlikely it's going to have enough to call it, although they will have to probably go back a lap in order to sort out the grid positions. And actually looking at the timing on that previous one, as they've come off, I think the timing's gone a little bit skewed as well, because as we saw, Zach Weston was leading the way round at the time from Tim Patterson. If you have a look at the live timing, which you can go to at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BMB. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/BMB. The numbers are a little bit skewed at the minute because it's showing Callum Ricketts has made up 10 places on the previous lap and is leading the way. Engines being started. I think I've just overheard there that it was going to be 5 laps, which will be the remaining. If it's the case then now, I think they're going to go round and re-grid up, as we've seen here before in the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. Start line marshal is out there on circuit with the green flag, making his way across, I think, already. Runners getting their bike started. Looks like one rider in the background there was actually struggling to get that bike started, and he's now climbing off while his mechanic gives that a little bit of assistance. I think we will get either one warm-up lap, or we'll go round for at least, obviously, to come round, because the start line is just there as our riders are coming out onto circuit. So I think they'll either come round and grid up, or they'll get one lap of warm-up just to get a bit more back into their tyres. It might also be in order to help the actual timing system refresh itself back into position, actually, because I heard there the clerk of the course shout that it's going to be 5 laps, and at the moment we're still showing as 7 remaining in this race from the when the red flag came out on lap number 4. So the front runners, they'd have already made it over the line. Those behind wouldn't have done. So they're going to come round. And now it looks like they're actually going to, they will get another lap in order to just get the temperature back into these tyres, because there's nobody down there with the green flag waiting to stop them. And they are being waved round. So Zach Weston will start the resumption of this race then from pole position, having made a flying start from P number 3, moved up into second by the time they got down to the left-hander at Lucy's, and then made his way into the P1 as they got onto the Conrad Straight on the opening lap of this OMG Racing Mini GP 190, and including the Bucky 160, so Bucky 190 Cup as well. Obviously, we are about to resume after the 88 of Ian Wareham had that off down at the left-hander at Lucy's, which looks like he went off as well in the braking zone before the turn, because it's a left-hand uphill hairpin. Although the braking zone is flat, the uphill part comes part way around that left-hander as the circuit goes up the hill and then back down the hill before they get back down onto the level playing field of the S's. We are gridding up then, and it looks to me like the previous pole sitter Weston is now lining up on the outside, although we will have to confirm that one. So it could just be a case that the race is being gridded up as per the original grid positions, rather than where they were at the end of the opening 4 laps. And it looks like potentially Zach Weston might have to do this all again here at Three Sisters. We are gridded up. Wait for the green. There's one at the back to confirm everybody's in position. We're down, we're away and racing. It's another good start from Zach Weston, although he will try and run all the way around the outside. He does get balked mid-corner this time. And we are away and racing then for a second time. And Weston does get down the inside into that left-hander, as we've got a rider running wide there onto the rumble strip here at Three Sisters. No timing just yet. That's just because it's been reset. So they'll come over the line in around about half a minute's time as they make their way then down towards the left and right. The left unnamed, then we go right into the lunar bend, and as I said, after that it's flat out all the way round, then all the way through this section. There's 2 right-handers, although neither of them barely causing any trouble, certainly in the drive for these bikes. We are hoping to miss the shower that's scheduled for this afternoon here at Three Sisters, though even if it does, the weather conditions considerably better than what was forecast, and at the moment the sun continues to shine then here at Three Sisters. Not quite sure what's happening at the moment, because we're not actually getting the timing picking up at the moment here, but Zach Weston is up into second place already, having made another good start, although unable to make up places on that opening lap this time in the same way that he did on the previous in the previous race. So he's going to get that good run then out of the corner here. I think he's right on the back of Kobe Perry as they run down towards the right-hander and then up towards Coward Summit, and he's managed to get down the inside. And Zach Weston, he's had to work hard for this because he's had to do it twice. But now we'll come over the line in the lead. So in 2 races, he's made up 7 places from his second row berth, and in both occasions has managed to move through into the lead. Although he's still coming under pressure then from Perry down there into that left-hander where we had the red flag about 10 minutes ago with Ian Wareham. He's off circuit receiving some medical treatment. We wish him all the very best. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and we might get to see him later on in the day, but even if we don't, we pass on all the very best from everybody here at Alpha Live and the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship to the 88 of Ian Wareham. We are then on a split race, this one shortened down to half race distance here for this race. We're down to 5 laps then from the original 10. And it's Zach Weston leading the way. He went over the line just over a tenth between the top two on the previous lap, although Perry still there or thereabouts, has lost a tenth on this one as they come round. Penultimate lap then, 2 to go. And certainly it looks like Perry is a little bit quicker through the final part, certainly going up and over the hill at Coward Summit, but loses a little bit of time through the S's here and can't get close enough to get on the power. And we know Zach Weston is good coming out of the right-hander at Luna's, because that's where he's made up most of his places in this race. All the way on that run, he opens up the gap on the way out. The battle behind them between Goodman, Patterson and Thompson. Patterson, who was running in second place when the first red flag comes out, although looks like we've got a problem there coming down towards the right-hander. Ryder has a quick look down. Certainly I don't know whether he had a problem with the gearing or something there, because it looks like he just lost power for a couple of seconds. Power's back on though. Have a look there. I think it could have been Goodman as they come through. We'll confirm it as they come over the line, because there will be some movement in the middle. No, it looks like it was Patterson who'd got past Thompson and then dropped back behind the rider of the 19. Last lap board is out then, and Kobe Perry has closed the gap on Zach Weston. The timing screen says 0.3 of a second, although as they come through the S's, considerably closer than that. Half a lap then onto the Rogerson straight for the leaders before the left-hander, and then the right at Luna. And now, can Kobe Perry get the run on Zach Weston? We know Weston's got the speed in terms of straight line. Can Perry be close enough to try and throw one down the inside, either into the Coward Summit or into the final corner down at Joey Dunlop's? This is Coward Summit. It's a right-hander, so the circuit plateaus slightly before. He's going to make the move down the inside. Has the door closed on him forcefully as well by Zach Weston. The checkered flag is out, and Zach Weston holds on to win race number 2 here of the day, the OMG Mini Racing GP. He's had to work for it. He's had to effectively win that race twice, because he was off and into the distance in the first instalment before the red flag. Kobe Perry kept him honest all the way to the end. Had that last lap lunge down the inside into Dunlop's. Decided to settle for second in the end. We've got a rider actually off on the grass as well, just on the outside of the paddock bend. His arm's gone up, so I think he might need recovery on that bike, although he is still on it here at Three Sisters. Top 10 then for that race: Weston, Perry, Goodman the top 3, Thompson, Patterson, Knight, Bowes, Dance, Evola and Ricketts the top 10, with Bog and Reese Morgan completing the 12 remaining bikes. 13 started obviously with Wareham. Looks like we've got a might be a little bit help going on. So that's 19, so Craig Dance there. Could have been the runner, that Ducati, not playing ball. We'll see whether that one needs recovery or whether it can get back out, although just having a I think that one might need to be pushed home. Right, still trying to get that one started under its own steam. Marshall's making their way over, and I think if anything that'll get either, if he can't get it running, that'll either, or he has, the fantastic, so at least we're managing to get that one back under its own steam. We don't require any recovery. Next up then will be the first of the 2 Sayamoto mini bike 140 races. It's time for Heat 1, and we'll start with Group B. Grid then starts with Andrew Rayfield on Group B pole. He's alongside Peter Wadsworth, with Michael Briggs and Nathan Gardner on row 2, Kevin Clark and Dean Widowson on row 3. Row 4, Harry Clark and Zach Skaman. The top 10 then completed by Jamie Goffin and Ben Johnson, Mark James Cockfield and Jack Wolfe on row 6. Row 7 sees Dean Quinsey alongside David Linsdell, Joe Quinn and Ian Gamble on row 8, with Tommy Champion and Adam Weston on row 9. Top 20 will be completed by Harry Pell. He'll be alongside the 18 of Tom Wise, Stephen Blatchford and Kelsey Carter on row 11. Row 12 sees Chase Collymore alongside Tony Ravelli. The grid then completed by Max Parry in 25th. Ryan Tyers shown as 26th but set no time, so unlikely we will see the number 55 machine out there. So 25 runners in Group B. They'll then be followed as well by Group A of the same class. So the Sayamoto 140 is one of the largest classes here on the Rich Energy British mini bike package. The 160s as well, they're split between Groups A and Group B. I think as well, I'm just having a quick look at the schedule. Certainly 140s are split, although we do have pit bike spares, mini bike 160 Group A. I'm just having a look for Group B on the schedule. It might just be that they're just listed as A because they might have been expecting a few more, although I think we have just got one heat of the 160s. Obviously different tracks have got different capacities in terms of the maximum amount of runners, and Three Sisters obviously slightly wider and longer than some of the other circuits on the Rich Energy British mini bikes package. So once again they'll make their way round and there'll be an offset grid for the so the top two will line up alongside each other, and then the row number 2 will be alongside each other but offset by 1 metre to the side, which gives riders a clearer run should anybody not get away off the line. It gives them a little bit more time as well to react, but certainly gives those behind a clear run through. One rider there just picking which side he's at, everybody else gridding up. P3 getting themselves into position, still waiting for outside front row to come through though. There we are into position. Sayamoto minibike 140 Group B then is about to get underway. The green is up. And it's down. It was held for a long time. Leaders managing to get away, though. There's one runner at the back who hasn't managed to get away off the line. That bike's still stationary. He has actually managed to get it going now, so we're back to a full complement then of this Sayamoto mini bike 140 opening race of the day. So they go side by side into the S's here at Three Sisters, the feature in the middle part of the circuit. Oh, and down the inside there, the 254 makes a great. Nathan Gardner makes his way then in that bright green bike to the head of the pack. They'll come down the back straight past the combox. Gardner then leading the way as the field starts to spread out. The 31 makes a move down the inside. It looks like it could actually be the 131 of Chase Collymore making a good move down the inside, almost up and over the curb down the inside there. As they come through, it looks like it could have been Harry Pell, I think was potentially the runner that had an issue off the line, although we will get confirmation of that when he comes through, because he'll be about 15 seconds behind the rest of the pack. Over they come then for the first of 8 laps in this Group B. Gardner, Rayfield and Briggs the top 3. Widowson, Clark, Quinsey, Collymore, Goffin, Clark and Cockfield on the opening lap. Chase Collymore makes up 9 places on the opening lap, up into 7th place from 16th. What a start for him. Other big movers as well. Tony Ravelli moves up 6 places on the opening lap. Some big losers out as well. Zach Skaman drops 7 down into 17th place. And that is Chase Collymore coming through. Keep an eye on him, although you'll need to squint a little bit, because when he's down on that bike, looks a lot smaller than everybody else, just because of how he managed just to get down onto that bike to minimise the airflow up and over, currently shown as in 7th place, but is now starting to close in. Move down the inside then by Collymore, up into 4th, I think, if he can get that move done. I think he has done. Look at how much smaller he looks on that bike, just trying to get down there. There he is, the big mover on the left-hand side, this time up 3 places on this previous lap. And the 1:31 of Collymore, the bike on the move, with already 1/4 of the race in the bag. 8 laps then for this Group B. The Sayamoto 140. And, you can get most of your Sayamoto parts at pitbikesparts.co.uk. And as I say, one of the most popular classes here on this Rich Energy British Mini Bikes package. Just off screen, just looking at the camera as well, there's a fantastic battle of about 10 bikes going on all the way down this pack from it looks like around about 15 through. I'm going to try and pick the number out of the first one coming through in this battle, which is fantastic. 23 is the number coming through, so that's Tommy Champion in 15th. The battle all the way down then to 23rd, split by less than 2 seconds, as Gardner, having made his way to the front, is opening up a gap now. 1.2 seconds back to Andrew Rayfield. And the main reason for that, and not taking any away from Gardner, is that Rayfield is having to defend heavily now from Chase Collymore and Dean Widdowson. Collymore sets the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 103.7. That's 6/10 quicker than anybody else out there on this circuit. But now he's got onto the back of the top 3. Might find his progress slows down a little bit compared to how he's come through the pack so far, making up 7 places on the opening, 9 places on the opening lap, up into 7th, although he has got a good run out onto the back straight. And Chase Collymore gets past Andrew Rayfield up into 2nd place. When they come over the line this time, in around about 10 or 15 seconds time, it will be half race distance. We'll then be able to see how big a gap Nathan Gardner has got and whether he's been able to open up enough of a cushion. It was 1.2 seconds from Gardner to Rayfield. Has Collymore closed the gap whilst also overtaking Rayfield? He has, down to below a second. It's 0.662, and Chase Collymore, who started this race from outside of the top 15, could take a sensational victory here at Three Sisters. 3.5 laps remaining, but he's got to catch up and get past Nathan Gardner, who, since he managed to get to the front, has rode faultlessly. See the 6 going down the inside, so that's Widdowson making his way through into 2nd place. Rayfield then dropping down into 4th. The top 4 have managed to open up a gap from the rest of the pack. Briggs, Clark, Goffin, Wolf, Cockfield and Clark, the remainder of the top 10, some 4 seconds behind. And Collymore down the inside as they go over Coward Summit. Can Gardner stick it out round the outside? He can't. And Chase Collymore moves to the head of the pack with 3 laps remaining. And it's been a fantastic ride so far for the rider of the 131 bike. And the orange livery there as Gardner almost carries too much speed into the left-hander at Lucy's. Shakes his head as well, because Chase Collymore has already started to move away at the head of the pack and has opened up a gap of around about 0.4 of a second. So Collymore then continues to lead, and now he's out onto the back straight. This is where he's been making up most of his actual time on the rest of the pack. So now expect him down this long Conrod straight to open up even more of a gap to the lead from the chasing pack behind, as the drone brings us onto the Conrod straight. Hopefully in a few moments we'll be able to pick up what it has been, and I've been engrossed by it out the window, a fantastic battle for 15th down all the way. There's about 10 bikes just nose to tail, chopping and changing all the way through as they go through. This is the battle for 5th down to 10th, with Briggs, Clark, Wolf, Goffin, Cockfield and Harry Clark at the back of that pack. This, I believe on screen, is that battle as they come through. Still 6 runners all the way from 5th down to 10th, still running nose to tail, as we see on the timing screen there. Collymore opening up the gap from the rest of the pack. This is the battle behind. There's another 4 bikes behind from 11th down, and then behind them is another fantastic battle all the way down, as you'd expect from this Sayamoto class being so large that they have to split it into 2 groups, that they've got such a depth in terms of riders that they are just battling all the way down the field. So it doesn't matter whether you're a front runner or you're still progressing through the class, at least there's still a race for you to go at, as Collymore, despite being comfortably out at the front now by 1.2 seconds, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.576. Last lap board is out then for our leaders, as you see running getting alongside there down the back straight. Next grid just about getting ready. We'll have the second instalment of these Sayamoto 140s in around a couple of minutes time, as we're 3 wide down there in front of, I believe our race leader will be coming round. We'll pick him up in a few moments time. So it doesn't look like the leader's going to catch any lap traffic in this one, which shows just sort of the quality towards the tail of this Sayamoto 140 Group B. There's the race leader coming through. And he's come through from outside the top 15, and Chase Collymore will round the final corner to see the checkered flag and take victory in Group B of this Sayamoto 140 class from Nathan Gardner, who led the opening couple of laps. Dean Widowson is beaten at the line by Andrew Rayfield for 3rd and 4th respectively. They crossed the line with only a couple of tenths between them. Then there's that battle behind that's still raging on between Briggs, Clark, Wolf, Goffin, Cockfield and Harry Clark. They crossed the line with less than 2 seconds splitting them. Then there's that battle between Gamble, Reveley and Weston. I think Dean Quincy was actually in the mix for that one until the final lap. There was certainly 4 bikes there when they came through past the combox on the previous lap. Looks like Quincy has just eased off the throttle and crosses the line in 14th in front of Skayman, Wise, Linsdale, Blatchford, Morgan, Champion, Pell, Carter, Quinn and Joe Parry, who drops all the way down to the bottom of the pile on that final lap, losing a bit of time, and drops a couple of places down into 24th place. Fantastic racing, as expected from this Sayamoto 140 class, and it's been a great race, in fact, for Chase Collymore, as we say, coming through the entire field almost from outside the top 15 to take the victory, having got past Nathan Gardner. Just having a quick look at the comments as well. Steve Wilkinson's on just saying, get in there, Zach. Thomas is just asking, where is Mini Rossi? Well, don't worry, be up very, very soon. Next up, though, is Group A from the same class that's just been out. It's Sayamoto Minibike 140 Group A Heat 1. Straight into the grid then. Will Lathrope will start from pole position with Richard Holmes-Williams alongside Ben Lord and Michael Med on row 2, with Ty Butler and Jim Lovell on row 3. Aaron Sadler and Robert Pettit, row 4. Top 10 then completed by Mick Lord and Daniel Pearson in the 77. Ryan Clark and Joe Woodward on row 6. Simon Wadsworth and John Pettit, Johnny Singleton and Ross Richards, with Michael Ford and Oliver Linsdell on row 9. Row 10 then Stephen Humphreys and Paul Mitchell, with Rob Overend and Gary Jacobs, with Samuel Morrison and Ian Blatchford on row number 12. Darren Coleman in the 737, he starts 25th alongside Carl Walton. So another packed grid then for the Sayamoto's 26 runners from Group A. And as you saw from the times there next to the runners, groups are normally split between the qualifying times and the previous experience of the riders, as picked up on by the team here at Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. And that's why some of the runners will fluctuate between Group A and B. B is just an attachment onto A, so points are dished out in an order, so winners in Group B will only pick up the points after Group A have picked up their points in the championship. So riders, the aim really is to get into Group A, and then you, even if you're towards the tail of Group A, you're still picking up a guaranteed amount of points. So that's the benefit of getting into Group A. Looks like the front runners this time have managed to get round the lap, although the rest of the field will still come through into position. And it intrigues me sometimes when you look at other motorsports that come round and they actually go round in grid formation. The bikes, some riders want to have a quick lap and then have a bit of time composing themselves. Some riders want to arrive at the last possible moment before the flag goes up. There's the pole sitter making his way in. As I say, arriving, despite the fact that he's at the front, arrives late to the grid. Looks like we've got one runner who might not be joining us though. The bike is on the central area on the lunar hairpin. There it is. It looks like it could be the 97. That could be either Ty Butler or Jim Lovell. Now Jim Lovell also runs the 190, but I think it could be the 97. But I think that one could be Ty Butler. I think he's going to have to move that bike actually, despite the fact that he did want to sit it down and watch the race from the comfort of the seat in the infield. I think he's going to have to wheel that one out. There's a gate actually down in that corner where the medical team come on, so hopefully he'll be able to get that bike off. We're obviously holding the runners, so those riders that made their way round and hopefully would only have a couple of seconds to wait before the green have now had to wait for the best part of a minute while the 97 makes its way off. The gate will be open down there in the corner. The green is up. Held for a long time. Again, it's down and we're away and racing. And Holmes Williams in the 126 can't make the run round the outside, but does manage to hold on there to second place as Michael Med tries to get down the inside in the 77. He did. Ben Lord behind, the current championship leader, who leads by 74 points in the number 46 bike from Richard Holmes Williams. So if Holmes Williams can hold on and stay in front, Holmes Williams will close up some of that points gap that he's got down to Ben Lord, the current championship leader. Everybody making their way through then the first main couple of complexes of corners, through the chicanes at the S's and then down towards Luna. We've got one rider running quite slowly down towards the back. Looks like they might have had a problem getting off the line as the two leaders then side by side as they go up Penrith climb and over Coward Summit, right the way round the outside. Look at the extra speed there. That outside line was managed to hold and then comes back across the track, in fact, to cut off any sort of opportunity for Holmes Williams to come back down the inside. And Will Lathrop once again riding and making that, obviously these bikes that are very, very narrow, as wide as he possibly can by coming in. All that's doing though is meaning that he's having to take that bike like an extra 5 or 6 metres down every straight, because he's coming in to try and hold off any sort of overtaking opportunities from Richard Holmes Williams' 126 bike behind. And that is naturally going to slow him down and play into the hands of Michael Med, Ben Lord and Jim Lovell behind. So it was confirmed that the 97 that was off was that of Ty Butler, who started alongside Jim Lovell on row number 5 as Richard Holmes Williams tries to get alongside Will Lathrop into the left-hander, sorry, into the right-hander as they go up Penrith climbing into Coward Summit. 8 laps again then for our Group A Sire Motos as Holmes Williams makes a late dive down the inside as Lathrop moves his bike back onto the Optimum Racing line. Holmes Williams saw a little bit of daylight and tried to dive down the inside then into the first corner. Can't get it as well over there, and the leading duo, despite the fact that they are battling this one out, running nose to tail, almost less than a tenth between them, are still managing to move away from Michael Med and Ben Lord. And I really thought that these two battling out the front would play into the hands of those two behind, although at the moment Holmes Williams, despite the fact that he has shown a front wheel down the inside once or twice, has had to remain behind. He's going to have to try and go round the outside actually as they go towards Penrith Climb, as they disappear out of sight from those viewing on the bank for a short period of time. Tried to run that one all the way around the outside. The distance, though, just too far for Holmes-Williams. We're already 3 laps into this 8-lap race. The leading duo, as we said, despite the fact that they've tried to exchange places 5 or 6 times already, are still opening up a gap of around about half a second a lap back to Michael Med in 3rd place. The gap now 1.7 seconds back to 3rd place. And we'll see how Richard Holmes-Williams winds this one up. Already in front of Ben Lord, so he will close up the championship points, which currently stand at 74. Mick Lord, the rider 3rd in the championship, is down in 9th place, and this time Holmes-Williams has come to the inside, and the 126, before they get to the right-hander and up Penrith climb, has managed to get through into the lead, although Lathrope will come all the way back round the outside of the 126, and Will Lathrope, what a move right the way round the outside, lost the lead very, very briefly. But then, so it certainly looks like he's got that bike geared up for the end of the straight, whereas Holmes-Williams has got it geared up for a good exit out the corner, because Holmes-Williams was clearly in front there as they made it towards the hill at Penrith, and then all of a sudden Lathrope managed to put that the 226 bike all the way back round the outside through the S's. Half race distance then here in the Sayamoto 140 mini bike Group A. And Will Lathrope is managing to hold on from Holmes-Williams. The pace has dropped ever so slightly though. Certainly on that previous lap they were down by 3/10 on both of their best lap, but most of that was because they were having to battle it out all the way around Penrith climb. There's an overtake looking like in the background now. Ben Lord has closed in on the back of Michael Med. They're side by side as they disappear out of sight of the com box. They'll be in the background in a few moments time, and we'll see whether Lord has managed to make his way through into 3rd place. Over the line, Lathrope once again making that 226 bike as wide as he possibly can, and this time goes and sets the fastest lap. So the pace now back to where we're expecting it, just on the outskirts of sub 1 minute. Those two riders over the line with almost identical times. As expected then, Lord up into 3rd, Med down to 4th. Woodward and Pettit move up to 7th and 8th respectively. Pettit makes up 2 places on the previous lap. It looks like Jim Lovell in the 97 is starting to drop away. He loses 3 places on that previous lap. Looks like he's lost a few more as well. So the 97 of Jim Lovell, you see him there down now, 1 lap down. He's going to drop all the way down to the bottom of the pile here. And the other couple of riders as well that we're missing. Obviously we missed Ty Butler at the start. Looks like Ryan Tyers and Ian Blatchford, 2 other runners. So we are actually now only running with the 20, I believe, that are on screen. It looks like Jim Lovell may have stopped either out on circuit or come into pit lane. So it's just the 20 down the stacker on the left hand side. The race of attrition, beating at least a couple of our runners here then at Three Sisters. Lap and a half remaining. We're on to the penultimate tour of this circuit on the outskirts of Wigan. There's Ben Lord in 3rd place, having got past Michael Med's 777 machine at half race distance, but cannot seem to close the gap up to Will Lathrope and Richard Holmes-Williams. Holmes-Williams, who will take a handful of points out of a fairly handsome lead in the championship, currently held by Ben Lord at 74 points. As they make their way down the Conrod Straight then for the penultimate time, as the circuit rises up then at Penrith and will drop down the other side. And now let's see what it looks like. Michael Med actually has got back in front of Ben Lord as they come over the line for the to start the last lap. Lathrope, Holmes-Williams, there's confirmation on the screen as Med goes green and Lord goes red that Med has moved up into 3rd place, and that will give Holmes-Williams a few more points unless Ben Lord can find a way through. Holmes-Williams still cannot find a way past Will Lathrope. Will he manage to get a good run out of this onto the Conrod Straight then for the final time? I think he's going to try and go round the outside and then chops back to the inside. Can't get alongside though and has to settle back for trying to go right the outside of Will Lathrope, who's, as we said, made that bike very, very difficult to overtake. Over the summit then, and down towards Dunlops for the final time. Will Lathrop will hold on for the checkered flag. There it is. Lathrop takes the victory then from Holmes Williams, sets a sub 1 minute lap as well on the final tour of the Three Sisters circuit, as does Holmes Williams as he tries to close the gap. Ben Lord gets past Michael Med in the second part of the final lap for third place to minimise the damage in the championship, with Holmes Williams getting second in front of him. Sadler, Clark, Woodward, Pettit, Mick Lord will cross the line then in ninth, with Singleton completing the top 10. Remaining runners will come through to take the checkered flag. One that I do want to focus on as well is the rider in P20, Darren Coleman, the 737. Their team in the paddock over the weekend and on Facebook as well. They did a raffle, raised £698 for the Walk and Talk for Mental Health charity. And, it was a massive raffle as well. They did it in reverse order in terms of what was there, so I'm just going to quickly run through the raffle results for that one, just in case there's anybody in the paddock that's unaware that or anybody that's at home that maybe have someone in the paddock that might be unaware that they've won a prize. So we'll start in reverse order. Bottle of Wine was won by 286 Robin Kyle. Case of Carlin was won by Team 33. Jim Lovell, he won a Vision Track cap and t-shirt. CDH Racing t-shirt was won by Nick Weston. Ian Gamble picked up an Alpine Stars t-shirt as well. Minibike Dyno Run was picked up by Kieran Hanna. Jim Lovell got lucky and won a second one. He won free bobbin set, free labour from Pearson Racing. Looks like we've got racewear as well. Two Teats hoodie picked up by Steve Wilkinson. Chris Impey won a Rocket Racing cap and mug. We've also got a signed canvas print from CDH and a CDH Racing t-shirt won by Dan Pearson. Rich Energy BMB t-shirt was picked up by Gaz Jacobs. Rich Energy BMB hoodie was picked up by P. Saville. Gaz Jacobs picks up as well a FS3 Racing t-shirt, and looks like we've got photo signed knee sliders as well for Gaz Jacobs. AMR Moto full sponsored weekend, including fuel, tyres and support, was won by Ian Waller. And then we've got a BMB full race weekend entry won by Lawrence Wardle. And as I say, the team down there at Two Teats Racing have managed to raise just under £700 for Walk and Talk for Mental Health, which is a fantastic achievement. Next race up, though, will be the Ugly & Co Mini GP and the Junior Supermoto 140. Race number 2. Big grid once again sees Harley McCabe on pole position alongside Brian Hamilton, Tyler Humphries and Arnie Carr on row 2, Wilson Dilks and Zach Weston on row 3. Luca Wilkinson and Lewis Mullin, row 4. The top 10 then completed by Laken Payne and Marco Holt, Joel Grieg and Harvey Lathrop on row 6. Rhys Lennox and Toby Skayman. Behind them, Mason Greasley and Jack Newton, with Daniel Stevenson and Teo Collymore on row 9. The final few runners then, Alex McCalmont, Cody Miskelly and George Wood aboard the number 7. Got one runner making their way round. I think that's the 28 of Mason Greasley. So he'll arrive at the grid very, very late. He's still making his way up towards Coward Summit. So there's the grid. We are expecting one more. Mason Greasley will make his way around. There he is in the background in the number 28 bike. And, he's going to be pointed up through the pack, I think, rather than having to take up the position. Although now he's stopped, looks like that bike is actually refusing to start once again. So that might have been the problem of him arriving late. And that bike is being wheeled away. Looks like they're going to get it started and keep trying to get the 28 of Mason Greasley going. Green is up though, held for a while again as the riders look over. Green is down. It's a cracking start from the second row. We've got a couple of riders there, one stationary and one makes contact. Looks like we might just cover that one under yellows though, because the rider's up. I think he might want to go again. They're going to try and get that bike going. Rest of the field though making its way down towards the hairpin at Lucy's. The leaders already coming through the chicane, although we are going to stop that one. The bike's still in the middle of the circuit. Not enough time for the marshals to clear it and make sure everybody's okay. So the riders will make their way through. And certainly one rider there in the middle, I think there's a rider who made that cracking start from the third row, will have to do it all again. Looks like they were a little bit disappointed actually, looking over as well. The bikes then making their way round. Looks like though they've managed to clear it fairly quickly, although they are just making sure that everything is all right. Helpers will once again make their way out onto circuit, and it looks like we're just going to have a whole new restart for this one, although it looks like we do potentially, it looks like we've got, the riders are being stopped, although we do have one who's going to cut through into position, which is going to save him coming all the way round into position. Now they're being sent on their way. We'll be gridding up for the second time for the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140 and the Junior Supermoto 140. Ugly & Co, a clothing brand born from a passion of extreme sports, from skiing and skateboarding, climbing to downhill mountain bikes, and of course motocross, motorbikes and mini bikes. You can find out more about them at uglyandco.com. So that's ugly with two G's, UGGLY and co.com to find out more about them. So riders gridding up then, as we mentioned, it's two classes once again in one, the Mini GP and the Junior Supermoto 140s. Basically it's any Supermoto or Mini GP bike with a maximum seat height of 84 centimetres. Looks like we are clear to go. There's 28 now of Mason Greasley, might get a second chance of going out in this one, and it looks like they've managed to get that bike started, have they? It looks like they thought they had done, and no, disappointment in the end then for the 28 of Greasley. He's taken his gloves off already. No chance of getting that bike out for the second instalment. It's a good start again that time from the second row, and on this occasion everybody, with the exception obviously of Greasley, who we knew wasn't going to take the start, manages to get away off the line, and they'll head then round the paddock right-hander and then down towards this corner that you can see them coming out of. That's the hairpin down at Lucy's, before they head towards the S's as they go up and then back down on the other side. Riders making their way through then. This one 10 laps for the Ugly & Co Mini GP. And already the leader has started to open up a gap and move away. As a drone follows them down the Conrad Straight. You can actually see here how much the circuit rises up as they go up the Penrith climb and then towards Coward Summit. It's just, you know, unbelievably, and it's back down to the level that most of the rest of the track is at by the time they get over the line for the start finish. Harley McCabe then comes over the line as your race leader, 1 second quicker than anybody else on the opening lap. From Humphreys, Hamilton, Wilkinson, Dilks, Mullen, Payne, Weston, Grieg and Lathrope, the top 10. So let's just have a quick look to confirm the remaining runners. We are actually at only 19 runners then, after the first start mishaps, or at least 2 riders unable to take the restart, and one that didn't take the first restart and couldn't get the bike going in Mason Greasley for the start of the second race as well. Thank you for getting in touch as well on the live stream. Comet Keely Garbutt again saying, come on Kobe Garbutt 25. Brian Bain's been on saying great to see the colour change back on the DHR machine of Brian Hamilton. I think that's the orange colour on that one. As the battle for second place there sees Wilkinson, as battle for third actually sees Wilkinson and Hamilton battling it out as the top two of McCabe and Humphreys. I think Hamilton actually is in has moved away as well in P3, so it's Wilkinson and Dilks Mullen as well are battling it out. So Wilkinson has managed to still hold off Wilson Dilks, though Dilkson looking very racy behind, does manage to get alongside down the Conrod straight, but is he alongside enough before they go into the right-hander before Penrith? He is, but then straight back down the inside comes Wilkinson alongside up the Penrith climb and round Coward Summit before Dunlop's at the end of the lap. So for the brief period of about 15 or 16 metres on circuit, which is around about half a second here, Wilkinson had lost out that fourth place to Dilks, but now all of this is playing into the hands of Mullen, Weston, Payne, Grigg, Lathrope in the 222 behind as well, all nose to tail. Skayman is a couple of seconds off the back of this battle as well, having dropped a couple of seconds on the previous lap, but if they continue to battle it out, will just play into the hands of the chasing pack from 4th all the way down to 10th. Then you've got Skayman as well, although he is now 7 seconds off the back of the leader, so he's well off the back of this pack of 6 from Wilkinson all the way down to Lathrope. Once again, Wilkinson and Dilks get side by side. It looks like Dilks has got a lot of straight line speed, but is then struggling on that hill up the Penrith climb towards Coward Summit to maintain the power on that bike, as there's a move there down the inside into paddock, and it looked like then the move was going to be the door was going to get closed. It looks like now Dilks has managed to get through past Wilkinson, the 85 machine he has. So when we were saying before about it was Dilks who was struggling to maintain the speed up the hill, it was actually Wilkinson who was struggling to maintain the pace up the hill. And as we saw in the previous lap, it was actually Wilkinson managed to carry a lot more of that speed up the hill. But now Dilks is through and is able to got some clear tarmac in front. Wilson Dilks has started to move away, and what was a 6-bike battle is now a 5-bike battle, and it is a battle for 5th place now. Wilkinson, Mullen, Weston, Payne and Grieg has dropped a couple of seconds off the back of that battle as well. We'll come over the line then. We are beyond half race distance now. The leader, Harley McCabe, already well down the well on his way. 3.4 seconds the gap between McCabe, Humphreys and Hamilton, as Lathrope and Grieg change places in 9th and 10th respectively. You catch them in the background coming into shot in a few moments as they catch up now with a little bit of lap traffic. They're going past the 7 of George Wood, and this may well split up the chasing pack a little bit as they all have to go round the outside of Wood. Looks like they've all managed to negotiate it fairly comfortably, but it has put a couple of bike lengths between them all, going out onto the back straight, making their way through the lap traffic then. That's the right-hander, the first of 2, or 3 actually, just right-handers that bring you back round onto the start-finish, although 2 of them fairly flat out, the 2 round Conrod on the Conrod straight and then towards Coward Summit, and then there's the one at the end of the circuit at Dunlop's. So riders actually going right for quite a lot, because the first corner on the circuit is the right-hander at paddock as well, before they go round this left-hander, as Dilks there thrashes the throttle on the way out, gives it an aggressive blip up that hill before dropping back down towards the S's. And once again now starting to make their way through the lap traffic, and this time they actually go either side of the bike in front. Certainly the front runners in this chasing pack, they're going to split down there, and let's see whether the Dilks and Wilkinson, who are now back within half a second of each other. It looks like Dilks manages to come through quite comfortably, but I think it's played into the hands of Mullin this time as they come over. Harley McCabe still out at the front, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 58.285. Continuing to push, the gap 4.3 seconds out at the head of the pack as they sort themselves out back into single file. Wilkinson and Mullin, as Wilkinson tried to get alongside Mullin Mullin tried to get alongside Wilkinson for 5th place, had to back out of that corner and couldn't get the job done down there into Lucy's. Wilkinson managed to run all the way round the outside. That's Zach Weston's number 35 machine, still coming under pressure from Laken Payne and Harvey Lathrope in 7th, 8th and 9th respectively, as there's a move there in the background. Looks like Lathrope's managed to get past Payne towards Coward Summit up Penrith, and will now try and close up. Let's just get confirmation of that on screen, because the numbers not the easiest to pick out on a couple of these bikes. So we've had actually no change there in the position, so it looks like they've either got that one back or just sorted themselves back out into the correct order. 1.5 laps remaining, and Lewis Mullins still on the back of Luca Wilkinson as they make their way through the S's. Once again, are they now back onto the back of some lap traffic? They are, and Dilks has been bumped there by the lap traffics, and Luca Wilkinson on the 76 bike has come through into 4th place. Wilson Dilks struggling to get through the lap traffic, then down at the Lunar Bend hairpin, and as the last lap board is already out for our leader, they will come over and see that in a few moments time. But the top 3 comfortably in their respective positions: McCabe, Humphries and Hamilton. Dilks and Wilkinson. Looks like Wilkinson had got through. There he had, the confirmation comes up on the screen, albeit a little bit late, although tries to get back down the inside, and we've got a rider off. Actually, I've just seen it out the window down there. That's the 76 of Luca Wilkinson. So Wilkinson and Dilks, they overtake. Wilkinson is back up. We've got a runner going over there, but he's just trying to get that bike back up. I think he's just trying to straighten out the peg. But Luca Wilkinson on the final lap down at Lucy's hairpin has come off the bike. Looks like he is okay though, because he's back up, and I think he was trying to get that bike back into an upright position, or at least get something straight. And out of the final corner then they come. Checkered flag is out for Harley McCabe, who takes a comfortable victory aboard the 179 machine. 7 seconds the gap then back to Tyler Humphries over the line. This will be Humphries coming through now to take the checkered flag. Hamilton will get 3rd, and they've been fairly comfortable. Then we're going to see a bit of movement on the timing screen. Dilks, Mullin, Payne are all going to move up. Luca Wilkinson's bike, he obviously came off, but I'm not sure whether he's managed to get back on. He's going to come round hopefully and take the checkered flag, but he's going to drop himself well outside the top 10. That's where everybody, the leader, managed to lap up to P12, with Luca Wilkinson still showing as not crossing the line. So expect Toby Skayman to come through in P9 in a few moments time. Looks like Wilkinson may still actually be down there at Lucy's. I think there's going to see a rider with their helmet off down there now, so he's not going to come through and take the checkered flag. May well though still be classified in 11th. We will confirm when the rest of the pack come through, although hasn't taken the checkered flag. Skayman then will complete the top 10, with Collingwood still being shown as 12th. So Luca Wilkinson, who didn't take that checkered flag, being shown then as down in 11th place. And we'll see now whether we need recovery, or whether that bike can just be wheeled off before the next race of the morning session. Well, then actually, if you're at the circuit after that one, we'll have around about a 20-minute Marshall's break. But if you're watching on the live stream, please do not go anywhere, because we'll be down there on the grid for the opening race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and Ovale UK. They've got 2 races today for the culmination of their season. There's still a championship up for grabs And currently leading that one is the rider that's just won the race you've just watched, Harley McCabe. So he's going to be a busy boy today, and certainly has a championship. Certainly he's got one hand on the trophy, I'll give him that, having got a 24-point lead, and will be starting the race for the FIM Mini GP Series from pole position. So, and all he needs to do is beat Blake Wilson in the points in order to wrap that up. It's 24 points, 25 points for a victory, 24 points the gap. So he's just got to beat Wilson in the points. Joshua Williams can still mathematically win the championship in that one, although he would need Harley McCabe and Blake Wilson to score hardly any points. Next one up, though, out there on the circuit will be the Motor Oils Mini Bike Veterans Heat number 1. Matthew Davies with a time of 1 minute 2 seconds, 0.182 was enough for pole position from Phil Dickens, with Dervin Elaine and Ian Walker on row 2, Julian Grammett and Simon Chambers on row 3. Row 4 sees Tony Ravelli alongside Mark Jarrett, Leslie Noble and Michael Neelands will complete the top 10. Angela Cragg alongside Alan Brooks on row 6. Doug Snow and Carl Williamson on row number 7, with Brian Wheatley, Dean Brednarek and Ian Wareham, who set no time, although he has already been out on another class and unfortunately had to receive some medical attention. So I think if we're lucky, we'll get 16 runners. I think it's more realistically that we're going to get 15 for this Motul Oils Mini Bike Veterans Heat number 1. And Motul Oils, a big name in the engine lubrication game, and certainly a big name here on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes paddock, and leaders in engine lubrication. All of our runners then now are into position pretty much out there on I think it's a smaller grid than expected. We were expecting 15. I don't think we're going to get them all out there actually on this Mini Bikes Veterans Heat number 1. 8 laps of racing then. And it looks like we could be... Are we waiting for one more or not? Looks like the green at the back will go up in a few moments' time. We are clear for racing. Let's see how long this one's held for. We're down. It's not as long as it has been, but we are away and racing, and Matthew Davis off pole position will lead the way into that very, very short run round paddocks before they go down towards Lucy's at the bottom end of the circuit. Just counting the runs that go around there, I think we've got 10 for this Pit Bike Veterans Heat number 1. They make their way down towards the left at the end of the Rogerson Straight, and then the right-hander at Luna. Remember, pole position time was a 1:02, and unfortunately, certainly for those out there on the bank, the clouds are starting to become a little bit greyer than what they were this morning, certainly out towards the Luna Bend hairpin. The rest of the circuit still fairly clear, or now almost entirely covered by the clouds, so no sun coming through as it was early doors this morning. Over the line then for the first time on this 8-lap race. And there, as expected, pole sitter Matt Davis opens up the gap with a time actually quicker than what his pole position time was yesterday that he set. So it's Davis, Dickens, Elaine, Walker, Grommet, Jarrett, Noble will drop all the way down then by losing 5 places on the opening lap. The 66 machine now down in 10th place. So Jarrett, Brooks, Neelands, Snow and Noble complete the top 10. So tough opening lap for Noble, although he's right now back onto the back of the pack. And there he is coming through down the inside of Snow. So Leslie Noble moving up into 9th place. Davis continues to lead out the front as they make their way up towards Coward Summit. The battle behind between Dickens, Elaine and Walker, very, very close. As they come through, 1/4 race distance. Just going to have a quick look at the comments. Henry Mack saying good luck to Lakin and good luck to Marco. That was from one of the races earlier on. Joshua F1's just saying good try, George. Another one as well from Road Race Island just says great to see the next generation of sporting stars. Best of luck to Team DHR. Brothers of the late Wayne Hamilton sadly lost racing at the Manx GP in 2011. That's from Tony and Armagh. So thank you very much for getting in touch. Please do get in touch throughout the day. We'll be dipping in and out of those live stream comments. Please let us know who you are supporting and where you are supporting them from throughout the day. We will be down on the grid in around about 10 minutes time at the culmination of this Motul Oils Pit Bike Veterans Heat 1. We'll be down there talking to the runners and riders from the FIM Mini GP UK Series. They'll be getting themselves out there, so we'll have a 20-minute marshals break, but they'll be gridding up and we'll be down there with the camera speaking to as many people as we can. This is a battle for second place then between Dickens and Elaine. They have managed to move away from Walker slightly, but Walker's still there, about half a second behind, just in case anything happens and he needs to pick up some of the pieces. The best lap now sees Matthew Davis almost 1 second quicker than what the time he posted yesterday in qualifying. But as we noted, we're going to be very, very lucky throughout this day, and not wishing to curse it too much, if we can get through it without any sort of precipitation. I think we are due at least one shower. Hopefully it's in about 25 minutes time after I've been out on the grid walk, because as much as I like talking to people, I'm not a massive fan of getting rained on. So we'll have to see how that goes. Looks like it is still fairly clear. We have had a change for second place though, with Elaine moving past Dickens. We saw that move there just while I was talking about my dislike for water falling from the sky. Half race distance then, still sees Davis some 5 seconds away down the road, and the current championship leader looking to cement his position at the top of the standings. Second place in the championship at the moment is Ian Walker. He's down in 4th place with Dervin Elaine, who is now in 2nd place, in 3rd in the championship. So that will close Elaine up in the point standings on the back of Walker, because he's got a Phil Dickens cushion between himself and Ian Walker. Over the line they go. Leader already through, some 5.5 seconds down the road as Dickens sets his personal best of the race aboard the 51 machine. He's going to try a different line round there, and he's going to get run wide onto the rumble strips, is he? I think he is, but he's managing then to come back to the inside and makes a great move down the inside into the S's, and Phil Dickens is back up into 2nd place. Set that one up all the way down at Lucy's, managed to take a different line, gets on the power earlier, down the inside he goes and up into 2nd place. And now Dervin Elaine has got work to do, because the points he's going to pick up to try and close the gap back to Ian Walker, not quite as much. Does get alongside there once again, down the Conrad straight and through he comes back up into 2nd place. And now Phil Dickens has got to do it all again. So it certainly looks like Elaine's got more straight line speed and Dickens has got a little bit more acceleration out the corner, but because there's such a long acceleration all the way down from the Lunar Bend hairpin all the way down almost until the final corner down at Joey Dunlop's, the gearing on these bikes, what the riders have got them geared up for, whether it's acceleration out the corner or all the way down to the far end of the circuit, really, really does play into the hands. The left-hander there down the hill into the S's. You see as they come through there on the static camera, you see once it brings it down to the flat level of the rest of the track. 1.5 laps remaining there as the clear visor of Dervin Lane. You can see the whites in his eyes as he holds on to second place from Phil Dickens. Once again opens up a gap down the straight. Dickens unable to do anything about the 189 machine of Dervin Lane, although will once again probably close up through the tighter sections of Lucy's and then through the S's. Last lap is out because you can see their exiting stage right on the screen. Matthew Davis is comfortably in the lead by over 6 seconds now as Lane and Dickens both set personal bests, trying to hold on and then subsequently take on overs for second place. Dickens again makes a good run out of that corner. This time though, Lane takes a slightly different line in order to stop Dickens coming through back down the inside. I'll keep an eye out on that one out of the window then as we follow our leader coming through. Matthew Davis there on the yellow, red and black bike with the orange helmet has had a comfortable run of this one, and he will come through in a few moments time. Lane is still in front of Dickens in the background, although there we are, we're going to cut to it as they come down the Conrod straight. The leader though already making his way round the final corner here at Three Sisters. Over the line he comes. Matthew Davis takes the victory and sets the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well, for good measure, a 1:01.106. Lane's going to hang on for second place. Dickens will get third from Ian Walker in P4. Julian Grommet will cross the line in around about 5 or 6 seconds time. There he goes over to complete the top 5, and then we're going to have Brooks, Jarrett, Neelands, Noble and Snow. So Noble, who managed to get back up into 9th after that poor start, saw him drop 5 places, although it looks like Brooks has had problems on the final lap as well. Jarrett and Neelands both moving up to 6th and 7th respectively. Noble will get an 8th because it looks like Alan Brooks on the 999 has had issues on the final lap. Doug Snow will come over the line as well in 9th place. There, taking it the checkered flag right at the end, is the 999 of Alan Brooks. So issues then for Brooks on that final lap, saw him drop down from P6 all the way down into 10th place. So issues then for Brooks in the final race of the morning session before the Marshall's break, and that was the Motor Oil's Mini GP Heat number 1. We will, if you're here at the circuit, have a 20-minute break, but if you're watching on the live stream, do not go anywhere. We'll be down on the grid in a few moments time. We will obviously also be out over the circuit PA as well, so everybody walking around still be able to hear, but we're going to be down there on the grid speaking to our riders ahead of the opening race of the day and what could potentially be a championship decider for the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and O'Valley UK.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Here we are then, Three Sisters on the outskirts at Wigan. 1.47 kilometres of tarmac, undulating as well. Here are some of the main features on the circuit. And here we go then with an onboard lap. Over start finish into the right hand hairpin of Paddock. We then go downhill towards Lucy's Valley, which is another hairpin. This time though, left before the circuit then rises back uphill towards the left, right, left of the S's. Here we go then, that's the left round Lucy's over the summit, and then it is the left, right, left of the S's. Keeping away from those high curbs here, a feature of this Three Sisters circuit, used for cars and karting as well as bikes. So you want to keep away from them, can't get the knee down quite as much as they'd like. Onto the Rogerson straight before the left-hander at the end, before the right then round Luna. Two good overtaking opportunities here at the Three Sisters circuit. Then it's going to be the long flat-out blast as they go onto the Conrod straight, past the Convox there on the left-hand side, and then it's flat all the way round towards Penrith's Climb, which is here at the right hand of the circuit. Once again going up to its highest point here at Three Sisters before quite a drop actually down into the heavy braking zone for the final corner down towards Joey Dunlop's. Here we are then down the hill. Here's the right then for Joey's, and then back over start finish. 1.47 kilometres of Three Sisters circuit. Here we are then, Three Sisters on the outskirts at Wigan. 1.47 kilometres of tarmac, undulating as well. Here are some of the main features on the circuit. And here we go then with an onboard lap. Over start finish into the right hand hairpin of Paddock. We then go downhill towards Lucy's Valley, which is another hairpin. This time though, left before the circuit then rises back uphill towards the left, right, left of the S's. Here we go then, that's the left round Lucy's over the summit, and then it is the left, right, left of the S's. Keeping away from those high curbs here, a feature of this Three Sisters circuit, used for cars and karting as well as bikes. So you want to keep away from them, can't get the knee down quite as much as they'd like. Onto the Rogerson straight before the left-hander at the end, before the right then round Luna. Two good overtaking opportunities here at the Three Sisters circuit. Then it's going to be the long flat-out blast as they go onto the Conrod straight, past the Convox there on the left-hand side, and then it's flat all the way round towards Penrith's Climb, which is here at the right hand of the circuit. Once again going up to its highest point here at Three Sisters before quite a drop actually down into the heavy braking zone for the final corner down towards Joey Dunlop's. Here we are then down the hill. Here's the right then for Joey's, and then back over start finish. 1.47 kilometres of Three Sisters circuit. So I've had a gentle jog over from the Convox, which is at the other side of the circuit, down here onto the grid. First person I am going to speak to, it's not one of the riders. I'm going to have a quick chat with Adele from O'Valley UK. Adele, obviously, second year now you've been importing these O'Valley bikes into the UK. First season running the 160s as part of the FIM package. How's it gone for you? Were you expecting it to get so big quite so quickly?
No. We started last year with the Valley UK 110 Cup. We had 15 riders on the grid at the first race of last year, and now we're up to, I think, between our 110, 160 and FIM, I think we're about at 50 riders now. So we've sold far more bikes than we ever thought we would, and it's just gone huge, really quick, which is really good. It's really good for the junior riders in the UK, and the FIM thing is just incredible, with it being a World Series.
So obviously so far this year you've been at Cadwell with these, we've been to Stowe Circuit at Silverstone's part of the MotoGP package, which obviously is just giving the riders the exposure as well of just stepping up. I think one thing that really is good for me, and having looked at it, is that it's a single spec class, and therefore, because it's spec machinery and spec engine, the rider talent shines through.
Yeah. Pete, that was one of Pete's main stipulations when obviously he put the cups together. He wanted it to be a sealed championship, so no sort of money sort of thing coming into it. It's literally rider talent. Everyone's on the same machine. It's all sealed engines. No one's got any advantage over anybody else. It is literally down to rider talent, which is obviously what he really wanted. He was really passionate about putting that into it. So.
Wonderful, thanks. I know you can find out more about these bikes. It's at O'Valley UK on Facebook, as well o'valleyuk.com online as well. So you can find out more about these bikes. What I am going to do is, seeing as there's no rider on that one there, I'm going to get my camera guy just to pop over and we'll just have a quick look at actually the machinery. Down here, 160cc engine, it's a stock engine, and in terms of actual motorbike engine, it's reasonably cheap as well. Certainly in the class, I think you're allowed to run 3 engines throughout the season, so you're able to, you can't run too much. Wheels wise, that's a 10-inch wheel. If anybody wants a good gauge at what a 10-inch wheel is, get your mind out the gutter. It's the same size as what the old Mini used to be, so it's a 10-inch rim with the wheel on. If you have a look at the bike, when you actually take the actual bodywork off it, very little to it, but in terms of an actual machine, you can pick these up in terms of a stock class relatively cheaply. It's going to enable you to come racing here in part of the FIM package as well. I'm going to try and have a quick look. I'm going to have a quick chat with the first rider who managed to make it to the grid. It's Izzy Carter, and I know she wants to talk because the first thing she did when she got down onto the grid was take this absolutely beautiful lid that she's got off, and basically that's just an invite to have a microphone shoved straight in your face, is when you come down and you take your helmet off for a chat. Look very smiley as well. That also means that you want to chat. Izzy, in terms of qualifying, you have got a little bit of work to do through the grid, but it also means that there's a lot more fun passing all them riders in front.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous for the race start, but once I get off the grid, I'll be fine.
So, weather-wise, I know that when we were looking at this during the week, we thought that this might be a wet day. And so far today, it's managing to stay dry. Everybody's out there on slicks. Obviously, tyre warmers are on at the front end. What sort of damage do you think you can do going forwards? Do you think we can get into the top 10 from here?
Yeah, I would love to get into the top 10.
Wonderful. Thanks, Izzy. I'm going to make the camera guy, I'm going to do a bit more walking because I want to go all the way actually to the front of the grid here. Not only because I want to speak to the guy on pole, but I also want to actually demonstrate how short a run it is down into the first corner here at Three Sisters. We've been showing it on the camera and I don't think it really does it any justice. Is that basically, here's P1 and here is turn 1. It's either 3 big steps or around about half a second in one of these bikes. Whilst we're on the grid, I am just going to try and have a chat with this man who's just been walking off to the side, which he's trying to get away, and I'm going to bring him in. Alan Lord from Rich Energy British Mini Bikes. You've got part of some of the FIM package on. The bike racing, obviously, it's just going from strength to strength throughout the country. I don't think we're really going to find a bigger mini bike grid throughout the UK at the moment. Some of the classes are being split into groups A and B. You just must be thrilled with the direction that this series is going now.
Yeah, we've got a lot planned for the future next year. As you know, we've got Paul here from the ACU, the head of the ACU Road Committee. We've got plans for development for the future, which hopefully will help relieve some of that pressure we've got on grids, because that's our biggest problem at the moment, is having too many people to accommodate in one day. So obviously that needs to be addressed, which is what we're doing now, and we're way ahead with those plans, which will be announced in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So yes, as far as the FIM side of it, yeah, we're thrilled that it's given us this opportunity to do this. It's a great opportunity for the kids, worldwide, not just in the UK, because it's obviously part of the FIM World Series, but it puts a whole of the mini bike market, especially the mini GP side of it, on the world stage. It's very good, very good. And yeah, for us personally, British Mini Bikes, it's been phenomenal, and the growth. You've seen yourself. The growth has been massive.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We've just had the Sire Motos out. They've almost got 50 runners in that class being split between grids A and B. This class that's out now is just getting bigger and bigger as well. We're speaking to Adele from O'Valley, UK. I think as well having this part of this package and as well as being on the British Superbikes at Cadwell as well as on the MotoGP package at Silverstone. It just brings everything up a level, in my opinion.
Yes, it does, and all we can say is watch this space. There's a lot more coming.
Wonderful, thanks Alan. You can find out obviously a bit more about that at British Mini Bikes on Facebook and on the internet. Let's have a quick chat with the pole man as well, because whilst he's got pole position, there is a championship at stake at this one. It can be wrapped up in the first race. You know, there's another opportunity, another bite at the cherry. All you have to do, from my calculations, is finish in front of Blake Wilson for this one. You've obviously been out quite a lot already today and drove off at the front, but compared to those races, compared to this one, is it different, or is it just a case of get round the first corner and just go as fast as we can?
It's different, but in a respect it's same. Obviously want to go, obviously want to win, but I'm starting on pole. Blake is 5th, so I have a bigger chance. So yeah.
Yeah, so we've been looking at it points difference-wise between yourself and Blake. It's 24. It's 25 for a victory, but in terms of anything, you've just got to finish in front to take the title there in that one. So, but one thing I'm noticing, I don't want to put anything, is that the air now, I'm not saying it's raining, but there's a little bit of moisture in the air. Does that sort of, I know you've got 2 warm-up laps, which gives me plenty of time to get back there to the combox, but is it a case of just feeling out whether the circuit is any different to when you were out on the different bike earlier on?
Yeah, I think obviously it's going to be different, but just is what it is. You've got to race with any conditions, so just put up with it.
Wonderful. Final question, obviously, in the week that, obviously you've got your hat on there for Vision Track, in the week that Michael set up a MotoGP 3 team, must now really give you a bit of an insight as to where you can go following this series, obviously working your way through the series, being part of the Vision Lab, the MLab Vision Track Academy, sort of now gives you a path all the way through.
Yeah, it does. I just obviously got to put work in, got to work hard, and hopefully I should be in that one day.
Wonderful. I think we're almost being told to wrap this one up, but what I want to do is just try and have a quick chat with Blake Wilson down here, the other rider that's in this championship battle as still. Blake, obviously, a bit of work to do from P5 as well. Obviously, your championship contender is starting off pole position, and you do need to be in front of him at the end of the race to keep it alive going into the second race of the day later on. Still got the hopes there, though, for this one?
Yeah, looking forward to this race. Thinking I'm going to take it a bit steady, saying as I don't get a DNF, so I'm safe to go to Valencia.
Yeah, wonderful. As we say, top 3 in this series can get themselves over to Valencia as part of the FIM World Finals. We are going to wrap it up from down here on the grid, just so that I can let the riders make their way out for their 2 warm-up laps. I can head back all the way over there, back to the combox without having to put too much of a sprint in. But in around about 5 minutes' time, we'll be back for the opening race of the day for the FIM Mini GP UK Series. Welcome back then to Three Sisters. It's almost time for FIM Mini GP UK in association with Pirelli and O'Valley. no on-screen grid for this one, but it will be Harley McCabe on pole position alongside him. The only other runner in qualifying managing to go under 1 minute. That's the 18 of Freddie Bridewell. Row 2 sees Laken Payne and Kobe Perry, with Blake Wilson and George Bowes on row 3. Joel Grieg and Lewis Mullen, row 4. Joshua Williams and Samuel Munson, row 5. Kobe Gardbutt and Craig Dance, row 6. Mason Greasley, Toby Skaman, Izzy Carter, Dan Deering and Logan Connolly. Your runners. Nice little wave there from Samuel Munson as the camera makes its way down the grid. 19 of Craig Dance. Looks like everybody's been moving off the circuit. Obviously, these bikes set up on the Mini GP, so we've had tyre warmers on the front and the back, just getting the temperature in them. I think we will have 2 warm-up laps though before they come round into position. Here we are then from the back of the pack. As you can see there, the offset stagger of the grid, so the full actual grid boxes they use for the carts still there visible, but then spray painted on the inside of each one the offset grid positions, which allows the runners to have a slightly clearer view and away from the line in front of them. I think we are about to be sent on our way for the resumption of racing after the Marshall's break here at Three Sisters. We have 19 races remaining on this 25 race package. We say the FIM Mini GP UK Series in association with Pirelli and O'Valley. The top 3 in the championship at the end of the day will be given the opportunity to participate in the FIM Mini GP World Series final, which will take place during the week of the MotoGP season finale over in Valencia in Spain. And then the winner of that World Series will secure a spot on one of the Road to the MotoGP programmes. And one thing that I did note whilst I was out there is that whilst there wasn't actual rain, there was a little bit of moisture in the air, and it is now evident as well on the window to the right-hand side of the commentary box, which is the same side that we were seeing that earlier on in the day that was a lot darker out there on the circuit rather than the rest of the track. So hopefully we'll get through this one without any sort of issues, but there's certainly a little bit of moisture in the air, and that will be the first lap opportunity then, will it, for some of our riders to either take full advantage with a bit of confidence or then step themselves back ever so slightly, depending on whether they've been a little bit too cautious. It looks like we are actually only having 1 lap rather than 2, and a rider there looks like we've got with their arm up potentially. That's P6. That's George Bowes on the outside of row 3. And hopefully he's able to get that bike's running again, which it is. He just, as he stopped, there looks like there could be somebody else down there as well at the back on the outside. Looks like Dan Deering was just having a quick thing over there at his team as well. The Marshall at the back. Happy though that we're good to go racing. The green is up. It's held for a while again. It's down. It's a good start then from pole position for the championship leader Harley McCabe. Everybody's made it round paddock for the first time, as we saw in the grid walk. It's a very, very short run down into that paddock bend, and the leader already starting to move away in this 10-lap race for the Mini GP. Everybody out there on slicks from what I could see during the grid walk. And hopefully there's not too much precipitation in the air. We do know that the lap times, certainly from qualifying yesterday, it's possible to go sub 1 minute. Harley McCabe did so. And then Freddie Bridewell, who almost took a second off his personal best to qualify in second place. But as you can see in the air and on the screen there's definitely some moisture in the air. There's a band of rain coming across. I think it's only going to be a shower, but will that shower play a huge part in this FIM Mini GP final, be it in heats 1 or 2. The race leader already starting to pull away then. McCabe, Perry, Bowes, Grieg, Bridewell has dropped a couple of places down into P5. Payne, Wilson, Mullin, Munson and Williams. the top 10. So Grieg's made up 4 places. Bowes makes up 3 places as well. He was the rider that was having some problems getting that kart going, but once it's going very well. It looks like he's actually got down the inside there into the left-hander at the end of the Rogerson straight before the right then at Luna, and we've got a rider down there on the outside. It looks like he's going to get straight back up. Disappointment. I don't know whether we're going to be able to get that bike back up, but it looks like the rider is okay. The bike, though, about still 3 or 4 metres away, so there's disappointment down that far end, and there's no Marshall's post actually quite close to that, so it's going to be a while actually before that bike's picked up. So we're going to have a yellow flag out down there towards the Luna Bend hairpin, so it looks like that's going to negate any potential overtaking opportunities down there as Grieg comes through. Perry, it's Bowes who's dropping down the order after that good start from 6th, moved him all the way up, so it's George Bowes who's the rider who has come off down towards the Luna Bend hairpin. The yellow flag will be out. The riders that were in front of that may not be aware of it, but they're going to be very soon that the yellow is out. No overtaking opportunities then down there towards the Luna Bend hairpin in this 10-lap FIM Heat 1 season decider, and it looks like it's going to be, because at the moment McCabe is holding on out at the front quite comfortably as well. Then Blake Wilson, who is second in the championship, is in 6th. And like he said, this one is all about just bringing it round. It's not always about the championship, because, as I say, the top 3 will get an opportunity to go to Valencia at the end of the season on the MotoGP package. And that will, he's got quite a comfortable second place at the moment in the championship as well, with some 17 points actually, back to Joshua Williams, who is in 8th place in this race. There's your race leader then, Harley McCabe, although the gap at the front is starting to come down slightly. McCabe on the previous lap had Joel Grieg take some 0.8 of a second out of his race lead. Yellow flags are still out down there then at Luna as the bike is moved off. George Bowes then now shown as 2 laps down in 16th place. And, I'm not sure who they're supporting, but there's a lot of support on the bank behind the comm box here. You can hear them, even through the headphones, you can hear them shouting, "Come on," as we can see 2 riders there going side by side. And Grieg is starting to pull away from Perry and Laken Payne as Harley McCabe responds to losing a second on the previous lap by putting in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:01.551. Still though, that's 2 seconds off what his qualifying time was yesterday. So certainly it might be a little bit slippier than expected out there, but also it might be a case that he's just winding this one in, as now Freddie Bridewell is still in 5th place, having qualified on the front row. A fantastic time for him, the only other runner other than Harley McCabe to drop below the 1 minute mark with a 59.995. Thank you very much for getting in touch. We've had a few others get in touch whilst we were out there on the grid walk. Jeanette Vaughan saying best of luck to all the IMC riders over from Northern Ireland. Gozzy Boy just said let's go Adam, we can do this. We are now heading towards half race distance here as the leaders make their way through. I've just done the old faithful weather test by sliding the commentary box window open and putting my arm out of it as Laken Payne gets past Kobe Perry on that previous lap. There they are in the background, battling it out between Grieg, Payne and Perry. Actually, I think that's Bridewell on the back of that pack as well, because I think Grieg's around about half a second further down the track. He is. Behind them there's a good battle between Wilson, Williams and Mullen. They're all still nose to tail as well, as Bridewell closes right up there on the back, takes a slightly different line, which is the line around about a bike length out round the back, and Bridewell will now try and get alongside Kobe Perry down that back straight, and you can tell already now is how much steadier they're taking. The lap times have slowed for the rest of the pack. McCabe still managed to do a 1:01, but everybody else now down in the 1:03s, which is 3 seconds off what the time was yesterday. So certainly a bit of moisture in the air and out there on the circuit. You could see that they weren't necessarily getting the power down quite as quickly as they have been coming out of the Lunar Bend hairpin. They've been taking that right-hander just after it with a little bit easier than what they have been on the previous lap, as they battle for second, makes its way through the lap traffic of Logan Connolly. Grieg now is still got that a comfortable second place, but Harley McCabe is still managing to open up the gap at the front. And whilst everybody else is doing the high 1:02s, McCabe is now down to the 1:02s as well. And it's a case now with 3.5 laps remaining, is it, of easing off a little bit, but not easing off so much that the concentration lapses for our race leader, Harley McCabe. He's making his way then already into the left-hander, which they'll come up to in around about 5 or 6 seconds' time for the rest of this pack of Grieg, Payne, Kerry and Bridewell. And they are starting now to reel in Joel Grieg in second place. Of Lakin Payne, Kobe Perry, Freddie Bridewell are all now reeled in. The gap was half a second before. Now you can see how much closer it is now in that battle for second place between Grieg, Perry, Payne and Bridewell. Wilson, we've got Ryder off there down the back straight. He's going to get straight back up though, that's good to see. So he's managed to get himself back up. That's just where I was saying before, that exit actually out of the into the section. It's actually on the left-hander. Looks like the marshal needs to make his way over there because the rider is still trying to get that bike back upright, but he's not managing, although the actual marshal that was dealing with George Bowes is still over, I think, on the far side of the circuit. So whilst the bike is there stationary, the rider struggling to get that bike up in the air. 1.5, just over 2 laps remaining then as Perry and Payne overtake. But these riders aged between 10 and 14 years old, and it is Freddie Bridewell, rider of the number 18, whose bike is down. He's just about managed to get it up, as we've got another rider sliding off on the outside of Lucy's. I think that's Joel Grieg from second place. I saw the number 3 on the front just flashing across. So 2 of the 4 runners that were running in that battle for second place as they continue to push have fallen on the last lap. Freddie Bridewell and Joel Grieg, both of them sliding out of that battle for second place. It's now going to be between Perry and Payne, as you see Bridewell's bike there in the background being pushed away. And you can definitely see the precipitation in the air now, because even though the lap times haven't dropped quite so much, the haze of it coming across the circuit is really changing the complexion of the pictures here at Three Sisters, as Payne tries to go down the inside. The leader already onto the last lap, as looks like Payne is going to try and get down the inside of Perry. Can't get it done though, as we see Joel Grieg's number 3 dropping down the order. Down there at Lucy's, we've got a couple more off there, have we? Down at the same place we had before, 2 riders off down at the left towards Luna's. The race leader though already 10 seconds down the track, making his way onto the Conrod Straight. And it's been another assured ride from Harley McCabe. Not the first race he's won here today, if he can bring this one over the line here at Three Sisters. But he will be the inaugural as he comes up and round the final corner. The first ever winner of the FIM Mini GP UK Series, the 179 of Harley McCabe. Remember the name in a few years' time, because this boy is going to go far, and he's going to go far on 2 wheels. Your first FIM UK Series champion, Harley McCabe, takes the victory. Kobe Perry will come over the line in second place. Lakin Payne will get 3rd to complete the podium in this class. Blake Wilson will finish up in 4th place. That should give him enough points to secure 2nd place in the championship and a trip over to Valencia as part of this series. The top 3 going over there. Mullen, Dance, Williams, Munson and Grieg the top 9. We still wait then Kobe Garbutt to come through. The 25 comes over then the line in 10th place to complete the top 10, although we are still waiting for the bike to come through. I think the rest of the pack, there he is over the line. Checkered flag is out then. We're still waiting a few runners. Looks like Logan Connolly's managed to make it round. So we had a couple of runners actually who were off. So it looks like that we've had Skayman, Bridewell and Bowes. We knew that Skayman was off as well. Down there, it looks like we are actually being, the riders being held down there at the bottom end of the circuit. Looks like everybody's coming through. We have still got one or two. Obviously Bridewell's bike is off down there. They are being held down there at the bottom, and they're all making the short way through and off the track, which means that with a little bit of clearing up for a couple of other bikes means that it won't be too long before we are out with the pit bike spares, mini bike 160, and we're going to have Group A, heat number 1. Usually a fairly big grid for these mini bike 160s, so we might as well make a start with Jake Whittaker on pole position alongside Jim Lovell, Aaron Sadler and Daniel Pearson row 2, Ty Butler and Phil Dickens on row 3. Row 4 sees Maximus Hardy alongside Matthew Davis with Joe Woodward and Simon Wadsworth. The top 10, Ian Walker and Julian Grommet on row 6. Row 7 will see Mike Smallbones alongside Ross Richards, Oliver Linsdell and Michael Ford at 15th and 16th respectively in front of Mark Jarrett and Alan Brooks. The top 20 will then be completed by Michael Neelands and Andrew Jones with Jamie Goffin and Dean Widowson. On row 11, Gaz Pearson and Ryan Tyers on row 12. Row 13 sees Mick Price alongside Chase Collymore, who took that sensational victory earlier on, coming from 15th through to the head of the pack in a different class. Andrew Rayfield and Peter Wadsworth before Tom White and Nathan Gardner complete the top 30. Still plenty more to go though. Stu Bateson and Ian Basson in front of David Linsdell and Ryan Clark. Then we've got Tolga Ibrahim and Kelsey Carter in 35th and 36th respectively. Mark James Coxfield in front of Kira Williamson. Then we've got a number of runners who've set no time, so it might not be out there, but it should be Dan Mirren, John Pearson, Reece Stevenson and Tommy Ormond, Rob Overend and Jim Lovell. Although we did see Jim earlier up as well, so it looks like he might have had two bikes out there at some point. They were both numbered slightly differently, but still plenty of riders in this one. Well over 35 riders in the in this Pit Bike Parts Mini GP 160. pitbikeparts.co.uk for everything to do with your pit bike. These bike, any supermoto bike really, 4-stroke engines up to 160cc, maximum 16.3 brake horsepower for these Pit Bike Parts Mini Bike 160. Heat number 1. It's going to be 8 laps before we're then out for the opening instalment of the Motor Orzo Valley 160, the smaller bike of what we just saw out there a few moments ago for the FIM Mini GP with Pirelli and O'Valley UK. There is Chase Collymore making his way around, and if you haven't already, find out his race earlier on. Obviously not right now because we're live and you don't want to miss this bumper race that's coming up, but if you go back at the end of the day for the for one of the earlier races, Chase Collymore came all the way through the pack from 15th to take a sensational victory, including taking 9 places on the opening lap, moving up to 7th. He was up to 3rd by the end of the second lap and then picked off the front 2 by half race distance, and it was a fantastic effort as well. Having a quick look, John Boy's on just saying come on, good luck in the next race to IMC, Cody Miskelly and Reese Lennox. I think they're going to be out in the 160 Cup in around about 10 minutes time. That is just how big the grid is, that the marshal at the back this time's had to walk all the way down rather than just come straight out to where he has been. So expect the green at the back to go up in a few moments for confirmation. I think we were just waiting for one runner to make their way off, actually. Looks like we either is in the wrong position or the bike wasn't. I think we've got a rider there actually struggling back 4 or 5 rows from the back. We're struggling to get it going. The green is up though. Green is down, we're away and racing in the pit bike parts. Mini 160, looks like everybody's managed to get off the line, which is always pleasing to see on such a big grid. And everybody coming through, trying to get the optimum line for that first corner. Now, though, it's all about making it round that opening lap as they go into the left-hander of Lucy's, up and over the crest and then back down towards the S's on the opening lap. Looks like everybody so far has managed to make it through, although it is normally single file through the S's. So this is where the pack will sort themselves out as they come through. The tail of the field still actually coming through, 2 and 3 wide in the middle part of that corner, but everybody so far has managed to make it round as they are out onto the back straight. And it's the 77 of Daniel Pearson who's made a good start. Looks like though he's lost the lead going into the first of the 2 right-handers in the middle of the Conrod straight towards the Penrith climb, and then down towards Dunlops as they enter the final corner for the first time. They'll come over the line and we'll get confirmation on the timing screen of everybody coming through. Jake Whittaker, Dan Pearson, the top 2. Jim Lovell, Aaron Sadler and Matthew Davis, who's already taken a win here today, complete the top 5. Max Hardy, Joe Woodward, Phil Dickens, Ian Walker and Julian Gramet on the opening lap. Moves up 2 places into the top 10. Big mover though, Ryan Clark makes up 8 places, up from 28th into 20th. Ty Butler as well. Looks like he's made up 5 places, although on the grid actually he was a lot higher up, so I wonder whether he struggled to get away off the line and is now having to come back through the pack and make his way back up. So keep an eye on Ty Butler. He's currently outside the top 20, down in 28th. You'll see down the left hand side of your screen the top 10 in this class will remain fixed. The remainder will filter through so that everybody from 11th down, you can pick out their numbers and times as we go. Race leader though, despite having lost a bit of time at the start and handing the lead to Dan Pearson on the opening lap, is already now starting to open up quite a gap. Jim Lovell moves up into 2nd place at the expense of Pearson. Davis as well up into P4. Sadler down into 5th place. And Dan Pearson, a name very, very familiar to the Rich Energy British mini bikes, but also I was commentating on last weekend on a different type of 2 wheels as he was taking part in another event that Alpha Live covered, the 6-hour British Scooter Endurance Club Championship, although the team he was with didn't have a huge amount of luck with their machine. They were blighted by some technical issues throughout the race, but it was a fantastic 6-hour race at a far more serene speed than what he's going at the moment, but nonetheless is entertaining as he dives down the inside then into the right-hander before the climb at Penrith and round the right-hander of Coward Summit. And Dan Pearson will move back at the expense of Jim Lovell into 2nd place. So Lovell gets a good run round Dunlops and will go back down the inside. Willie loses a bit of traction down the inside there, and it looks like right the way round the outside we're going to be 3 wide into Lucy's. Hold your breath because Matthew Davies is coming through as well, and he's now up into 3rd. The 441 of Aaron Sadler as well, and Jim Lovell's dropped for at least 2 places because Pearson got past him in the middle part of the previous lap on the Conrod straight, and he's now looking like he's down in 5th place. Behind them though as well, Hardy and Dickens, as the battle in front rages on, are starting to come back into play. On the previous lap they went over the line, only 4 tenths between them as they were 3 wide down into Lucy's. The battle now sees them right on the back of this one. Pearson leaves the door open and Matthew Davis comes down the inside and up into 2nd place. So the 110 machine going very, very well here today. Not the first time we've seen Davis out on a 110 machine, though he has been out earlier on, and we're going to be 3 wide once again. Are we down there? It's going to be at least 2 into the right-hander as they come over the line, and now Hardy and Dickens are right on the back of this one because Davis has started to pull away. Now he's got some clear air in front of him. Pearson's going to lose 2 places there to Lovell and Sadler, is he? Although it looks like Sadler could be on the outside. Sorry, Lovell on the outside of that one. Certainly got 97 on his back. He's got actually 89 on the front of the bike, so not the easiest to pick out when the rider of the 97's got 97 on his back and 89 on the front of the this Rich Energy British mini bikes. Pit Bike Parts 160 Championship. We are, of course, beyond half race distance, 8 laps in this race. They making their way round now, round the Coward Summit and round the down the hill then, as there's a move there down the inside into that final corner. It's a really good overtaking move actually, but you do have to set it up a long way back, because you just have to have the run all the way out of the corner. You're almost setting that move up down at the lunar hairpin and just setting the bike up to get a good run all the way out. James Whittaker now 3.2 seconds. He's held the same gap very comfortably now for most of the races. Oh, what a move all the way around the outside there. Round the outside of Jim Lovell goes Aaron Sadler. Fantastic move. I think Lovell tried to go defensive down the inside, and now they've managed to reel in Davis again. So Aaron Sadler has found something in that 441 bike, because he's closed right up on the back of Matt Davis. So Davis pulls away down the straight. So it looks like Davis now has a lot more straight line speed, although let's see whether Sadler is just a lot better on the brakes in this one. Certainly as the circuit will now start to dry again after that earlier, looks like the earlier spray has started to ease off ever so slightly. Whittaker sets a personal best, a 102.224 for him. And now he's starting to make his way through some lap traffic as well. Obviously such a big grid here at Three Sisters for round 8 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship, and they are now starting to make their way through as the 114 of Kira Williamson wisely moves off the racing line and allows the pack to come through. Good awareness then from the 114. And now Jim Lovell on the back of Aaron Sadler at Matt Davis and gets a good run all the way around the outside. Will he have track position? He does, before the right-hander manages to close the door and force Aaron Sadler to yield and hand over P3. Last lap board should be out, will it, in a few moments' time? It is, and there's the confirmation on the screen. Whittaker then, the gap is actually closing from the leaders as Whittaker starts to ease off on the final lap, is he? Or is it the fact that the circuit is just coming more now to Davis, Lovell and Sadler? And arguably, if we had a couple of more laps, we might have seen a battle for the lead. I think the laps may run out, though, for Davis, Lovell and Sadler, as Sadler can't make the same move he did on Lovell on the previous couple of laps, but will go all the way round the outside into the right-hander and then has track position for the Lunar Bend hairpin. I don't think Lovell saw that one coming, but a fantastic move for P3 from Aaron Sadler. Now he gets his head down behind the handlebars, minimises the airflow up and over the helmet on that bike. Will Lovell get to the inside? He can't this time, although Sadler will run slightly wide on that part of the corner. Will there be a move down into the right-hander at the final corner? The leader's already come through for James Whittaker. 2.2 seconds the gap. It's going to be a victory. It's comfortable for Whittaker, who takes the checkered flag. Davis will get second. And there's confirmation on the final lap with a sensational move around the outside. Aaron Sadler takes P3 from Jim Lovell. Pearson, Hardy, Dickens down into 7th. Walker, Woodward and Gromit should complete the top 10. We'll get confirmation of the final 2 coming over. There they are with the checkered flags appearing next to their name on the timing screen. A fantastic move there for Aaron Sadler once again. I just, that was a superb move, and certainly one that he'll be watching back a number of times later on here on the Alpha Live stream. Thank you very much for joining us here at Three Sisters, both on Facebook and on YouTube as well, on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. Please do give us a like and a subscribe. If you subscribe, then you can comment into the live stream, and we do we do enjoy seeing them throughout the day. Looks like once again the riders are being held and then they'll come cut through, which I think is going to be really speed things up, because I think we are around about 15 minutes behind schedule at the moment, but I think we should be able to get that one back, certainly with how quickly they're managing to clear the bikes off the circuit now here at Three Sisters. That one's certainly clearing the rest of the pack through. All they're doing just holding them there whilst the rest of the field come through to take their checkered flag. So thank you very much for joining us. Like I say, do give us a like and a subscribe on the Alpha Live channel. We're not too far away actually from the 19,000 subscriber mark as well, and with plenty more to come on Alpha Live throughout the season, not only from the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championships. Obviously we're at Lyd in a few weeks time over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of October, but we've also got Formula 3 Cup from Snetterton next Saturday, followed by 2 karting events at Teesside Autodrome and Wilton Mill on the Sunday. Next one up though for you here today on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes package will be the Motor Oils O'Valley 110 Cup, and it'll be race number 2. Straight into the grid then for these sensational O'Valley 110 machines, the smaller of the bikes that we saw out for the FIM earlier on. Wilson Dilks will be back out once again. He's alongside Luca Wilkinson, Tyler Humphreys and Thornley Trevorrow row 2, Travis Shaw and Kobe Garbutt on row 3. Jack Newton and Jack Oakley share row 4, with Daniel Stevenson and Jack Hamilton row 5, Sydney Marshall and Harvey Saville on row 6. Tobias May will start on row 7 alongside Ethan Dunning. 15th sees Logan Connolly alongside Dan Deering, although Dan sets no time, so we're not sure if he's going to be out. Jonathan Payne and Tolga Ibrahim as well will be on row 9 if they are out, although no time set in qualifying, so it looks like we may be limited to around about 15 runners then. Yeah, support coming in as well from Wani Oakley saying Jack Oakley here watching all the way from Thailand, so support coming in for the rider on row number 4. He starts in P8 on the outside. We are waiting for one further runner to drop in. That's the 33 of Logan Connolly, arriving late to the grid. One thing that does do there, certainly with the camera there, is ensure a little bit of screen time for the rider of the 33, so a sensible ploy there to arrive late at the grid. The green is up there. We know it's been held for a fair bit of time today as the riders look left. The green will drop now, and then they'll look immediately right as they go round the paddock bend almost before they're on the throttle. They're coming off it again round paddock then as they head then down the hill towards Lucy's. Close the door very firmly closed then by the leaders at the front, taking a much tighter line on this opening lap than they will do for the remainder of the race. Wani Oakley says once again, good luck to everybody, be safe and have fun. They've all managed to make it round the opening half of a lap on these O'Valley 110 machines, so 110cc on these O'Valley 110s. It's still a 4-speed box though, the same as it was on the 160s from the FIM Mini GP earlier on, so riders still have plenty of work to do, although I think certainly some of the O'Valley range does have an automatic as well. So obviously we know about O'Valley Motor Oils as well up there in the top right hand corner we spoke about earlier on in the day. Leaders though, the top 3 have broken away already from the rest of the pack. They're going to come over the line some 3 or 4 seconds in front of everybody else. So Dilks, Wilkinson and Humphreys. So good to see Wilkinson. We saw him off earlier on in the first race of the afternoon session in the Mini GP on the 160. We saw him come off down at Lucy's. So good to see that no harm done, and he's back out on the 110 bike, currently running in second place with Tyler Humphreys, the top 3, quite comfortably. Then some 5 seconds in front of Thornley Trevorrow, who at the moment is having a very lonely run in 4th place. Where the action is at though is 5th down with Shaw, Garbutt, Newton, Stevenson, May, Hamilton and Marshall. Very, very little between them as our leader Wilson Dilks makes the way up and up the hill at Penrith, round Coward Summit. And at the start of that, it looked like he had around about a second gap, actually, that he'd opened up from Luca Wilkinson. As though they'll come over the line. Wilkinson really closed up as he got into the slipstream round the Coward Summit. And it's a 10-lap race here, so we're down to 2 already in the bag. These two very, very evenly matched, as they were battling it out earlier on in the 160 class. Now out on the 110, so difference between these, obviously bikes slightly less powerful, also riders between 8 and 12 years old rather than between 10 and 14, so there is a crossover, which is why you may well see riders that are out on the 110 bikes also out as part of the FIM Mini GP, which is effectively when that series isn't running as part of the British Mini Bike Championship. It's basically run as the O'Valley 160 Cup, so just the bigger sister in terms of bike to these ones are out there, so they'll always be here. It just depends on what guys they're running in out there, as our 2 leaders making their way once again round the final corner. And Wilkinson, the gap opens up slightly, and by slightly I mean probably by about a hair's width, as Wilkinson elects to take a very, very wide line round there. Dilks once again parks his bike right in the middle of the circuit, rather than taking what would be the more optimum line, the line you definitely see for quali, which is going all the way out to maximise that corner. Parks the bike in the middle of the track, minimises the overtaking opportunities for Luca Wilkinson to come through in that 76 machine as they'll continue to run. And one thing I will say, certainly for Dilks at the front, he's got the clear visor on. I am a massive fan of clear visors, certainly in bikes. I think it really just shows how much concentration is there on the rider's face as they come through, almost spending the best part of 10-minute race without blinking it seems a lot of the time, as they stand the bike up there over at the Coward Summit and then round the final corner. The gap still next to nothing then between the 2 leaders. It is eking out fraction by fraction, but not that you'd notice it, as Wilson once again takes that much wider line round the first corner, trying to close in on Wilson Dilks. And this is one thing to note, is that Dilks does appear to open up a bit more gap, not so much round Paddock, but as they head down towards the left at Lucy's, up and over the crest and through the S's, Dilks definitely opens up a gap. However, we'll see, wait for confirmation obviously as they come through, but Wilkinson through the second part of the circuit, certainly in the flat out bits, and I'm not sure whether it's a gearing thing or whether he's just got a little bit more confidence coming through, but does seem to close up the gap. We saw it earlier on actually, because the camera focused on Dilks, then all of a sudden Wilkinson appeared right in the background. I think the gap is a bit more this time round, because I think Wilkinson might have had some issues in the early part of the lap, certainly is, but the gap was just under 2/10. It's going to be nearly a second. It is 1.6, so 1.5 seconds from Wilson Dilks on that lap, and Dilks sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:01.02. It's not much quicker actually than what Luca Wilkinson has set in the fastest lap in the opening laps of the race, but could it be now that Wilkinson may well have just got too much heat into those tyres whilst trying to close in on Wilson Dilks in the opening couple of laps of this race? And as we're now beyond half race distance, could it be that those tyres are just a little bit too cooked? Because it's not as if there was just one lap where he's dropped back and now the gap is maintaining. Wilson Dilks is starting to open up the gap, and on the previous lap Luca Wilkinson was slower than what Tyler Humphries was in P3, although Humphries is some 4 seconds further back, and the lap times were fractional between them, as we see the 42 of Thorley Trevorrow. And Trevorrow had opened up what was a fairly comfortable gap for 4th place back to Newton, Shaw, Garbutt, Stevenson, Marshall, May and Hamilton behind, who were running nose to tail. But as he's dropped back into the pack, they've managed to wind him in for 4th place, and Thorley Trevorrow is having to defend now from Jack Newton as they go round Dunlops, and looks like that's a good move down the inside. Tried to make the move early actually, I think scrubbed a little bit too much speed off there, did Newton. I think he's going to learn from that one though. I think he might carry the normal racing line round there, because he knows he's got the speed round Dunlops, and if he can't get through by that corner on the next lap, will he sit in the slipstream and then go down the inside into the right at paddock, although it is the widest radius of the hairpins here at Three Sisters. We've got paddock, we've got Lucy's, we've got Luna's. So 3 big hairpins here, and that is the widest radius of them all. And the circuit does cut back, so it's well beyond 180 degrees in terms of a hairpin. And he's going to get a good run as well, is he? Out onto the back straight. He's in the slipstream. A look over the shoulder from Thorley Trevorrow. But I can assure you, Jack Newton is there. Trevorrow opens up the gap, but Newton carries a lot more speed and will look to go all the way round the outside at Coward Summit, and he's through. By the time he comes back into sight, Jack Newton will be in 4th position, and they'll come round the right-hander and over the start-finish line. Confirmation will be on the screen in a minute. One rider will go green. There's Jack Newton up into P4, although the gap some 25 seconds now back to Tyler Humphries, the top 3, continuing to move away. And at the moment, Tyler Humphries is the rider on the move as Thorley Trevorrow tries to come back down the inside of Jack Newton. Newton gives sufficient space and then chops across the bows to maintain track position through the S's, heading then down towards the Luna Bents complex, the left and then the right, before heading out onto the back straight. And we know he's quick round here, or certainly he got into the slipstream on the previous lap. Thorley Trevorrow, though, will get alongside and will move to the inside. He's got track position, doesn't even need to wait for the corner, and Thorley Trevorrow back up into P3, although eases off mid-corner. Newton's on the outside. They're going to be side by side over Coward Summit. Who's going to blink first? Jack Newton back up into 4th place. Great move once again all the way around the outside of Thorley Trevorrow as they come through and over the line. 2 more laps of this, and will Trevorrow get the position back from Newton? We know Newton where Newton's strong and where Trevorrow needs to do a little bit more work, because Trevorrow is struggling in the middle part of the complex as they go down the back straight, down the Conrod. It's the right-hander where Newton is carrying so much more speed, and Trevorrow once again down the inside into the S's this time. Gets the job done at the S's rather than down, and gets the run further round the circuit. Tried that move on the previous lap and had Newton slam the door closed on him through the S's section. This time, though, Trevorrow will get the run. Now it's the turn of Jack Newton to get into the slipstream. Down the back straight, heads down behind the helmet guard in front. And this time, as you see, Trevorrow, that's the corner where he doesn't carry quite so much speed through, and Newton on the last 2 laps has managed to go up and all the way round the outside. He can't do it this time. We'll try and get to the inside into the final corner at Dunlop's. Last lap board will be out for them this time, and this time it's Thorley Trevorrow who leads them over the line in this battle for 4th place. 2nd place still looks entertaining though now, because Humphries is right on the back of Wilkinson for 2nd place. There's Logan Connolly's 33. He's I think he's battling it out, although he's not shown actually on the timing down the left-hand side, so not quite sure where he is, although we'll have a quick look in a moment. But it looks like he's managed to come through the pack, although he's not actually shown on timing, so hopefully they've managed to pick that one up in the timing tower, because the transponder's not been picked up. Checkered flag is out there. It looks like Dilks might have already missed the checkered flag. Some confirmation as they come over the line. Wilkinson and Humphries, hardly anything between them. Humphries managing to get there. I think Wilkinson held on for 2nd place, less than just over a 1/10 of a second between them. I think Humphries thought he might have just had that one on the line because he had a little fist pump, but he will have to set up for 3rd place. Out the final corner then come Trevorrow and Newton. It's going to be a drag race to the line as they're side by side. Trevorrow holds on from Jack Newton. A fantastic race-long battle then for P4 after Trevorrow got reeled in by the rest of the pack. Shaw, Stevenson, Garbutt and Marshall, the top 9, with Tobias May coming over in front of Jack Hamilton in 10th and 11th respectively. And Kobe Garbutt there, P8, getting the usual support from Keely Garbutt, who, as always during these Rich Energy British mini bike events, is always very active in the live chat comments, and it's also very greatly appreciated by myself here in the commentary box. Thank you as well for everybody else that's got in touch through those live chat comments. We really do appreciate it. It makes the day so much better having that sort of involvement from everybody be it watching at home. We have a lot of interaction from riders as well in the paddock. Certainly on those days where the weather's maybe a little bit more testing, because we get a lot of input actually from riders letting us know what it's like out there on track. Next one up though, it's for the first time today we'll get to see the Brat Bike Super Minis, and it's heat number 1. Looks like we've got just over 20 runners, and the fastest of them all is Joe Dickinson, a 55.88, almost 5 tenths quicker than anybody else in qualifying, sees him alongside Richard Holmes-Williams on the front row. Jack Brednarek and Lawrence Wardle on row 2, David Ferns and Jordan Pritchard on row 3. Dervin Elaine and Casey Hanby on row 4. The top 10 then completed by Charlie Hopkins and Owen Mellor, with Nathan Smith and Dylan Mellor on row number 6. Joe Quinn and Robin Kyle on row 7. Howard Taylor and Luke Weston, row number 8, with Sam Wiseman and Steve Gallimore in P17 and 18 respectively. The top 20 then completed by Luke Bithell and Sullivan Mounsey. But both of those two runners set no time in qualifying, as did the unnamed rider at the end. Riders then getting themselves into position. Front row, and once again there on the screen actually, looks like we are getting a little bit more moisture in the air. The arm's gone out the window again just for confirmation, but there is a little bit there. We've got a rider right at the back not able to get going. That's the 28 unable to get their bike moving, although they are running now as everybody else makes their way already down towards the left-hander at Lucy's. Everybody has managed to make their way through, and as they sort themselves out, it should actually allow that rider who wasn't able to go off the start to catch back up, although in their haste to do so they have slid off at Lucy, so we've got one rider already down at the back of the pack. Once again there, that's confirmation that it is the rider of the 28 off down there at Lucy. Sam Wiseman is the runner who was unable to get going at the start and then was unable to keep the bike upright down at Lucy's. The yellow flag remains out then, although the riders will have around about 20 seconds to get their bikes round to that part of the circuit. The yellow's actually gone in as Wiseman's managed to push the bike off onto the Supermoto, the off-road part of the track at Three Sisters, so that is clear. And we have a full green circuit again. The top 7, though, have already started to move away. Dickinson, Holmes-Williams are the top 2. They're in their own battle with Pritchard, Wardle and Hanby behind as well, although it is a 2-bike battle between Pritchard and Wardle. Hanby, Ferns and Elaine, the top 7, and then there's a fairly big gap then down to Owen Mellor in P8. The top 10 completed by Nathan Smith and the fast-starting Joe Quinn, who makes up 2 places on the opening lap. So we do actually only have 16 runners out there on track, of which 15 are still going. There's Dickinson and Holmes-Williams exchange the lead, as Holmes-Williams managed to get a good run past Dickinson on the way out of Luna, but by the time they come down to Dunlops, they are back as they were on that previous laps. 8 laps then for this race. It's the Brat Bike Super Minis heat number 1. And the 2 leaders who made a fairly good start and have moved away now see Jordan Pritchard closing right in on the back of them here at Three Sisters, and Pritchard has moved away from Lawrence Wardle. Wardle not able to stick with Pritchard and join the back of this battle here in the Brat Super Minis, and once again Richard Holmes-Williams gets a good run out of the Luna Benz hairpin, but by the time they get to the right-hander and make their way up the Penrith climb, Joe Dickinson is back at the front once again. So it looks like Holmes-Williams geared up to get out the corners Dickinson more so towards the end of the straight. Don't think either of them, though, at the moment have had time to have a look over the shoulder to find that Jordan Pritchard's 151 bike is right there on the back of them, as Dickinson, confident enough to go to take the normal optimum racing line, leaves half an opportunity for Holmes Williams to get down the inside, and once again Dickinson runs very wide on the way into the S's, which allows Holmes Williams to close up on the back. We know Holmes Williams has got good drive out the corners as well. We'll see whether he can get alongside once again, coming out of Luna and onto the Conrad straight. He can't this time, and will have to settle in behind as Dickinson then opens up the gap down the back straight. So Joe Dickinson, currently third in the championship, but having won the title in the Brap Super Minis last year, looking to close the points up to Richard Holmes Williams, who is currently leading the championship, albeit now in second place in this race. 65 points, the championship difference then between the top two protagonists, between the top two in this race, first and third in the championship respectively. Lawrence Wardle currently sits second, currently sits fourth in this race, second in the championship. He's currently a fairly distant fourth, as the two leaders now are starting to drop Jordan Pritchard, who closed up very quickly in the early part of this race, and now the two leaders are starting to pull away as Dickinson set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 57.444 for him, dragging Holmes Williams along with a 57.5, half a second quicker than anybody else out there on the circuit now, these two, as they work their way round. And the gap was 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. Dickinson continues to lead, up with 3 remaining as they come over the line. I think the gap is slightly more than 0.4. It's a lot more than 0.4 actually. 1.26 seconds now as they go over, and once again the fastest lap of the race goes to Joe Dickinson. This time though almost half a second quicker than what he'd previously done. 56.86, almost on par with his qualifying time. He only needs to find around half a second, and he's down there towards his qualifying time from yesterday, and he's starting to open up the gap. In doing so, will also be closing the points gap to both Richard Holmes Williams, who leads the championship, and Lawrence Wardle behind, as the 199 of Robin Kyle comes under pressure from Mellor and Taylor behind. The 131 and the 107 respectively of Dylan Mellor and Howard Taylor. Not too far back as well, actually. Could have Joe Quinn in there as well, as they're now making their way through some traffic as they go side by side on around the first part of the exit there of the Luna Benz complex. Cut briefly there to our race leader as not sure who that was there at front. Looks like 30 on his back, though we don't have any number 30. Look, that could actually be Owen Mellor coming through there, actually running the 130 actually in terms of timing on the bike, but the left foot coming off the foot peg round the final corner at Dunlop's, which not exactly what you want on these Brap Super Minis. Our race leader though will come over the line in a few moments. There's confirmation at the top of the screen. The last lap board is out, and it looks like Richard Holmes Williams has actually eased off somewhat in second place. In fact, he's eased off a lot, because Jordan Pritchard is up into second. Holmes Williams then down to third, so I'm not sure whether the 126 has got a problem, but Jordan Pritchard is now in second place. Holmes Williams then down into third. So Pritchard, who dropped almost a second and a half off the back of second place, we missed it off camera, but he's now right up there in second place. Holmes Williams third. Lawrence Wardle right on the back as well, as they head out on to the Conrad straight for the final time, and Wardle's got a good run, trying to get alongside, and Lawrence Wardle down the inside of Richard Holmes Williams. The rider in second place in the championship will not be playing second fiddle to the championship leader as it stands, though. Holmes Williams will try to come back down the inside into the final corner. The checkered flag's already out for Joe Dickinson, who takes the victory. Pritchard will get second over the line. Wardle and Holmes-Williams, who Holmes-Williams manages to get back down the inside of Lawrence Wardle on the run to the checkered flag, although it looked like Wardle was going to hold on for third place because he went round Dunlops in third, although wasn't able to hold on 0.2 of a second. Then the gap between Holmes-Williams and Lawrence Wardle will complete the top 10 then as they come through to take the checkered flag. Top 10 then: Dickinson, Pritchard and Holmes-Williams. The top 3: Wardle, Ferns, Hanby, Elaine, Mellor, Smith. And we await the 199, I believe, of Robin Kyle. There he comes through. Sets a personal best as well to complete the top 10 in front of Dylan Mellor and Joe Quinn. Looks like everybody's already been sent through, so we're going to have no recovery out there on track, and we'll be straight back in a few moments' time with the All Seasons Interior Mini GP 90 and the Junior Supermoto 90, race number 3. So we've already seen these out once already. Valentino Kimi Kirk will start on pole position, although he had to come through the pack on the last instalment of these this class. Hudson Cooper starts alongside Harvey Saville and Leo Solio on row 2. Billy Carter and Harrison Quincy on row 3. Then we've got Travis Shaw and Jack Hamilton in front of Finley, Hannah and Charlie Ward. Max Robinson and Brooke Champion will start alongside each other on row 6. Then we've got Zach Turkington and Matthew Basson. Number 2 bike will come through in 14th place. As you're saying, we've already seen this this class once already today. Still plenty more to come though. We are at just about half distance in this round number 8 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. So after this All Season Interiors Mini GP, we've still got instalments from the OMG Racing Mini GP 190s. Both Sayamoto classes are going to have their second heat and a final later on. So the way this series works, some classes just have a number of heats. Some of them have heats which are basically 2 heats, and then that serves as qualifying then for the final at the end of the day. So we have finals to come up in the Sayamoto Mini Bike 140s for Group A and B. We also have Pit Bike Spares 160 final, the Brap Super Minis and the Motor Oils Mini Bike Veterans final. We've got heats as well coming up for all of those classes as well, as well as the Mini GP 140s and the O'Valley Cup 110. They've all got heats. They run to 2 or 3. They run to 3 heats rather than 2 heats and a final. So as the riders make their way into position, as you can tell from the helpers making their way out onto the circuit, these are some of our youngest riders as part of this British mini bike package. You can obviously come and race here as part of the British mini bikes from the age of 7 years old, and some of the runners out there are just that in the junior class and in the Mini GP 190. Riders from 7 to 10 years old. The various frames available, as you can tell from the some of them look a little bit more like a pit bike, some look more like a Mini GP bike. Valentino Kimi Kirk then, he's on a Mini GP. He starts on the front row alongside Hudson Cooper, who's on a Junior Supermoto, and it is once again Hudson Cooper who makes that fantastic start from the outside of the front row. He seems to like being on the outside of that front row. He gets a lot of drive, sticks it out all the way around the outside and moves into the lead. And it looks like Valentino Kimi Kirk might be giving up second place, although he does hold on and keep that bike in P2. And we saw at Ella Park earlier on this season, which I covered as well as part of the Alpha Live Productions team, that Valentino Kimi Kirk is some talent. Once he gets that bike going, he was fantastic at Ella Park. Didn't quite have the look that he needed actually during that day. I think he retired from one of the heats whilst comfortably leading that race as well. And whilst he has handed the lead at the start of this race to Hudson Cooper, he's going to carry a lot more speed up the hill at Penrith and will almost get alongside Willie. Down there into Dunlops and makes a fantastic move into the final corner of the opening lap of this 10-lap All Seasons Interiors Junior Supermoto and Mini GP race, and leads over the line. Having started on pole position, lost out on the opening lap, Valentino Kimi Kirk is up into the lead at the expense of Hudson Cooper. Harvey Saville in P number 3 over the line. Then we've got Soliu, Carter, Quincy, Hamilton, Shaw, Hannah and Charlie Ward completing the top 10. Max Robinson is up into P11 over the line. It looks like he dropped a couple of places and then made them straight back on the opening lap, as we see the 85 of Billy Carter trying to get down the inside of Leo Soliu into the right-hander and to the left and the right down at Luna Benz complex. Looked like actually Carter was going to be able to get alongside Soliu on the way out of there, although Soliu managed to get the power down and relieve the pressure very, very early into that part of the corner, as Valentino Kimi Kirk starts to open up the gap at the head of the pack. Hudson Cooper and Harvey Saville then now engrossed in a battle for second place. Kimi Kirk then takes a slightly wider line actually around Lucy's, which means that he can maybe get on the power a little bit sooner. Doesn't have to take any chances. We've seen earlier on, and we saw as we've had a couple of on-board laps around this track, that the curbs on the inside are quite high, as we see Billy Carter getting his knee down as close as he possibly can to that curb on the inside. And you can certainly see more so with these mini GP bikes rather than the Supermotos. They are able to get the knee down a lot more, as we've got a rider actually going quite slowly down the back straight. Not sure if there's a problem. We'll keep an eye out on that. The number 2 of Matthew Basson was just struggling for a little bit of pace down that back straight. I'm not sure whether he was just letting the front runners through rather than having some bike issues. As Kimi Kirk then comes over the line, the battle for second place is still absolutely nothing, as we see right the way round the outside there. Looks like Harvey Saville, has he managed to make the move? We'll get confirmation as they come down. No, he hasn't. Hudson Cooper managed to hold on. It looked like it was Cooper actually on the outside as Saville got alongside. Got that bike alongside towards paddock, and then Cooper just kept the throttle on and ran all the way round the outside of the paddock bend. So Valentino Kimi Kirk then continuing to lead on that All Seasons Group Mini GP 90 bike. Leads that championship because there's 2 championships in one race here. Currently leads by 35. Yeah, I think he's leading by 35 points at the moment, which is quite a comfortable lead. And just having a quick look as well, looks like Travis Shaw leading the way in the Supermoto class, albeit now is down in 8th place with Jack Hamilton in 6th in front. He's second in the championship. Hudson Cooper, though, the rider that is on the move in this one, he is in P2, and he was second and he'd done well in the opening race of the day. Currently 3rd in the championship, and is also sponsored by the race sponsor All Seasons as well. So they sponsor the 9-year-old who's another rider as part we spoke about during the grid walk actually earlier as well, the Vision Track M-Lab Academy, the Michael Laverty Driver Academy, also Rider Academy that was that's been set up. So Hudson Cooper in P2, part of that, also sponsored by All Seasons, who are the class sponsors for the seasons in this Junior Supermoto and the Mini 90 as well. And Valentino Kimi Kirk then continuing to lead, and we see this a lot really with Kimi Kirk. Opens up that gap and then just holds the gap at 2 seconds, does what he needs to do, but then doesn't start just trying to plug in and trying to beat the fastest lap at every single opportunity. Just holds the gap, although has opened it up again. I think that's a lot more to do with Cooper and Saville battling it out for second place, with Soliu and Carter behind, setting personal bests almost identical. 0838s and then an 0848 as well behind, as Soliu uses all of the track and a little bit more here at Three Sisters. Just try and maximise the line on the way out of that corner. Half race distance has been cleared then by Valentino Kimi Kirk. Having a quick look at the comments as well, as we see the 755 of Harrison Quincy in P7. And a lonely P7 as well, actually, with the 3 seconds in front and round about 9 seconds back to Travis Shaw behind. Jesse Blasman saying, good luck, Sharky, love mum riding the FIM 160 today. Well, they'll be out in around about half an hour's time after the OMG Racing Mini GP and both Moto, so they'll be back out for their second instalment of the Mini GP 160 with Pirelli and O'Valley. There's confirmation on the screen that Billy Carter has managed to finally get past Leo Soliu. It's taken the best part of 5 laps, but he's managed to come through and take that position. It's P4 now that Carter moves up to Soliu, down into 5th place. As we follow Travis Shaw and Finley Hanna round. Shaw in front on the Supermoto. Hanna behind, currently sits in P3 in the Mini GP 90 class. So 2 different bikes, very similar pace though between the 2 of them. Hanna not being able to close up the gap too much, still around about 8 tenths back from Travis Shaw. And one thing that I know as well, because I can see there in the background with Hanna, he's got some sort of jacket on over the top of his leathers as well, because once I had to walk over there onto the grid walk early, it's very, very breezy here actually at Three Sisters. And you can see there as Hanna gets the run down the inside of Travis Shaw, although actually eases off the throttle. I thought if he'd have kept it on there, he might have got through, but he's now close enough to make a move later on in this race with 3 laps remaining. So they're making their way down around the final corner. Yeah, I thought Hanna might have had enough there to get past Shaw. And just looking out the window, he's still right on the back of him coming through. The battle's all the way down the pack though. There's still quite a good one going on between Saville and Carter for P3. Now Carter has managed to move away from Leo Soliu right onto the back now of Saville. So they go side by side then down the back straight. That's Billy Carter on the outside in the blue Mini GP bike, and looks like Leo Soliu from who we said a few moments ago had dropped around half a second back. He's obviously got a good run out of Luna's and has made his way up, although down the inside before they get back to that final turn will go Billy Carter. So before they'll come over the line. That look like there's been no change, but there's been quite a lot happening on that lap. And one thing that is happening there, you could see on the screen, the rain is starting to come down here at Three Sisters. How much will that slow it down on this final lap and a half? But certainly from that camera view down there on the start line, looked like the rain was coming down quite hard here in Lancashire. I'm just going to have a quick look at an update and see what we've got on the weather. It's saying no rain for the next 20 minutes, though I'm fairly sure either it was raining over there in front of that camera or somebody was throwing a bottle of water at it. You can see it on the screen there now, actually, the rain starting to come down in the final lap and a half of this race here at Three Sisters in Lancashire. How much will that slow the lap times down? Now it's all about confidence, as the race leader has come over start finish already. Lap times on the last lap haven't really dropped that much, so I imagine that it's only raining at certain parts of the track rather than all of it. The race leader on the last lap did a 1:07.5, his fastest lap before that a 1:07.33. Rest of the field though is starting to come through. They are slowing by a couple of seconds a lap, that's for sure, as we await our race leader, who's already almost halfway round the lap and is some 12 seconds in front of the rest of the pack aboard the Mini GP 90. And they're going down the back straight now towards the climb up at Penrith. The rest of the field, though, the lap times are starting to come down ever so slightly as the rain continues to come down here very, very lightly here at Three Sisters. The leader, though, already heading round the final corner here. And the race winner takes the checkered flag. It's been a great race for Valentino Kirk. He's going to win by over 14 seconds, I think, by the time the rest of the field come through. Hudson Cooper's managed to move away and will take the victory in the Junior Supermoto 90 class, which will move him up the point standings from P3 as it stands, because Travis Shaw and Jack Hamilton will finish no better than 5th for Hamilton. Well, it's actually 4th at the line. Managed to get past Harvey Saville on the last lap. Travis Shaw looks like he's still in that battle with Finley Hanna for P8. Quincy's going to come through and take the checkered flag. Now there he is coming over the line, and we've still got around about 10 seconds to wait then for Finley Hanna and Travis Shaw in 8th and 9th respectively, and that will really close this championship up, I think, between because Hudson Cooper now has picked up some good points in both of these races, with Hanna and Shaw coming through. We have got a rider actually stopped on the outside, on the inside of the final corner. I'm not quite sure who it is, although it could be our race leader who's just sat there waiting to get across, although he is through a little bit earlier on. Just having a quick look, we've got Brooke Champion and Zach Turnley. Everybody's taken the checkered flag, so that's good to know. Just looks like that bike might have just waiting to come back through for our race leader Valentino Kirk, who did indeed take victory by a gap of 14.62 seconds. A sensational ride once again by Valentino Kirk, proving that even at the ages of 7 to 10, the talent is really shining through there, and I would expect that to be a name that we will remember for a long time to come, not only in the British Minibike Championship but going forward as well. Next up, though, OMG Racing Mini GP 190. Zach Weston starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, the 13 of Tim Patterson, Kobe Perry and Andrew Thompson on row 2, Daniel Goodman and Craig Dance on row 3. Jack Knights and George Bowes on row 4, though Bowes went down earlier on in the day. We'll see whether his bike is back out. Dominic Evola and Callum Ricketts complete the top 10. Simon Bogg and Rhys Morgan on row 6. Ian Wareham and Mike Carr, Darrell Dance, Harley McCabe, Reece Stevenson, Sullivan Mounsey. None of those setting times at all in qualifying, so expect a much smaller grid than expected, especially Calvin Kelly as well and Dervin Allain. So expect a slightly reduced grid actually on these OMG Minibike 190s, as we saw earlier on as well. That also includes the Bookie 190 Cup as well, which is a class within the class, so anybody racing on one of those machines will pick up points as well in that championship, currently being led at the moment by Daniel Goodman, who also leads the Mini GP 190, which is a subclass of this in this one, because we've got seniors and juniors. So the junior championship currently being led by Daniel Goodman by 27 points, having won the Mini GP 140 last year. He's in front of Zach Weston, today's pole sitter, and Kobe Perry. Then in the senior class, we've currently got James Mosticker leading the way. However, he's not here this weekend. Second place as well, Peter Hickman isn't here as well. I think he actually leads the championship now. I think my colours, I forget, not changed. So Hickman leads, but he's also not racing as well. This will give Dominic Evola a good opportunity from 9th on the grid and in P3 in the championship to close up and gain some vital points for the final 2 rounds of this British Minibike Championship, the next of which over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of October will be held at the Lid Circuit down in the south of the country. Green flag will be up in a few moments' time, although it looks like we are just waiting down there at the tail of the grid. I think we've got one rider who's struggling to with their bike, so we might have a slight delay. Green is up though, so we're about to go racing here. green is down. It was held for a long time again, and the pole sitter actually sort of crept forward, had to stop the bike. Don't think it was really a jump start 'cause it barely moved, but then just as he'd stopped the bike, the green went down and away we go. So problems there for the pole sitter. Looks like he is back up into P2 though, having dropped all the way down into 3rd place. So they're going to come through in a few moments time. So that's Zach Weston, who obviously had that difficult start on that one because he sort of went, stopped, went again, and by the time he started going again the second time, he dropped down into P3. Already though up into P2 by the time they got to the hairpin, the left, before they go up the hill at Lucy's. Now he's right on the back of the leader as they go round the Coward Summit and then down towards Joey Dunlop's corner at the end of the lap. 10 laps then for the OMG Racing Mini GP 190 Championship. The first of those already in the bag as they come over the line. Kobe Perry leads the way from Zach Weston, Tim Patterson, Andrew Thompson, Jack Knight's the top 5. Then we've got Dance, McCabe, Ricketts, Evola, Bog and Morgan. McCabe makes up 3 places on the opening lap from 10th up into 7th, or at least he was 10th when he went over the line on the at the start, so he may well have either dropped or made up a couple of places off the grid. Out they come though on that final round, the right-hander at Luna, and Kobe Perry still holding off Zach Weston as it stands, although Weston now right on the back of Perry. Perry closes the door as they go round the right-hander at Penrith and then up the climb before this right-hander at Coward Summit. Round the right of Dunlop, as we see that's probably the only corner on this circuit, as well as that one round at Coward Summit, although it's not really too much of a corner in the fact that they're not leaning the bike quite so much, but there's no curb there down the inside. Looks like Weston thought about making a move down the inside, but the only thing that's going to do really, I think, is ruin a potential exit and give Tim Patterson a little bit of drive out of that corner. So we've got 2 junior runners then at the front of the pack in Perry and Weston. Tim Patterson behind the number 13, the leading senior runner. And the bikes exactly the same, just for different riders, and obviously broken down into classes for riders at the same age, as Weston gets a good run out of the Luna complex but can't get alongside before the first right at Penrith. Then they'll come over there over the summit, and before you know it, 3 laps are already in the bag, 7 remaining as they come over the line. Fastest lap of the race so far from Harley McCabe, rider on the 179 bike in P5. So it's Perry, Weston, Patterson, Thompson, McCabe, Knights, Dance, Ricketts, Evola and Bog. The top 10, Reese Morgan coming over the line in P11 on the 312 machine. The gap then still between the top 2, less than half a second, 0.3 between Perry and Weston. And having a look at the lines there on the way out, it looks like Weston takes a much tighter line on the way out of the Luna Benz complex, and that allows Perry to just move away at the head of the race, or it certainly gives enough respite for Kobe Perry to not have to worry too much going all the way down the back straight. As Tim Patterson sets the fastest lap of the race, 58.03. And once again there, Weston takes a much tighter line into Lucy's as Patterson takes all of the curb on the outside and a tiny bit of grass as well. Ricketts drops a couple of places. Simon Bogg, a big mover, makes up 3 places, moving up from 11th into P8 on that previous lap. So great moves for him. From Bogg, at least made up 2, I think, in his battle with Evola and Ricketts. As this time, Zach Weston does get a much better run down the back straight, and Zach Weston leads then up the Penrith climb towards the Coward Summit. He's had to wait a few more laps, I think, than he would have liked, but now Zach Weston has managed to find a way through. Let's see whether his lines change now. He's at the head of the pack rather than following Kobe Perry round, because we know these are a lot tighter. Let's see where he parks the bike this time. So he's a lot wider than what he has been. And now, right on the back of that, Harley McCabe, who was in P5 a few laps ago, is right on the back and is now up into P3. Tim Patterson didn't see anything, didn't see him coming there. And as Patterson went wide out of Lucy's, Harley McCabe has made his way through. Up then into P3, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility here that Harley McCabe might be able to put on enough speed here to get a good run down the back straight. Don't count him out for the victory yet. He's already secured one championship and numerous victories already throughout the day. And now on these 190 bikes, I think he's just having a quick look. I think he's running as a wild card on these bikes today, so he's not actually part of the point scoring championship. First time I believe that he's raced one of these 190 bikes, obviously having raced in the 160s earlier on, and we'll be back out in around half an hour's time as part of the second mini GP race. And he is now through and is leading the way. McCabe, Weston and Perry, the top three. Patterson's still there, and Patterson will try and move all the way around the outside. It's a fantastic move. We've seen that work earlier on in the day as well, carrying all the speed round the outside of that left-hander before getting hard on the brakes for Luna Wright. And then very, very difficult then for the rider then who's left hung out to dry on the outside to get a good run all the way through, all the way down this straight. So it's a good move then for Patterson that's going to demote Perry down into P4. So Kobe Perry, the early race leader, will come over the line in P4. Harley McCabe, fastest lap of the race, 57.51 in his first outing on these 190 bikes, acclimatising very, very well to the additional power of these 190cc machines. 25 brake horsepower compared to the 16 that he had earlier on in the 160 machine. And, looks very, very assured on that bike as he makes his way out onto the back straight already. The gap opening up then, round about 1.6 seconds over the line last time. The battle then behind him is where the action's at between Weston and Patterson. Perry looks like he's dropped away at the back, as in actually it's Weston who's moving away at the front, actually leaving Patterson and Perry to battle it out for P3. And it's a fantastic move then down the inside from Kobe Perry to regain P3 down into Dunlop's at the end of the lap. 1 3/4 laps remaining then as Knights gets past Thompson on the previous lap as well, up into 5th place. Thompson then down into 6th, with Craig Dance sets a personal best, a 59.1 for him. So McCabe, Weston, Perry, Patterson, the top three, split by 3 seconds. Then this is the battle behind of Knights, Thompson and Dance. And it looked like there, Patterson tried a very similar move that had worked for him on the previous lap, running all the way around the outside. It looks like that this time Perry had that one scouted and has managed to hold on fairly comfortably to P3 in this OMG Mini GP 190 race. Last lap board then is out for the race leader. The gap 2 seconds on the previous lap, although this time Zach Weston sets a personal best, as does Kobe Perry behind. Thompson as well sets a personal best, and despite setting personal bests, the gap has gone out even more to Harley McCabe aboard the 179. They make their way through the S's, then the top three, McCabe, Weston and Perry, holding off Tim Patterson. And let's see, we've got a rider off, although be it into retirement, so it looks like the bike is upright, and so is the rider. So it looks like that could be Morgan, who's shown now that as 2 laps down. Goodman already down by 4 laps, so Daniel Goodman only making it to half race distance. Reese Morgan will finish 3 laps down as well. Looks like his bike is on the down near the marshal's post as the checkered flag is out. It's another victory for Harley McCabe, this time on the 190 bike. Weston will get second. Patterson gets past Perry on the final lap for P3. Perry then completes in 4th place. Knights, Thompson and Dance come over nose to tail in 5th down to 7th respectively. Then we've got quite a gap back, although there's still a fairly intense battle going on between Bog, Evola and Ricketts. Less than half a second between them. They're going to come through in a few moments. Next rider I think coming over the line may well be laps down. Let's see. Yeah, that's Goodman coming through. And over the line then. This is the battle for 8th down to 10th. Bog, Evola and Ricketts do in fact cross over in that order. And the leaders already making their way off the circuit through the cut through there and straight back into the paddock. So it looks like we are starting to actually at the moment close up the timing. Next up though, we've got a Sayamoto double, and we'll start with Heat 2 Group B for the Sayamoto Mini Bike 140. So 2 25 bike grids coming up then for the second instalment today of the Sayamoto mini bikes. We'll start with Group B and then head straight into Group A afterwards. They'll be back in just over an hour and a half's time for their finals. Chase Collymore starts on pole position, having worked all the way through the pack in the previous race to get to the head of the field. Nathan Gardner alongside with Andrew Rayfield and Dean Widdowson row 2, Michael Briggs and Kevin Clark on row 3. Jack Wolf and Jamie Goffin will be row 4. Mark James Coxfield and Harry Clark on row 6. Ian Gamble and Tony Ravelli, they are in 11th and 12th. 13th sees Adam Weston alongside Dean Quincy on row 7 with Zach Skaman and Tim Wise. Row 8, David Linsdell and Stephen Blatchford will be on row 9. The top 20 then will be completed by Reese Morgan and Tommy Champion, Harry Pell, Kelsey Carter, Max Parry and Joe Quinn on row 12. 3 runners who didn't start the previous race, you were unlikely to see: Peter Wadsworth, Ben Johnson and Ryan Tyers. So it looks like we might just have 24 bikes out for this one, although having just had a quick look out the window, we do have 1 bike coming round at the back, so it looks like we might have at least had 1 runner who struggled to get out of the dummy grid, although we will have a quick check of that. So certainly we have 23 runners coming through being shown on timing, so may well have lost 1 already out there on track. Certainly I think I saw 1 coming into the pits at the end of that, so I wonder then whether they've got a problem with that bike and they may well be able to get it straight back out again and start this one from the pit lane, but everyone's going to get themselves into position. Nathan Gardner there, the 254 bright green machine. We still await the 31 of Chase Collymore, although he will race as 131 on the timing, so we wait him to come all the way through. And as we were saying, this is as usual with some of these riders, they want to arrive right at the end. So the pole sitter at the moment isn't there at the moment, and Nathan Gardner on the outside. So I know I certainly saw 1 bike heading off into the pit lane. Could it be that of Chase Collymore? We're going to have a race here potentially without a pole sitter. Gardner then will take over as de facto pole from the outside, will he? And have a quick look further down. Looks like we've got 1 bike who's struggling either in terms of being out of position or is struggling to get going. We've got an official making their way over there in the orange jacket just to see if we can get this one sorted out. I'm not sure whether there's a disagreement over grid positions, but this is potentially one of the issues of riders coming round and then not being in the exact position. Those riders either preferring to arrive early or late could potentially cause a little bit of confusion. Green is up though. Nathan Gardner from P2 will start as de facto pole on the outside. We're down and he's made a very, very good start and will chop across the bows and go into the lead as they go round the paddock bend for the first time. Everybody else has managed to make it through as well as they go down then to what will be the first heavy braking zone of the lap down at Lucy's here in Group B of the Sayamoto Minibike 140 Championship. Looks like everybody's managed to make their way through as well, although we've got a rider there on the 118 bike. That's Harry Clark. Looks like he made a slow exit out of Lucy's and then was adjusting something on his helmet as well as he makes the way through. Everybody else, though, is already through. We've got one runner running at the back who's potentially had some problems off the line. So we see everybody else already out onto the straight. We've got a rider actually very, very wide on the grass. Managing to get back onto the circuit. Let's see if I can grab a number on that one. No, there doesn't look to be any on the front of the bike, so not easy to pick out, but certainly one rider goes incredibly wide out there on the far end of the circuit on the way out of the Luna Bend hairpin. Trimmed the daisies for us, but did manage to get the bike stopped before it went into the tyre walls here at Three Sisters. There is plenty of runoff, certainly for these bikes. I've not seen anybody slide anywhere near the tyres, though we've actually had fairly few incidents here today during round 8 of the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship. And the leaders making their way through then, already through 8 laps then for these Sayamoto Minibike 140s. Nathan Gardner from that de facto pole has managed to open up the gap at the front from Andrew Rayfield and Dean Widdowson. They've all started to move away. This is the top 3 down the back straight as Widdowson gets a good run and gets alongside Rayfield into the first of the right-handers. And Dean Widdowson, the number 6 bike there, the white bike with the orange leathers, black helmet, moves up into P2. And let's see whether he can do anything about Nathan Gardner. Looks like we've got a yellow flag out actually down at Paddock, although I'm not quite sure because I can't see anybody off down there. There's your right. There's the reason why we've got a rider off down at Lucy's, but no yellow flag actually out down at Lucy's. So that's being covered by the yellow flag at Paddock. Looks like the marshals are dealing with the rider down there, though the rider is now pushing the bike away. Looks like that could be Zach Skaman. He's shown as being 1 lap down on the timing. Everybody else has come through at 2 laps. So looks like we could have lost the rider of the number 35 machine. There's Dean Widdowson. We saw him on the previous lap making the move up into 2nd place. And it looks like now he's made his move into the lead and he's dragged Andrew Rayfield along with him because Nathan Gardner, that bright green bike, 254, is down into 3rd place. So Widdowson will lead them over the line then here at Three Sisters as Gardner tries to get down the inside of Rayfield into Paddock. Rayfield closes the door somewhat robustly and Gardner has to back out of that one and wait for another opportunity, although he has managed to find a way through down the inside into Lucy's, up into 2nd place. The gap though now is starting to open up for the race leader, who Widdowson has started to open it up a little bit there as Gardner had to find a way past Rayfield. The first opportunity into Paddock he got balked, the second opportunity he took gleefully down the inside into Lucy's, and now Nathan Gardner right onto the back of Dean Widdowson, gets into the slipstream but may not be close enough here as they head down towards the climb at Penrith, although I just get a good run and we'll go down the inside into the Coward Summit, and Nathan Gardner, having dropped down into P3 this time on the previous lap, will lead them over the line at half race distance here in the Sayamoto Minibike Heat number 2, Group B. Round Paddock Bend and then head down then towards the left-hander at Lucy's, where we had that yellow flag out a few laps ago. Through the S as they go then. And once again, the rider that's at the head of the pack is unable to move away as Widdowson tries to get alongside. It's almost as if it's easy to catch up, easy to overtake, not easy to pull away. And Widdowson's going to get a fantastic run all the way around the outside of Luna. There's a head shake from the 2.54 of Gardner, who looks to be losing a little bit of power actually. He's lost second place to Andrew Rayfield. Let's see whether he can get it back, but just seems to be struggling with the drive out of the Luna Benz hairpin. Will he go throw one down the inside into Dunlop's? He can't, but looks like he's still carrying enough speed round there, but seems to be struggling as he will now go down the inside into Paddock Bend. So I'm not sure what the problem was for Nathan Gardner, but whatever it was seems to have gone away. He's back up now into second place, having once again dropped from the lead all the way down into third place. It may well just be that that bike is more suited to certain parts of the circuit, the twistier sections through Lucy's, through the S's, and then down towards the complex they're going into now, the left-hander, and then the right at Luna, and then just seems to lose a bit, although has to stand that bike up mid-corner, does he there, up with stopping running into the back of Dean Widowson in front, and that's going to open the gap up. Puts his arm behind his back, not quite sure the thought process behind that, but I'm fairly sure there's a reason to it, as he manages then to hold on to second place. Got a yellow flag actually out down, being covered at the S's. There's a bike off in the middle of the Rogerson straight, although the rider is actually on it and has just moved off. It looks like that's a technical fault. Yellow flag is in because that bike is far enough away from the track. There's the three leaders with, as they start the penultimate lap, now sees Dean Widowson taking a much more defensive line with Nathan Gardner right behind. Andrew Rayfield in P3 behind as well. Gardner takes that wider line on entry to try and run all the way around the outside. We've seen that move work once or twice before, certainly through the S's, more so down into the complex that they're heading out down to towards now. And once again, looks like Gardner has to stand that bike up mid-corner to stop it going into the back of Dean Widowson round there. He takes his arm off the thing again, puts it behind his back. I think that's just purely to try and reduce the amount of onto his back, of holding the amount of airflow hitting him. He's going to dive down the inside as well. Widowson didn't see that one coming, and as the last lap board greets our three leaders over start finish, Nathan Gardner will see it first. Widowson will come over in second, Rayfield third. This race is still anybody's with one lap to go of this 1.47 kilometre circuit here at Three Sisters. I wouldn't like to pick a winner, but at the moment Nathan Gardner's put himself into prime position for this final. Widowson takes a different line once again through the S's, tries to maximise the speed for the exit and gets the good run once again down towards the right-hander at the end of the Rogerson straight, then into the right-hander now at Luna. Doesn't manage to get a fantastic run out of the early part of the corner. Will, though, try and get alongside. He's going to have to go all the way round the outside. Will he get it done? He does, and he's back into the lead by the time they get to the first of the right-handers before they go up the hill towards the Coward Summit. Two more right-handers to go, and they're still nose to tail. Will Gardner managed to go down the inside like he did on the previous lap. Widowson has it scouted, but runs wide on exit. It's a drag race to the line. Watch the timing on the left to see who takes the victory. It's Widowson by 0.03 of a second from Gardner. Gardner did all he could towards the line, but loses out by less than half a tenth of a second. Rayfield gets third. Quincy, Blatchford, Wolf, Briggs, Goffin, Clark, and Clark as well, with Kevin leading Harry over the line to complete the top 10. What an unbelievable race for our mini bike 140s. Group B, we'll do it all again in a few moments' time when we are away and racing with Group A. Group A sees Will Lathrop on pole position with Richard Holmes Williams. alongside Ben Lord and Michael Med, row 2. Aaron Sadler and Ryan Clark on row 3. Joe Woodward, Rob Pettit, Mick Lord and Johnny Singleton complete the top 10. Ross Richards and John Pettit are on row 6. Michael Ford and Oliver Linsdell in front of Gary Jacobs and Stephen Humphreys, with Samuel Morrison and Rob Overend on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Carl Walton and Darren Coleman, Jim Lovell and Ryan Tyers, with Ian Blatchford and Ty Butler, who didn't start the previous race, and Daniel Pearson behind as well, who didn't start as well. But I think the first one was Ty Butler because his bike was stopped down at the Lunar Complex, didn't even manage to make it round the opening lap of the previous race. So it will be interesting to see whether he can make it out for this second one, whether those bike problems have been dealt with. They are out onto the circuit then. And they'll make their way round. And interesting to see. Going to have a look. I'm just watching the final few runners making their way out. But just very, very interested to see actually on this one whether Chase Collymore, who made his way all the way through from 15th in Group B of the opening race, has been moved. I'm not sure whether there's an option to move runners mid-meeting into up the pack. Certainly, because he came through obviously from 15th all the way through into to lead the B final, the B heat in the previous race. Whether he's been moved into the A class, not sure whether there's the option for that, but he certainly managed to come from 15th in the opening Group B for the Supermoto all the way through to take the victory, and it was a dominant victory at the end as well for Chase Collymore. So we'll see whether, in terms of that, whether he's out there on track. Although obviously he was shown on the previous race as being on the on pole position, and he wasn't there because Nathan Gardner started that from P2 on the outside and got that fantastic run down into the first corner. So we'll see whether Chase Collymore has been moved into Group A. I think he may well have been done, because I'm just having a quick look at the timing, although having a look at the timing that's on at the moment, we've not seen as many runners as expected come over the timing loops. I think we've got nearly 25 runners in this Sayamoto Mini Bike 140 Group A class. Obviously most of these Sayamoto mini bikes you can find at pitbikeparts.co.uk. Green is up already though, everybody's in position. Holmes Williams on the outside looks eager to go, but it looks like we've got a problem actually for the 777 of Michael Med. The green flag's going to be held there, I think, now as Med tries to get that bike fixed, gives the start line marshal a thumbs up. We should be good to go racing here in Group A. We are. It's been a long wait. Those at the front might not have known what the issue was, but behind them, issue for Michael Med on the outside of row 2. The 777 bike though is away and racing, as is the rest of the pack, as the tail of the field make their way cleanly round. Lucy's in the background and head then down the hill, and then the left-hander, left, right, left through the S's. And the top two, once again, have already started to make a break. We saw this in the previous one with Lathrop and Holmes Williams breaking away and then sorting it out towards the latter part of the race. There they are with Lathrop leading the way down the Conrad Straight. And will Holmes Williams get alongside? He does, and Richard Holmes Williams on that much smaller bike manages to thread the needle all the way through into the lead up the Penrith climb, although by the time they get down towards Dunlops, the additional power of Lathrop sees the 222 back at the head of the pack. Over the line they come then for the first time, and it is Lathrop, Holmes Williams, Lord, Sadler, Clark, Med, Woodward, Mick Lord. Then we've got Pettit and Michael Ford completing the top 10. And yeah, confirmation there. You'll see it in a few moments in P17. Chase Collymore, who dominated Group B, heat number 2, so the previous heat earlier on in the day, the heat 1, now sees himself promoted up into Group A for the heat number 2 of the instalment for our Sayamoto mini bike class. Lathrop and Holmes-Williams, though, continue to lead them once again. Holmes-Williams gets that good run out of Lunas all the way down. And now we'll see, once again, round the outside. Lathrop knows he's got the additional power up the hill. And once again, Will Lathrop is into the lead. And Holmes-Williams needs to figure this one out, because in the early part of the straight, he's through. And then there is absolutely nothing he can do about Lathrop. He just drives all the way round the outside of the 126 machine. And I'm not sure now whether Holmes-Williams is going to have to try and run him wide and just try and hold track position, certainly towards the latter end of this race, because through these twistier sections, Richard Holmes-Williams here at Three Sisters certainly has the edge. But Will Lathrop, towards the end of the long Conrod Straight and up the Penrith climb, has a lot more to offer on that 226 bike. The battle for third place between Lord and Sadler once again rages on. And here we see, once again, the same as happened on the previous laps. Holmes-Williams comes through and then right round the outside. And this time Holmes-Williams does use all of the track. Tries to force Lathrop wide. Can't force him wide enough though, and Will Lathrop will move back into the lead. And once again, the gap then before third place is actually starting to close. Ben Lord and Aaron Sadler closing in on the back of this one, and I wonder now whether it's actually this time Holmes-Williams goes wide round Lucy's. All of the runners actually they're having a quick look back to their left. I'm not sure whether there's a bit of fluid down there on the circuit, but all of them. Certainly Holmes-Williams was caught out by something, because he ran very wide through that section of track and then had some issues. Had a quick look over his shoulder. The two behind him did as well, in Lord and Sadler respectively, as they make their way out onto the Conrod Straight. This 8-lap race. Next up will be the second instalment of the FIM Mini GP in around about 5 minutes time, as Lathrop then will come over the line this time to get to half race distance. Fastest lap of the race though goes to Holmes-Williams, the only driver so far to drop below the 1 minute mark. 59.919 sees him close right up on the back of Will Lathrop. Very little between them now, a quarter of a second at most, as Chase Collymore, you see there on the left-hand side, moving up into Group A, hasn't slowed him down. He's come through from the back of the pack up into 14th place. So that was why we didn't see him on pole position in the previous race, because he's been promoted into Group A, as Holmes-Williams gets alongside Lathrop, and whilst alongside has a look over the shoulder to find that Ben Lord and Aaron Sadler have dropped away by around half a second on the previous lap. The gap now almost to a millisecond, almost a second, then back to Holmes-Williams, back to Lord. Over the line then, and you can see they're crossing the line already, turning into Paddock Bend, the right-hander, almost immediately after start-finish. And Richard Holmes-Williams on that much smaller bike, finding these technical sections much easier to negotiate than Will Lathrop in front, but Lathrop taking full advantage of the extra straight line speed the 226 machine is providing him round the flat out section that they're about to come through now. And Holmes-Williams does, as we've seen, like to get alongside in the early part of this straight. He gets in the slipstream, the early power range of that machine allowing him to come alongside. Lathrop though will try and go all the way around the outside, and Holmes-Williams, there's nothing he can normally do as they come round this section there. He can't run him all the way to the edge of the track, because then Lathrop will just come back to the inside. And this one now is going to be a very tactical battle in the final 2 laps of this race, because the gap is opening up even further back to Sadler, who's now managed to get past Lord and may well start to close the gap in, although hasn't managed to make inroads in the previous lap or so, but is there to pick up any pieces should Lathrop and Williams have any problems. And Holmes-Williams once again closing in on the back of Lathrop. Will he get alongside again? which is going to be another case of the status quo, is it, where he gets alongside down this part of the track, will go in the slipstream, comes to the inside once again, although does it a little bit later this time down there. But I think Lathrop has this one scouted once again to go round the outside before they drop down, and he does. Lathrop back into the lead again, and this one swinging like a pendulum, but at the most of the time it looks like that is being the pendulum is being controlled by Will Lathrop, who sets the fastest lap of the race, 59.876 on that previous lap. Holmes Williams, and Holmes Williams slides out of second place, trying to close up on the back of Lathrop. He's going to try and get that bike back up, but Richard Holmes Williams has thrown away second place, trying to battle Lathrop for the victory. Looks like as well the bike is being pushed away. I don't think he can get it running again. The yellow flag is out down there and looses. And one thing that is out is Richard Holmes Williams from this Sayamoto mini bike Group A race in that battle for the lead. So Lathrop will now look over his shoulder in a few moments and wonder where the rest of the pack is. A comfortable victory in the end it's going to look like for Will Lathrop. It's been anything but throughout this race though. But Richard Holmes Williams on the final lap of the race slides out of second place. Lathrop takes the victory. Sadler and Lord then will come through to complete the top three over the line, as we see Holmes Williams tumble down the timing. Clark will cross the line, will he, for what will now be P4. We're going to have Pettit, Med, Woodward, Lord, Singleton as well will all move up a place, and that will see Ross Richards, I think, come into the top 10 as well, having lost a lap. No, he doesn't. Looks like Ford there completes the top 10. Holmes Williams was there and he's going to drop down. Looks like he will eventually be classified, although nobody had been lapped on that one, so he will drop all the way down into 22nd place. So Richard Holmes Williams second in the championship going into this race meeting, will pick up very little points in comparison to some of his championship contenders. Ben Lord, the championship leader, and Mick Lord in P7. So Richard Holmes Williams there, whilst battling for the win on track, has thrown away valuable championship points. Next up then will be FIM Mini GP. It will be race 2 for their UK series. Don't think we're going to have an on-screen grid for this one, and as the grid positions are formed up from, I believe, the lap times from the previous race, I'm not sure we're actually going to be able to call too much of this one as they come out. What I do know though is Harley McCabe will be somewhere near the front, if not on pole position for this one. They are about to make their way out. I'm not sure if we've got a recovery out there of any machines after the Sayamoto mini bikes, but the mini GPs are already out onto the circuit. This time though they'll do their one lap and grid up, so there'll be no grid walk this time for the FIM Mini GP UK series in association with Pirelli and O'Valley UK. You can find out more about these fantastic bikes at o'valleyuk.co.uk and O'Valley UK on Facebook as well. Basic gist of it though, it's a 15 brake horsepower single cylinder 160cc engine. It's a 4-speed box as well, so plenty for the riders to keep them occupied out there. The bikes themselves weighing around 65 kilo, and it is a one make series, so everybody out there on the same machinery. Rider talent then allowed to shine through, and being part of the FIM Mini GP package also sees the top 3 in the championship going to Valencia for the World Finals. We already know one of those riders is going to be your 2021 FIM Mini GP UK Series champion, Harley McCabe. He wrapped that one up in the opening race of the day, riding away from the rest of the pack in pole position. Now goes into this second race of the day with all of the pressure lifted off his shoulders. And there he rolls his bike into P1. Looks like we've got one rider still making their way down the Conrad Straight actually here at Three Sisters. So we will have a slightly delayed start to this second race for the FIM Mini GP using the O'Valley 160 bike. And as mentioned earlier, whenever the FIM aren't on the package for the British mini bikes, it's just replaced by the O'Valley 160 Cup at the same time, because this series not only part of the British Mini Bike Championship. We've already been to Pembrey as part of that. We should have been at Wilton Mill as well, but we did have some issues with the with some medical cover, so that race never actually went ahead. Also been part of the British Superbike package at Cadwell. I think that race was run on the Friday evening on the shorter circuit at Cadwell. Also on the Silverstone Stowe circuit as part of the MotoGP package for round 4 before coming here to Three Sisters for the final round. And these bikes, looks like we are about to go racing. There's a few people down. Obviously these riders 10 to 14 years old. That's why you've got a number of helpers down there on the grid. Looks like we've got somebody just asking a question regarding positioning, or have we got somebody with a problem back there as well? Either way, looks like we are only moments away, although it looks like there is a slight confusion regarding a couple of grid positions. Hopefully we'll be able to go racing shortly. So whilst we do get this sorted out, we will just have a quick interlude just to say thank you very much for liking and subscribing the Alpha Live Facebook page. We'll dip back into the live stream comments in due course as well, and please do keep them coming in throughout the day. Thank you very much for joining us. Do give us a like and a subscribe. We do appreciate it very much. There's plenty of action coming up throughout the season. Still 2 more rounds, of course, of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. The first of those from Lydd in a few weeks' time. Then the final round of the season using the Zulu circuit at Wilton Mill in Northampton. And, we do, as always, thank richenergy.com and Rich Energy themselves for the sponsorship of this British Mini Bike Championship. And you can now get hold of some Rich Energy without the sugar as well. The sugar-free version also available, same price as the regular version. That's 24 cans for only $24.99 from richenergy.com and other selling outlets as well. Looks like we are a little bit closer than what we were before to going racing, although there is still what looks like a little bit of rain in the air. Final few. I think we're just having a quick switch round on a few grid positions towards the latter half of the field. And we've got one bike there having some issues getting that started as well. So this FIM Mini GP UK series not gone quite as well. I think we might even be having another ride round lap here to sort this out, because whilst we've got a number of people making their way off the grid, not convinced we're going to get this one going at the first time of asking here. Got one rider down there is having some problems, another one's waving across as well. They've got a problem with their bike, so things not quite going as smoothly for a number of riders, and a couple of them as well quite near the front. Looks like one of them was having an issue getting their bike going. One of them's still off the bike at the moment down there on the grid, and they're now being told by one of the officials, I think, that they might have to, if that bike isn't running, they might have to move that one off. That's the 53 of Kobe Perry, who was having some issues there, but he's now back on the bike. They're going to have another ride round, which in turn has then mixed them all up again as some from the back come back through, which hopefully they've all made a note of where they were, because a few of them were actually swapping grid positions towards the tail of the field. So hopefully they've all made a mental note of where they are for when they come back round, and we should be able to get this FIM Mini GP race underway fairly quickly here at Three Sisters. We should hopefully then be able to start bringing the schedule back in line. I think we're currently running around about 15 minutes behind, but still plenty of time to get all the races in here today from Three Sisters. We are around about halfway, well, we're well over actually halfway through. I think we've got 10 more races, I believe, after this one. I've got the schedule up on the wall, so I'm just going to check my maths on that one. I think we've got 8 more races actually after this race, so we will. It's 9, 10 including this one. There you go. I'm just getting the confirmation through. Looks like everybody's now coming back out onto the grid to make sure their riders are prepped and ready to go. As you can see, they're slight offset in the grid positions, as we've mentioned a few times. The officials there hurriedly moving everybody else back off track. We do need to get this race going. And the green flag will finally be up in the air for race 2, the final race of the FIM Mini GP UK Series. Here's go. It's a good start once again then from the already crowned champion Harley McCabe. He's made a good start round the paddock bend and looks to be off and away into the distance. Everybody else then filtering their way through down towards the tight left-hander, the tightest corner on the circuit. The left-hander at Lucy's before coming up and over the crest. The top 4, 5 or 6 have all managed to get into single file. The rest of the pack behind as they come through the S's also managing to do the same. McCabe has already moved away. 10 laps then, and the leader is through. We've got a rider down actually towards the tail end of the field. He's straight back up though, just with his head in his hands there. Disappointment then for one of the riders. We'll get confirmation when they come over the timing line as to who that is, because we'll be down to only 13 runners rather than the 14 that started. Out at the front though, race leader over the line already. The champion for 2021, Harley McCabe. He comes over now and sets obviously naturally the fastest lap of the race, being the leader. Then we've got Laken Payne, Joel Grigg, Kobe Perry, Blake Wilson, Joshua Williams, Samuel Munson, Lewis Mullen, Craig Dance and George Bowes the top 10. Dan Deering, the rider down at the Lunar Complex, losing the front end on the way in and sliding off into retirement. Now parked up on the inside, the Marshal holding that bike. I think they're going to try and get that one actually over to the safety and back into the paddock through the gate that's reserved for the medical teams coming in. They may well just lie that bike down actually on the centre green and save that one for later at the end of the race. It looks like it's been brought back inside, and it might actually be brought back round to the Marshal's post. There's the leader making his way through already round the right-hander at the end of the lap. 2.5 seconds he opened up the gap on the opening lap of the race. Now that's out to 3.6, almost 3.7 actually, as Harley McCabe, the champion, leading the way in the early part of this race. The battle for second though still rages on between Payne, Grigg, Wilson and Perry. Less than 0.6 of a second then between second down to fifth. And we saw Perry was having them issues on the on start finish at on the grid at the start of this one before that rolling round lap. Seems to whatever it was isn't hampering him as we see Grigg tries to get alongside Payne in the early part, goes back into the slipstream, pops back out and tries to get down the inside, down into the right-hander. Behind though, looks like Perry has actually got past Wilson into that right-hander at Cowards. And as they go round the right of Dunlop, they'll come over the start-finish line, and we'll see now for the confirmation on that. So it's McCabe, Payne and Grigg. There it is on the screen that Perry has indeed moved up into fourth place. Wilson drops down into fifth, the rider of the number 8 bike, who qualified fifth for the opening race of the day, is now back down as to how it was. One rider that we're not seeing out here is Freddie Bridewell. He came off in the previous race, so either an issue there with the bike that he can't get back out, or the rider not feeling not feeling that they're ready. Might have picked up a slight knock. Freddie Bridewell, who started the day in a fantastic P2 after qualifying yesterday, was running in the top 5 before sliding off in the previous race. He's not back out. We've already seen Dan Deering slide off on the opening lap of this 10-lap FIM Mini GP heat number 2. As Harley McCabe once again sets the fastest lap of the race, this time a 1:0.54 at the head of the pack, with Payne, Grieg, Perry and Wilson behind. And Laken Payne looks like he's opened up a little bit of a gap there coming out of Lucy's, but I don't think it's going to be enough that he can take a breath in this one. It's still nose to tail, less than half, or just over half a second in fact now, between Payne, Grieg, Perry and Wilson, the race leader, for some 5 seconds down the road already, halfway down the back straight, as the rest of the field making their way through the Lunar Complex. They'll come over the line this time round, and it will be half race distance for these O'Valley 160 bikes, part of the FIM Mini GP package. And this time Kobe Perry tries to make a run all the way round the outside, and will now try and get to the inside of Joel Grieg into the final corner. Can't get it done, but at least he's mixing the lines up to try and either outfox Grieg later on in the race, or just take him by surprise through that as they rise up through that section. Here we go though for the position for 5th. Looked like Wilson was going to try and dive down the inside of Perry, as Perry's focuses were in front of him. He can't get through though as they go down there towards Lucy's, but I think certainly if that was 4 laps or 5 laps later on the final lap, I think he might have been a little bit more forceful in sending that bike down the inside into Lucy's. I say the tightest corner of the on the track. Payne though now has a bit of a gap, a bit of respite as well, because Grieg is coming under pressure from Perry and Wilson behind. The leaders opened up the gap then by another half a second on the previous lap, and what looked like a half a second gap or so for Laken Payne as Harley McCabe crosses the line, this time going sub 1 minute for the first time. Now sees Joel Grieg closing back in on Laken Payne. Thought Payne was going to open the gap out to a fairly comfortable one. There's the move that we saw on the previous lap from Wilson, trying to go down the inside of Perry, although this time once again has the door closed on him, and Perry still carrying enough speed round that corner to close right up on the back of Joel Grieg into the S's before the left-hander down there into the complex at Luna. 3.5 laps remaining then. The leader, as we said, still putting in the fastest laps of the race, the only runner so far to go under the 1 minute mark with a 59.9. It's still 4/10 off the qualifying time yesterday, although would have still been enough to put him on the front row, even just out of this race. So he's already out of sight actually round that right-hander at paddock is Harley McCabe. Laken Payne sets a personal best, and you can see why there as the gap opens up between himself in P2 and the rest of the pack, as there's a move down the inside then from Kobe Perry on Joel Grieg. Grieg's going to try and cut back to the inside, and they're going to go side by side into the S's, and Joel Grieg does indeed retake 3rd place. This will obviously play into the hands of Laken Payne, who's going to get a much more comfortable ride to 2nd place as it stands. Grieg, Perry and Wilson then now nose to tail. The final step on the race 2 podium at stake between these 3 runners. We've already seen Perry once again gets a good run down the inside as they head towards the climb at Penrith, and he's through into P3 as they go out of sight of the paddock. They'll reappear in a few moments time, and they'll reappear with Kobe Perry in P3 unless he loses it going round the final corner. No, he doesn't. Just about saw the yellow helmet with the checkered flash on the top, and there's confirmation on the screen of Kobe Perry moving up into P3. And we'll see now whether Blake Wilson behind can use that same move that he's been trying to get down the inside of Kobe Perry on the previous lap. See whether he can actually do it to Joel Grieg this time, and see whether he gets a little bit more look out of that one. It wasn't working quite so well for him on Perry, but Perry was quite forceful in closing the door. And now, as soon as he's got past Joel Grigg, has started to move away, as Grigg now has to defend back to Wilson, as Wilson tries to get alongside, although it isn't close enough into that first of the right-handers. They go up the hill and out of sight before reappearing down the hill towards the final corner of the circuit. Last lap board is out for our race leader then, Harley McCabe. He's already making his way round Lucy's and up and over the crest as the pet behind all set personal best, a 59.7. A sensational lap from Kobe Perry as he tries to close in on second place. Lakin Payne in front of him, the gap closing by over half a second on the previous lap. Perry becomes only the second driver in race conditions to go under the 1 minute mark then, as they then head now down, and there's going to be one real final overtaking opportunity, and that's getting the power down out of this lunar complex, making their way through. They are still nose to tail as they come through. They're going to head, and he's got the inside, he's got the track position. Will he have the door closed on him? No, he doesn't. Lakin Payne gives him enough room, and Kobe Perry comes through. Will Payne return the favour into the final corner? I think Perry's going to take it quite tight. McCabe's already taken the checkered flag, and Kobe Perry has come through to take a fantastic second place. Holds off Lakin Payne at the line. There's your top three, McCabe, Perry and Payne, with Grigg and Wilson completing the top five. Only 0.2 of a second between Grigg and Wilson. Then we're going to have Williams and Mullen crossing the line, almost nose to tail. We're not actually, because Munson's come through on the final lap to take P7. Mullen, Bowes and Dance complete the top 10 in front of Garbutt. Then we'll have Greasley and Izzy Carter. There's the bike of Dan Deering, who slid off on the opening lap. He's going to have that one rolled back towards the paddock. I think he's actually going to go through the gate down in the bottom corner near the medical team. So if with the marshal making the way over there, so if there's anybody from the Dan Deering team, if they can head towards the gate down near the medical team, because your rider and bike are being retrieved in that direction rather than the normal exit at the end of the circuit. Next up though, the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160 heat number 2. Another bumper grid sees Jake Whittaker on pole position with Matthew Davies alongside Aaron Sadler and Jim Lovell on row 2, Daniel Pearson and Maximus Hardy on row 3. Phil Dickens will start in 7th alongside Ian Walker, Joe Woodward and Julian Grumet will start 9th and 10th. Ryan Clark and Michael Ford on row 6. Alan Brooks starts on the inside of Mark Jarrett on row 7. Michael Nealons and Dean Widowson on row 8 with Mike Smallbones and Stu Bateson. Row 9, the top 20 then completed by Chase Collymore and Gaz Pearson with Andrew Rayfield, Oliver Linsdale, Andrew Jones and Jamie Goffin on row 12. You have Ty Butler, Nathan Gardner, Mick Price, Ian Basson, Tom White and Tolga Ibrahim complete the top 30. Kelsey Carter will start alongside Mark James Cockfield on row 16. David Linsdale and Kira Williamson with Simon Wadsworth and Ross Richards showing as do not start. So we may well just have the 34 runners. We'll run through the rest in case they have decided to come out for this final Pit Bikes Heat 2. It's Ryan Tyers, Peter Wadsworth, Dan Merrin, John Pearson, Reece Stevenson and Tommy Ormond. I think a few more as well, Rob Over and Jim Lovell. I think we will actually be stopping that at 34 runners. Looks like those that haven't started the previous races, very unlikely that they will be back out for this heat number 2. We've obviously got a final for this class as well. So after this we're going to have Brap Super Minis, then we've got the mini bike veterans, the Neo Valley 160 Cup. We've got 2 more Sayamotos Group A and B as well for their final. We've got the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140 Race 3, and then 3 more finals to end the race day with the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160, which is what we're out with now. Their final, the Brap Super Minis and the Mini Bike Veterans will round out the day. Look at the size of that grid. The green flag is up. The final runner is now into position, so we should be able to get going. And we're away. It's a good start from Davis from the outside, but it's such a short run into that first corner. I think he's going to get hung out to dry and may have to settle for second place. He does, but then he's going to get swamped as well by the rest of the pack as one rider goes up and over the grass, trims the daisies and then falls off right at the end. Thought he was actually just going to come back on, but his efforts and endeavours to get back into the race, unfortunately, didn't come to fruition as he came off just before rejoining the tarmac. Everybody else, though, has made it through, certainly as they head then down towards the Lunar Complex. And the race leader, the 1-2-1 of Jake Whittaker, off pole position, leading the way as Simon Pearson, 77, makes a good start and moves through. Looks like he's got himself up into second place, actually, as they'll come through. We'll get confirmation over the line, but that's definitely Simon Pearson flying through in the 77. It's not, it's Daniel Pearson, actually. My bad. So the top 10 as they come over. Whittaker, Pearson, Hardy, Davies, Sadler, Woodward, Dickens, Clark, Walker and Ford, the top 10. Big movers on the opening lap. Chase Collymore, there's only one way he likes to go, and that's forwards. He makes up 5 places, as does Nathan Gardner. Oliver Linsdell makes up 4 as well. Looks like it was Dean Widowson who came off on the opening lap. Now he does actually come over the line, although he's some 29 seconds off the leader. So he's well down the order now, having had that opening lap mishap, and drops 18 places. So ran wide round paddock and then thought he could just cut across the grass, wait for the rest of the field to come through, but then obviously came off that bike on the grass. The grass obviously still quite wet. We've had not too much in the way of rain, not that we've actually seen any really bad sort of needing the wet tyres on or anything like that on these mini bikes, but certainly enough to provide the grass with a little bit of moisture, as Matthew Davis now back up into second place is right on the back of Jake Whittaker, who had a fairly comfortable gap at the start of the opening lap. Now sees that being closed down by Matthew Davis, who sets the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, the only rider to go into the 1 minute with a 1 minute 0.945, and that's almost half a second quicker than everybody else, as Pearson now is getting swamped, is he, by the rest of the pack. The top 2 are now nose to tail. Davis right on the back of Whittaker as they go over the crest into the Coward Summit. Looked like he got alongside there, but Whittaker managed to hold out round the outside, and already this 8-lap race already has 3 of them into the history books as Davis tries to get alongside down the start-finish straight. It's not quite as long as he'd hoped it to be, but he's going to run all the way around the outside and then on the brakes hard down into Lucy's. Can he get it stopped? Can he move into the lead? He does. Fantastic move from Matthew Davis, and he goes into the lead, and for the first time today Jake Whittaker will not lead in this 160 class and has work to do then from P2, and it's also brought the rest of the pack back in. Hardy, Sadler, Pearson and Dickens, the top 6 now, only 2 seconds between them. Woodward and Clark not too far behind either. Out onto the back straight, there's 2 quite clear groups of 4 now. The top 4, Whittaker down to Sadler, then we've got Pearson down to Clark as well as they come through. Whittaker shown on the timing as in front, although that would have just been over start finish on the previous lap. They're going to come over this time, and it's definitely going to be Matthew Davis who sets the fastest lap of the race as well, a fraction quicker, and then beaten almost immediately in terms of speed by Maximus Hardy, who then at the same time takes second place from Jake Whittaker down the inside. Maximus Hardy is the rider on the move at the moment. Got 2 of them actually running 77 there now, but it's Hardy is the runner with the black suit. Then we've got Pearson behind in the with the yellow on as well. He's in the second group just behind them. He's leading the way from Dickinson, Woodward and Clark. So the early race leader, Jake Whittaker, now finds himself down in P4, although he is going to come back into 3 down the inside of Aaron Sadler. And carries a lot more speed down over the Coward Summit and down the hill towards Dunlops at the end of the lap. We are well beyond half race distance. There's only 3 remaining as they come over the line. The gap between Davis and Whittaker on the previous lap was 4.8. That's 0.48. It's now 0.426, but this time it's from Davis back to Hardy as Woodward and Pearson swap places. Clark and Dickens do the same as well on that previous lap, although Dickens did drop 2 places. Woodward made up 2 on a fantastic lap for him, to just beyond half race distance. And now Matthew Davis is coming under increasing pressure. The gap as they went over the line was half a second. Now it's about half a wheel's width as they go round the Luna Benz complex. Behind them as well, see Aaron Sadler right on the back as they come through. And what they have got in front of them in a few moments' time, I believe, will be lap traffic as well. So it's going to play into the hands of the rider in second place. So it's certainly, I think you'll certainly hope so, as they come up and over Coward Summit. There is the rider, and now that's the problem there is that it's seen Hardy have to go all the way round the outside, and he was right on the back at the time of Matthew Davies, and now having had to go all the way round the outside has lost a couple of tenths of a second. Elected to go the outside. Davis went the inside, but through this tight series of corners, through Lucy's and the S's, Hardy really does close up on the back of Davis. Davis will then start to pull away in the more power sections from out of Luna and down towards the Penrith climb. They're not also managing to shake off Aaron Sadler in 3rd place. They have managed to drop Jake Whittaker, the early pace setter and race 1 winner. He's going round in a fairly lonely 4th place now, and they will see the last lap board when they come through this time round, and I don't think it can come soon enough for Matthew Davis. There's the board. It does say visor down, but that's only from our camera side. On the other side it does say last lap, and Matthew Davis then leading the way, but coming under increasing pressure as well, and it might have been a little bit closer actually for Maximus Hardy if he hadn't have had issues negotiating the traffic, but he's close enough now in order to make one final move. Less than a tenth of a second between Davis and Hardy through the S's down into the left. We've got a couple of riders off there. That's the 1, 2, 3, is it? Though we've got no number on that one on my note, so we'll have a quick look on the timing. We're finding a few more going off down there as well. It could well be some issues in terms of some fluid on the circuit down there. We've, in fact, even though before the checker's out, the red flag is out down there, we're going to bring this one to a premature end. So the riders coming round expecting to take the checkered flag are actually going to see the red. And they've just had confirmation that it's raining again, and that might explain why we've got a couple of riders off down there that have been caught out. They will, all the riders are just being held actually down there near the marshal's post on entry. Got 1 or 2. I think that one will be called as it is. I don't think we'll be sending them back out for a 1-lap shootout, and making that assumption, we'll call the top 10. Matthew Davis then takes the victory from Maximus Hardy, Aaron Sadler, Jake Whittaker, Joe Woodward, Ryan Clark, Daniel Pearson, Julian Grommet, Ian Walker and Michael Ford. The top 10 Chase Collymore managed to come all the way through the pack into 11th place. I think the riders, just having a quick look there, they've not come through that may well be involved in this incident. Gaz Pearson, Mike Smallbones have been shown as down by 13 and 11 places respectively. And we saw another rider off as well down there as well. So just going to have a small break while the medical team make sure everybody is okay. Looks like one of them is back up, albeit hobbling away, as we see a number of people making their way actually down there towards the towards that gate at the tail end of the halfway around the circuit. Something that will allow them to get the bikes back into the paddock fairly quickly. The riders, maybe not so much so, as one of them is hobbling away. So making the assumption then that we're not going to see the resumption of this race. We were pretty much round towards the end of it, so it's very, very unlikely we're going to have a one-lap shootout. As entertaining as that might be, I'm fairly sure that as we were beyond 3/4 race distance, we may well just call that one as it is. As we said though, definitely, and as you can see there from the camera, definitely raining here at Three Sisters. We were expecting a little bit of rain, although we were expecting it around 2 o'clock, and it didn't particularly materialise with the exception of 1 or 2 spots. Looks like we've got a shower coming for around about 15 minutes or so. So we'll see. That is the 617. I think that's Mike Smallbone's bike that we saw round there. It is, and looks like as well that the timing screen has just been set back a lap or so in order to confirm the results of that race. So the top 10 then, as confirmed on timing, Matthew Davis takes the victory from Maximus Hardy. Aaron Sadler complete the top 3. Jake Whittaker, Joe Woodward, Ryan Clark, Daniel Pearson, Julian Grommet, Ian Walker and Michael Ford. The top 10 then. Timing reset back to 6 laps, which was a lap before the red flag came out. The riders are now being turned round. They'll go the wrong way down the circuit as it is, and then they'll go back down towards the paddock, which means that one has definitely come to an end then. Next race up will be heat number 2 for the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Joe Dickinson will take pole position. He's alongside Jordan Pritchard on the front row, Richard Holmes-Williams and Lawrence Wardle on row 2, with David Ferns and Casey Handby on row 3. Dervin Elaine and Owen Mellor will start row 4, with Nathan Smith and Robin Kyle completing the top 10. Dylan Mellor and Joe Quinn on row 6. Howard Taylor and Luke Weston will start on row 7 in front of Steve Gallimore and Sam Wiseman, with Jack Brednarek and Charlie Hopkins on row 9. And top 20 completed then by Luke Bithell and Sullivan Moundsey, although neither of those two starting the previous race, so do expect no more than 18 runners here at Three Sisters for the second heat of the Brap Bikes Super Minis. Of course, sponsored by Brap Bikes, and Brap offer the finest range of race components and upgrades for both 2 and 4-stroke Super Minis and Pit Bike Supermotos. You can find out more about their range at brapbikes.co.uk. That's brapbikes.co.uk. And they do have a sponsored rider out in this one as well, the 19 of Jack Brednarek. Keep an eye out from him, because he'll be having to come through from row number 9, as we confirmed there on the grid. Looks like we have got a couple of officials out actually just looking at the track out down towards the Luna Bends complex, and that's because I'm not entirely sure that it was just rain that sent them off. I think we might have some fluid on track, but we're certainly having a number of officials just looking at the circuit here at Three Sisters. We are of course covering round number 8 of the Rich Energy British Minibike Championship. richenergy.com, where you can find out more about their 2 drinks, 1 taste, now available as well in sugar free. You can pick up the 24 cans for $24.99 at richenergy.com. And having a quick look at the comments as well, Simon Gardner's been on just saying go Nathan go, and then following up with a well done Nathan. Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you very much as well for watching us here at Three Sisters. Hopefully you'll be able to watch us as well for the rest of the day, but we are hopefully able to go racing in around a few minutes' time. Looks like all the marshals are making their way back to their post, which means that we're able to get the Brat Bike Super Minis out for their second heat. We're going to have 3 more heats and 5 finals following that, with heat 2 of the veteran mini bikes. He raced 3 for O'Valley 110 Cup before 2 finals in the Sayamoto mini bikes. Race 3 for the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s, and then 3 more finals to bring the day to a close here at Three Sisters. It's the Pit Bikes Mini Bike 160, the Brap Super Minis, which are out now, will have their final, and the Motor Oils Mini Bike Veterans final as well. Looks like the circuit is clear. The only thing we could do with is some bikes. Everybody is into, all the marshals are back into their posts. Hopefully we are able to welcome them out, although it looks like we've got a couple of them just doing a few laps of the dummy grid holding area down there here at Three Sisters, just waiting to get back out onto the circuit. And as fast as it had started to rain, it looks like it might have stopped again, so it was a shower, that's for sure. And they are still waiting some on-track action. I'm not sure whether there's something going on the outside of the lunar hairpin that we can't quite see here from the comm box, but it looked like everybody had cleared the track and the marshals had made their way back to the post. So unless we're waiting for a couple of riders to get themselves into position, I think we might actually have been missing a few riders, because I've just heard a call over the PA that to call the final few riders onto the dummy grid, and we do need to get this one going just in terms of keeping somewhere near the schedule. We're still running around 15 minutes behind, but in regards to British mini bike schedules, that's good going by all accounts. Looks like now we're about to send everybody out. They're being sent out of the grid. There are our Brap Bikes Super Minis making their way round into position. You can see there, that's the rise. So that left-hander at Lucy's is very uphill hairpin. You're obviously braking on the flat, but then turning up the hill. You then go up a hill and then back down, almost back down to a level playing field then for the left-hander on the way into the S's. But it is a downhill braking zone for going through these 2 corners. And when you're out there on the track, it doesn't look anywhere near as actually as much of a chicane. You look at it and you think, oh, probably. I imagine these people that when they're out there and they're not on a bike, they might think, oh, I might let's take that one flat out. But I'm not convinced that it is on many of these bikes making their way through. First runners though making their way round now onto the dummy grid. I think we might actually be getting 2 warm-up laps here, are we? Looks like they're going to roll round for a second opportunity for these this Brat Bike Super Mini. So just a quick run through in terms of class spec for this one. It's basically it's any Supermoto mini bike with a seat height of under 88 centimetres. So in terms of actual bike size, it's under 88 centimetres. Couple of engines allowed in this one. You can basically have any horizontal pit engine up to 200cc, a Honda CRF 150 engine with the maximum 180cc, or a single cylinder 2-stroke unit but with a maximum of 112cc, and it's an open tuning class as well. So certainly a bit of a mix-up in terms of bikes, machinery and engine power as well in this Brat Bike Super Minis. And I think the riders, they've been given 2 laps, I think, because that rain that we had at the start of this session, that might have also been part of the reason why we were slightly delayed. I wonder if anybody's gone for a tyre change and put a slightly more grooved tyre on just in case any sort of rain comes, they'll be able to take full advantage of that. Still waiting for a few to come round. Only 1 or 2 just made it past the con box, which is halfway around the track on the outside of the Conrod Straight. So we are at the other side of the circuit from the rest of the paddock here at Three Sisters. So still 1 runner then making their way round onto the grid. Looks like I can see where their position may well be. It's on the right hand side, and they're just going to roll straight in and grid themselves up. Oh no, they've decided they're going all the way over onto the left hand side there for their grid position. Looks like it's heavily weighted on the outside, this grid, so certainly are missing a few from the previous heat. Green is down though, and we are away and racing in the Brat Bike Super Minis, and everybody's managed to make it round paddock cleanly on the opening lap. Now it's the heavy braking zone down into Lucy's before they go over the crest. We've got a couple of riders down in the background. Might just be able to see them there, but there they are, picking themselves and their bikes up. Although one rider has stayed down, so we might potentially see another stoppage. We'll see. And there is a red flag out down there at Lucy's. The rider has stayed down. So this Brat Bike Super Minis, before we've even managed to get it started, is going to come to a bit of a close. And they'll go round, and looks like they might have to do this one all over again, although that rider is now getting back up again. So looks like, I'm not sure, the lights haven't come onto the medical unit just yet, but the red flag is out there as they make their way round, and looks like we're just going to grid them up again. And with 2 runners getting themselves, 2 riders straight back up, the ambulance is on its way, but both riders are now back up to their feet, so we may well have to it might be coming out prematurely, although it's probably for the best that we send the medical team round and just make sure both riders are okay, because one of them was down for around about 10 seconds or so and has now just taken up a position sat up on the tyres on the outside. I wonder if the other rider involved is able to get their bike back out. It looks like the Brap Super Minis are being sent straight back into the holding pen rather than gridded up again, so hopefully we'll see them straight back out. But I think the reason they've been moved off the circuit is to allow the medical team to come through that way if need be. So both ambulances making their way round. See whether either of the riders need any sort of prolonged medical, although the one rider that was down for a little bit longer is the one that's actually pushing his bike off the circuit back towards pit lane, so hopefully this one won't take too long. There's your 2 riders then. One of them takes his helmet off, so I'm fairly sure he's not coming back out for the restart. The medical team, though, just making sure that he's okay, and he is limping away. That was the rider in the orange, the one that was down for a prolonged period of time, actually, and that was the main cause of the red flag, because he stayed down. Though he is hobbling away here at Three Sisters. Looks like the other rider, though, looked like he was keen to get himself back out there onto the grid. So, and I think he has gone and collected his bike, and I'm just going to have a watch out the window and see whether he brings it back into the paddock or whether he brings it back onto the back of the dummy grid. It looks like he's going to go again, so it doesn't look like there's too much wrong with the bike. So we'll certainly be down for one rider, but the medical teams are now making their way off the circuit. Looks like neither of them actually have an occupant as well, because the other rider looks like he walked off into the paddock, albeit somewhat sheepishly, although he may have actually got into the back of one of them the way he walked as well, because he was hobbling as well. So wish them all the very best. We should be able, though, to clear the circuit and have these Brap Super Minis back out very, very quickly. Still, I think we've still got a little bit of rain. They will be sent round one time and then gridded up. And what I do think, though, is despite the fact that this was an 8-lap race and we only managed to get one corner effectively of this race, we will be shortening it, I believe, down to around 6 laps, because I did see the gentleman in charge of the start line down there just do the 5 and 1. So I think we might be shortening this race by a couple of laps for this Brap Super Minis, heat number 2. Circuit has now been cleared of our medical team, the final one making its way through the gate on the outside of the Lunar Bends. We should hopefully be able to go racing once again in a few moments' time. Start line marshal there, just waiting for confirmation that we are good to go. Send the bikes on their way, and he's obviously got it because we are good to go. Joe Dickinson there, the 48, was struggling actually to get that bike going again. He put his arm halfway through, didn't want anybody to crash into him on the way round. So if you are just wondering about the timing down the left-hand side, that will reset itself in a few moments' time when all the runners have made their way over the line. They'll reset that and then go back down to the correct timing and positions. So I do think we may well be running to a slightly reduced number of laps as well. I think we might go down to 6 from 8, but we'll get confirmation of that on the screen in due course here at Three Sisters. Thank you very much for joining us. It is, of course, round number 8 of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. 2 more rounds in that series after today. The first one will be at Lyd in a few weeks' time. We'll be live once again on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Facebook page as well on the 10th of October, covering this wonderful, wonderful series which continues to grow. And look out in the next couple of weeks for announcements coming for the 2020 season of the British Mini Bike Championships. We obviously caught up earlier with series coordinator Alan Lord down there on the grid walk. He also coordinates the FIM Mini GP UK series as part of this package, so caught up with him and he's very excited going forwards regarding this series next year. It looks like everybody is into position. The green is up at the front and the back as well. Green is down, we're away in racing. It's a fantastic start once again from the outside of the front row, but not enough to go round the outside of our pollsters to the top 4. Breaking away already then as they go down to Lucy's. Let's see whether everybody can get round the corner safely this time round. It looks like they can. It's a much cleaner start from the Brap Super Minis this time, and they'll head then over the crest and down towards the S's for the first time. Confirmation there again at the top of the screen that we are running to a reduced number of laps. We're down to 6 from the original 8 at the start. Joe Dickinson then leading the way aboard the number 48 machine. Behind him, Jordan Pritchard and Richard Holmes-Williams going side by side down the back straight. They're 3 wide, and what a fantastic move that was down the inside by Lawrence Wardle. Absolutely flying the 414 machine, moving up from P4 into P2. Got a great run out of the lunar section and moves up then. It should be into second place. We'll wait for the confirmation over the line. They go. There it is. Dickinson, Wardle, Holmes-Williams, Pritchard, Brednarek, Hanby, Alien, Meller, Smith, Dylan Meller complete the top 10. Jack Brednarek, what a start for him. Makes up 7 places on the opening lap, up into P5. Sensational start for the rider of the number 19 machine. As Wardle in P2, coming under pressure from Holmes-Williams round the Lunar Complex, where we saw the red flag in the preceding race to this, with a couple of riders going off as the rain started to fall down. That saw that race brought to a premature close and then counted back 1 lap as well to give us the final result. Down the hill they come then in this much shortened by 25% race for the Brap Super Minis, as Lawrence Wardle has to hand second place over. No, he does not. Slams the door closed on Richard Holmes-Williams into Paddock Bend. Looked like, for all intents and purposes, Holmes-Williams had that position and Wardle slammed the door shut. But if they continue to battle, Joe Dickinson will just continue to move out at the head of the pack, although it did close up ever so slightly on the previous lap as Holmes-Williams tries to get down the inside once again of Wardle into the left-hander before the right at Luna. Can't get the job done, but we'll try and get a good run out onto the Conrod straight. Wardle closing the door once again on Holmes-Williams. They'll run down then towards the first of the right-handers in this complex of corners before going up the hill. Then it's the right-hander. It's a blind summit, but then you're going downhill ever so slightly before the right-hander, and then the next right-hander into Dunlops. Surprisingly, then the first corner of the track, a right-hander, as is most of them going round this section here at Three Sisters. And out at the front, Dickinson has opened up the gap by 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. We're at half race distance, even though it says 3 at the top, because we are shortened by 2 from the on that previous lap. So they make their way through the Essers complex, and Holmes-Williams once again tries to get down the inside on the Rogerson straight. Will now have to try and go round the outside. Will he get the cutback on Lawrence Wardle? I think he will, and we'll get alongside then onto the Conrod straight, although Wardle has a lot more drive coming out the corner and moves his way back into second place. Can't though hold off as they go into the final corner, and Holmes-Williams finally, after 2.5 laps of trying, moves up into second place. Dickinson then continues to lead, the gap now 1.777 seconds. Now it's Holmes-Williams behind with Lawrence Wardle in P3. Joe Dickinson, the defending champion, who comes into this race meeting for round 8, third in the championship, closing up in the points though after the opening race of the day, and will now be looking to close up once again with more points taken out of his championship contenders. Holmes-Williams obviously comes into it leading by 65 points with Lawrence Wardle, so the top 3, albeit in a slightly reversed order, are the top 3 in the championship, as we see the 61 of Handby following Pritchard with Alien behind, and Jack Brednarek, the Brap sponsored rider, has come through from well outside the top 10 to run in 4th place as it stands. He's some 4 seconds off the lead as it stands at the moment, but from where he was coming through, what a fantastic effort from him, as Alien, Handby and Hopkins it is in this battle, as Alien has got past Handby for 6th place, although has to go defensive there into Lucy's. Can't take the normal line. The optimum one involves the bike coming all the way over towards the white line to try and make the corner at Lucy's more of a sweep rather than a stop turn and then plant the throttle. Onto the last lap already then of this shortened race. Dickinson 1.8 seconds in the lead. That will almost certainly put him on pole position for the final. Now most of these series are actually running whatever the second heat finishing positions. There's the checker out already then for our race winner. Joe Dickinson takes the victory. Holmes-Williams gets second from Wardle, with Jack Brednarek coming through into P4. Jordan Pritchard completes the top 5. We then await the rest of the pack coming through, with Alien, Hopkins and Handby, the top 8. Smith and Meller will complete the top 10, with Owen in front of Dylan. He'll come through in 11th place for our Brap Bike Super Minis. A couple of them there just waiting to get off the circuit. We're going to send them through, although now I think everybody else is coming through to take the checkered flag. We're waiting for the final runner, Steve Gallimore, to come through, I think, to take the checkered flag, as Sam Wiseman has already come through 1 lap down. They'll be sent on their way and through. Next up then It will be the Motul Oils Mini Bike Veterans Heat number 2. Looks like we could still be waiting for a few of them to grid up down there in the dummy grid, but while they are, we will run through them with Matthew Davies on pole position alongside Dervin Elaine, with Phil Dickens and Ian Walker, Julian Grammett and Mark Jarrett on row 3. Michael Neelands and Leslie Noble, row 4. Doug Snow and Alan Brooks will be on row 5. And then runners that didn't start the previous race, we've got Simon Chambers and Tony Ravelli, along with Angela Cragg, Carl Williamson, Brian Wheatley, Dean Brednarek and Ian Wareham. So reduced grid for our mini bike veterans for their 8-lap race. We have one coming round, a few actually still behind, but then we're going to get everybody through. I think we've certainly got one runner who was out in the previous race who just had to jump straight off and jump straight back on the next bike. So certainly going to have 11 runners then in this Motul Oils Mini Bikes Veteran. It's their second heat. They've got a final coming up as well. That will close out the day towards the 6 o'clock mark. Still plenty of action to come though between now and then. We've got O'Valley 110 Cup coming up after this race, so the 11 runners then getting themselves into position for this Veterans Championship race, with the defending champion electing not to race here today and has the only race selected rounds throughout the season as James Mosticker. It is championship leader Matthew Davies who starts on pole position, with Ian Walker and Dervin Elaine the other two championship protagonists. Green is up. It's held once again for a considerable period of time. It's down. It's a good start from the outside of the front row, but not enough that can get alongside Davies and into the lead. Tries to make the same move as well, down into Lucy's. Everybody seems to have managed to get round there. Nobody off in the background. And Matthew Davies in this class, which you can race with any supermoto or mini GP bike with a maximum height of 84cc and with a minimum rider age of 40 as well. That's why we are called the Veterans class. 11 runners then for you here at Three Sisters, heat number 2, and it's Matthew Davies leading the way down the back straight here with 8 laps of action ahead of us for this Veterans race. They'll come into sight now as they go round the right-hander of Coward Summit and then down the hill towards Joey Dunlop's. Over the line they'll go then for the first of 8 laps. Matthew Davies will come through in the lead, with Dervin Alien leading in second place. Dickens has made up a place on the opening lap with Ian Walker. Alan Brooks has a fantastic opening lap, making up 3 places. He's up into P5. Tony Ravelli as well, who didn't start the previous race, he's up into P8, having started from the back. He's in front of Michael Neelands, with Doug Snout and Julian Gromet, the 11 runners. We obviously saw Ian Wareham out in this class earlier, but he's not been able to get back out after going off quite heavily earlier on in the day. That was the cause of the first of 4 red flags so far here today in the Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship. Matthew Davies has managed to open up a slight gap. He went over the line at the end of the opening lap with a gap of 0.862 of a second, although it looks like that's closed up ever so slightly. We'll confirm that over the line when they come this time. We're already, with this being an 8-lap race, it's easy to calculate. It's 1/4 race distance completed already, and Alien's started to close up ever so slightly. In the background they see Dickens. He's coming through as well, having got past Walker on the previous lap, and is starting now to use every inch of this Three Sisters circuit to try and close up round here and used a little bit too much curb actually maybe on the previous lap and bounced that bike over. We've seen the curb on that part on the way out of Lucy's comes back in really quickly, and we saw a couple of riders actually earlier going up and over the grass as well as the rumble strip at times. There's Davis though continuing to lead, dragging Alien along with him. Although Alien can't seem to make any huge inroads. If anything, it's a tenth or so a lap, and with only 8 laps, that opening lap from Davis where he managed to open up almost a second gap could be enough, and there actually adds up half of his actual lead on again. 1.5 seconds now the gap is that time as Matthew Davis sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:01.204, and has enough time as well to have a quick look down and backwards to see where the rest of the pack is. Julian Grumet makes up 2 places as well on that previous lap, moving up at the expense of Leslie Noble and Michael Nealons, up into 8th place, dropping the other 2 down to 9th and 10th respectively. Almost half race distance already in this Pit Bike Veterans heat number 2. As Ravelli and Grumet there argue it out over what will be 7th place. And Grumet made up 2 on the previous lap. Looks like he could be looking to add another scalp as he makes his way up towards the hill at Coward Summit. Down the other side, will he make the move down the inside into Dunlops? Elects not to, and thinks he's just going to try and carry as much speed as he can now. There's a heavy braking zone coming up, not this corner, although he is going to try it down the inside. Thought he was going to actually wait for the next one they're going to come up to as Brooks and Jarrett set personal best. This was the corner I thought he was going to save it for, down the inside into Lucy's. And I think he might have gone a little bit too soon on that previous lap, trying to get the job done. He was carrying a huge amount of speed actually round the final corner of Dunlop, so I can see why he made that move down into paddock, although not the most favoured overtaking place, just because I don't think anybody's really on the brakes there. I think they're just easing off the throttle with it being such a wide radius of corner. Now back there with that battle with Ravelli now and Grumet. Onto the back straight. Grumet gets into the slipstream of Ravelli of the right-handers. Just comes over the line then, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:01.149 for him. He's now moved away. The gap is some 2.9 seconds back to the rest of the pack, as in line set the fastest lap on the previous lap here. 2.5 remaining then of this Pit Bike Veterans heat number 2. Jarrett and Brooks make their way out, though there's now around, looks like there's slightly more space between them than what the timing says. It says 2 tenths, but looks like Brooks might have opened up a bit of a gap back to Jarrett on that one, as they now sees, is that Grumet in front of Ravelli? We'll see when they come through this time. I think he may well have managed to finally wrestle P7 away from Tony Ravelli. We'll get confirmation as they come through. Yep, there we go. There's the confirmation on the screen. Julian Grumet then up to 7th place. Ravelli drops down into 8th. Nealons is right on the back of that battle as well, as we see the 999 of Alan Brooks making his way through the Essers complex. 1.5 laps remaining then. There's 1:15 there. I think that could actually be the 1:51 actually if Walker comes through. Gives his knee a little rub as well, so I don't know if he's caught that on a curb at somewhere. We've seen obviously a few times them curbs are quite high. Last lap is out then for our race leaders. And here they go over the line. Could that be Walker now in front of Dickens? It is. Thought it might be, although it does say 1:15 on the front of that bike rather than 1:51, which is on the timing. And as he came through before, he was giving his knee a little rub, so it was almost as if he'd had a slight infraction there with a curb. There's the race leader though, the 1:10 of Matthew Davies. And it's been a comfortable comfortable ride for Davies since he managed to get round the first lap and close the door into Lucy's. The rider of the 110 has managed to hold it steady at the front. He's been consistently 6 or 7 tenths quicker than the rest of the pack. And heat number 2 will be won by the 110 of Matthew Davies. Takes the checkered flag. Behind him we look for a comfortable second as well for Dervin Alain. He's going to come through, take the flag now. There we are. And Ian Walker is still in that battle with Phil Dickens. They're going to come out of the final corner. Could be some lap traffic in front, we'll see, or has he just eased off a little bit as well? So Walker gets third. Dickens then on the final lap loses 4th place to Brooks, who brings the 999 through in 4th place. Dickens will get 5th. Jarrett, Grommet, Ravelli, Neeland and Noble will be beaten at the line by Doug Snow to complete the 11 runners there in our mini bike veterans heat number 2. Next up then, Moto Oil's O'Valley 110 Cup race 3. Wilson Dilks will start on pole position alongside adversary Luca Wilkinson. They've been very, very evenly matched throughout the day, and they'll start alongside each other on the front row. Tyler Humphries and Daniel Stevenson on row 2, with Jack Newton, Thorley, Trevor Rowe on row 3. Travis Shaw and Kobe Garbutt on row 4. Sydney Marshall and Tobias May, row 5, in front of Jack Hamilton and Ethan Dunning. Then we've got a number of riders who've set no time, so we may not see them, with Jack Oakley, Harvey Saville, Logan Connolly, Dan Deering, Jonathan Payne and Tolga Ibrahim. So we might not have all of the runners out there that are listed. There's a few of them now coming past the com box. I'm just having a quick look on numbers. We may well only have 9 or 10 runners on this one, but we'll have a quick look when they grid themselves up then for this O'Valley 110 Championship. The championship leader not with us this weekend. That's the 12 of Ruben Bray, leading the championship currently by 65 points. So now there is certainly an opportunity for a number of riders to close up. Second and third in the championship are on the front row. That's Wilson Dilks and Luca Wilkinson. One rider that we would expect to see in this one, and we haven't seen all day really, is the 83 of Arnie Carr. I know they were in the paddock this morning, but I think they may have gone home, so either problems with bike or rider means that they are not able to take part here today. We're about to go racing then. I think we've got 12 runners actually out there. I think a few have already gone past the com box. Green is up. Dilks and Wilkinson are set to resume battle from the front row. There's a bit of a jump there from the second row, but I think that's impeded them more than anything else, because they stopped and went again. So unsure whether that will be looked at by the clerk of the course as an actual jump start, because I think it's penalised them more than anything by having to stop again and then start moving. And it has allowed the two leaders, that's for sure, to move away, because I think it was a rider in P3 that was having some problems. I think it's at least dropped them down a place into fourth place now, as everybody makes their way around the Lunar Complex. There's the two leaders that are already out at the front, making their way round. Let's have a quick look then at the two leaders when they come through, because they are, at the very least today, certainly moving away at the head of the pack. Could have been Daniel Stevenson actually in the 11, who was the one who made that premature start and had to get it stopped and moving again, but we'll see there as they come down through. I think it's a rider now moving through from fourth into third, so we'll get confirmation as they come over the line. Then it's Dilks and Wilkinson, the top two. Then it's going to be Humphrey, Stevenson, Trevor Garbutt, who's had a good first lap. Shaw, Newton, Marshall and Oakley complete the top 10, with Jack Hamilton and Ethan Dunning the remaining runners. You see there on the screen, everybody goes blue because it sets their fastest lap of the race, because by default it's their only lap of the race, with it being the opening lap of the race. Wilson Dilks continues to lead the way then from Luca Wilkinson, although Wilkinson tried to move round the outside into the unnamed left before the Luna Bend hairpin, and had to back out of that one, but is still close enough that it hasn't done too much of a problem. He's got a fantastic run, goes down the inside into the Coward Summit. Dilks just couldn't get the run, and it looks like to me that Wilkinson has come through to take the lead from Wilson Dilks, and he has done. Confirmation there on the screen as well. Now, will Dilks return the favour straight away? I think he's thinking about it, but has the door firmly closed by Luca Wilkinson. Opens the throttle up. You see there using the right hand on the throttle. These O'Valley 110 4-speed machines. So head down once again towards the Luna complex. And now, this time, it's Dilks doing the attacking rather than defending, and he's attacking very well because he's got a fantastic run down the inside. Will Wilkinson have track position and a bit more drive round the outside, having got on the throttle a little bit earlier? I think he does, but what an unbelievable attempt from Wilson Dilks to try and close the gap and get down the inside of Luca Wilkinson as they made their way out of the Luna complex onto the Conrad Straight. There's two very, very quick right-hand flicks there that are taken flat out because they've had to brake obviously down there towards Luna. Once again, Wilkinson takes a slightly unorthodox line down there in towards Lucy's. He goes wide and then takes a very, very early turn in into that corner, almost as a short turn, then straight lines it and then goes in. I'm not sure whether that's a genuine line or whether it's in order to close the door, although his foot slips off the peg coming round the back onto the through the S's, and he has handed the lead back to Wilson Dilks there as he came through. The foot noticeably came off the peg and it slowed him down, not enough to cause too much problem, although he now finds himself back down in second place. Does close up the hill as he does most laps actually on Dilks, and actually has carried enough speed there that I think he may well have retaken the lead. We'll get confirmation. No, he hasn't. They're just two very similar bikes, certainly when you look side on there from our camera on the outside of the Dunlop right onto start finish. But they are moving away, as they have been for most of the day, from the rest of the pack as Travis Shaw makes up his place at the expense of Kobe Garbutt, still running in 5th, in 6th and 7th. Oakley makes up a place as well at the expense of Marshall. He moves up into 9th place. 1:05, the fastest lap for Jack Hamilton as well. In 11th, as the two leaders then out of the Luna Bend. And Wilkinson takes a much wider line, trying to scrub off less speed round there, and certainly it works for him, because by the time they get up here towards Coward Summit, he's certainly carrying 5 or 6 miles an hour more in towards that right-hander. Onto the brakes though, as Dilks takes a much more defensive line. If Wilkinson's going to have to go and do it in the second part of that corner, he's going to have to go all the way around the outside as he sets the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 0.73. Kept honest in front of him though by Dilks with a 1 minute 0.083, so only a thousandth of a second between them on the previous lap, and actually only a tenth between them on track as well. 0.11 then between the two leaders. Half race distance as Oakley and Marshall set fastest laps for personal bests behind, as Wilkinson tries that move where he goes round the outside into the left and then has track position for the right at the Luna Bend, although it doesn't work for him on this occasion. Has got a lot more speed though, and will look to go all the way round the outside as they head towards the climb at Penrith and round the summit. And he has gone all the way round the outside and all the way into the lead for Luca Wilkinson. Leads round the Dunlop corner, although Dilks gets a good run round there and closes right up on the back. 0.2 of a second between the top two, Wilkinson and Dilks. And will Dilks throw this one straight back down the inside? I think he does. It's a tighter line though. Wilkinson manages to hold his machine all the way round the outside and holds on to the lead. 3.5 laps remaining then as they make their way through the S's. And then into the left before the long right, and it must feel like just a really long right, 'cause it's a hairpin down there at Luna, but then they're right again, They get on the straight. It's not too long before, you've guessed it, they're right again as they head up the climb then towards Penrith. You can see it here from the drone. The actual bit of track there that's straight at the front is such a big climb up the hill as they are now heading towards the back of Ethan Dunning, the number 10. So they're going to catch up in a few moments with some lap traffic as Dunning takes his line and is taken by surprise somewhat by the arrival of Wilkinson and Dilks. So they manages to stand the bike up and no harm done. It's the rider of the number 10. 2.5 laps remaining then. The leaders, the gap has opened up slightly, certainly in time, but not enough that will give Luca Wilkinson any sort of respite. And this could just be that Wilson Dilks is lining this one up for the final lap of the race. They've just tried to get alongside as he gets a good exit out of Luna. Although we've seen on the previous lap that Wilkinson does have a good amount of straight line speed as they go round the first right. Then the right they're going through, that's them on the left-hand side of the screen. That's Coward Summit on the left, and then they go down this hill towards Dunlops. 2 laps remaining as they go over the line. They'll start the penultimate lap by going right into Paddock Bend. And once again, 2 tenths between them, and Dilks gets a fantastic run round the outside of Paddock. He's going to go down the inside into Lucy's, and with 1.5 laps remaining, we've got to change for the lead. And once again, Wilson Dilks goes to the head of this O'Valley 110 Cup race. Luca Wilkinson now in P2. He's got to try and find a way. He knows he's got the straight line speed, certainly out of this corner they're going into now round the Luna Bend. But can he get track position? And what a fantastic move it was from Wilson Dilks, though he does seem to bog down a little bit. He certainly bobbed his head because he was trying to get everything he could out of that bike, and by the time they get round towards the Penrith climb, he's already back into second place. Wasn't so much so that Wilkinson got a good run out of that last corner. I think Dilks bogged down slightly on the way out. They'll come through. There's the last lap board out, and let's see this time whether Wilkinson takes a much more defensive line down there into Lucy's. He does to an extent, parks the bike in the middle of the track, doesn't allow Dilks to do the same move, although Dilks does get a good run out, can't get alongside into the S's. The top 2 though, still nose to tail. There's been less than 2 tenths between them throughout the entirety of this race. They've both had a go at leading it, so it's not as if Dilks has just been behind and has struggled to get past. He's got past at least twice on Wilkinson, and he will try once again as they go out onto the back straight. Onto Conrad then for the final time they go. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get close enough unless he can carry a lot of speed through these 2 right-handers. Does close up round the first one, although the gap plateaus somewhat round and up the hill, down into Dunlop corner at the end. The final corner, the checkered flag awaits. He tries to get alongside, but it looks like it's going to be a win for Luca Wilkinson. Picks up the victory from Wilson Dilks. Still only 2 tenths between them. We then await for Tyler Humphries to come through to complete the top 3 then in race 3 for our O'Valley GP 110s. Thorley Trevorrow comes through in 4th. We're going to have Travis Shaw then come through. Are we in P5? No, he's beaten on the line by Daniel Stevenson. A great final lap from Stevenson. Sees him almost half a second quicker than Shaw, and he comes through into P5. Shaw will have to settle for 6th. Kobe Garbutt gets 7th in front of Jack Newton. And then we await Jack Oakley, Sydney Marshall and Jack Hamilton. Ethan Dunning already over the line, having come through. Hamilton gets into the top 10 with Marshall in P11. And just having a quick look at the comments at the after that, though, we see somebody there. I think we might have a bit of something on track. He's going to go and pick it up for us. Mickey Hardy saying close race this is, and then finishing up with what a race. It was fantastic between Dilks and Wilkinson. Remember, riders in our O'Valley 110 Cup only between 8 and 12 years old. So riding really there with maturity beyond their years, some fantastic clean racing, you know, diving down the inside of each other. The move down on the penultimate lap from Dilks down the inside of Wilkinson into Lucy's was fantastic. If anybody's looking for a classic mini bike overtake, just look at that one. You know, it wasn't necessarily the fastest overtake in the world down there, but he showed how you do it down there on the brakes into the left-hander at Lucy's. No time to breathe though. We are out for our first final of the day. It's Sayamoto Mini Bike 140 Group B. So good, we'll intro it twice for you here at Alpha Live. On pole position, Dean Widowson starts with the number 6 alongside Nathan Gardner. Andrew Rayfield and Dean Quincy on row 2, Ian Blatchford and Jack Wolfe row 3. Row 4 sees Michael Briggs alongside Jamie Goffin, with Kevin Clark and Harry Clark completing the top 10. Tony Ravelli and Adam Weston on row 6. Tom Wise and Ian Gamble on row number 7 in front of Joe Quinn and Kelsey Carter. Row 9 then sees Stephen Blatchford and David Linsdell. Harry Pell and Reese Morgan, they're in front of Tommy Champion and Mark James Cockfield, with Zach Sayman and Chase Collymore on row 12. We then got a couple of riders who didn't start the previous race: Max Parry, Peter Wadsworth, Ben Johnson and Ryan Tyers. Not sure we'll be seeing any of them out, so at least we're going to have well over the 20 runners. 24 I believe have come through over timing, so we're just waiting for somebody to make their way to the front row, or we might be missing somebody on this occasion, although we have got confirmation that we have somebody just having a quick walk over to have a quick chat with the 6 of Dean Widowson. So that's Nathan Gardner, who we believe we are missing on the outside of the front row. Here, as the drone shows us not only Three Sisters but also the surrounding areas. The green is up. Nathan Gardner missing then from this final. I wonder if he's been moved into Group A as well. We are away and racing though. Looks like everybody has managed to get away off the line. As mentioned before, always pleasing to see. And there in the background, coming onto circuit, you'll see in a few moments' time from the pit lane, looks to me like it is Nathan Gardner joining us late. The 254 machine, unmistakable in green. Let's see if we can pick him up at the end. Certainly we'll pick him up on timing as well. He has come out. So Nathan Gardner, who should have started this race from the outside of the front row, starts this B final from the pit lane and 25th place. Let's see how much progress he can make. Is it beyond the realms of possibility that he can get into the top 10 in this 8-lap race? In fact, it's a 10-lap race now because it's a final, so we're adding 2 more laps on for you. He's already moved up a couple of places, knocking off a couple at the tail end of the field as they make their way towards the Coward Summit for the first time. And Dean Widowson makes his way round into the lead. Over the line they go then for the first time. Widowson, Rayfield and Quincy. The top 3, Blatchford, Wolfe, Goffin. Ravelli with a fantastic opening lap. Makes up 4 places, having come over the line in 11th. Now is in 7th with Briggs, Weston and Harry Clark completing the top 10. Nathan Gardner already up into P22. So he's made up 3 places in the opening lap. In this final, as I say, the schedule actually showed 10 laps, although on timing I think we're only actually going to get 8, so might have actually been just shortened by a couple of laps these finals due to the fact that we've had a couple of red flags and are running maybe running behind on schedule, so we'll check that out as it comes through. But it is coming up as only an 8-lap final rather than the scheduled 10, so it might just be that we're just trying to bring the calendar and the schedule back into us here. So we'll see as they come over the line. We are on Gardner watch. Let's see whether he's managed to make up any more places as Clark and Weston swap in 8th and 9th respectively. Gardner does indeed come over the line this time, making up 4 more places up into 18th. So what should have been a front row start for the rider of the 254 is now going to be a very interesting race as he tries to make his way through. As we are just had a quick look there, it's like he's made quite a robust overtake actually going into the S's. And those riders that were in front of him on the previous lap, Kelsey Cart and Stephen Blatchford, so looks like he's managed to make his way through there. I'm just trying to get a number of the bike behind. I think it was Kelsey Carter that Nathan Gardner managed to make an overtake on. So we are almost then at half race distance. So having said that, it's because we are down to only 8 laps rather than the originally prescribed 10. Although we've got Ryder going very, very wide there in the background. That looks like it's Ian Blatchford, who was in 5th, going very, very wide on the way out of Lucy's, and loses at the very least 1 place, maybe 2. We'll have to confirm that as we come over the timing line in a few moments' time. Widowson, though, continues to lead the gap half a second on the previous lap, although Quincy is keeping him honest with Rayfield behind as well. The top 3 split by less than, well, just over a second actually, as they'll come through once again this time. And the top 2 a lot closer than what they were on the previous lap. Quincy takes almost 0.3 of a second out of Dean Widowson on that lap. Ravelli up into 3rd place as well now. Rayfield down into 4th. And there are your 2 leaders almost side by side, and Widowson feeling the need to go very, very defensive in that part, in the early part of the lap. He's pretty much going very defensive around all of those corners so far in the early part of the lap there, having to defend not only from Quincy but also Ravelli is starting to come right onto the back of this as well, with Rayfield and Wolf not too far back, although Wolf is in his own battle with Blatchford. Blatchford obviously got in that got caught by going wide at the at Lucy's earlier on in the lap, or previous lap as well round Lucy's, so difficult for Ian Blatchford as Dean Quincy moves to the head of this race at the expense of Dean Widowson. Ravelli as well right on the back as Widowson tries to come back down the inside into Lucy's but can't make his way through. And now Dean Quincy is leading the way in this B final for the 140 mini bikes. Still though, nose to tail, 0.125 seconds between Quincy, Widowson, Ravelli behind as well, only 0.2 off the back, although has dropped away ever so slightly as Quincy runs wide and Widowson gets alongside, and Widowson is already through by the time they get to the right-hander at the end of the Conrod Straight, and Ravelli is going to come through down the inside as well, although has to back out of that corner. 2 into 1, does not go into that right-hander and will have to back out and save the opportunity for later on in the race. Over the line they come. We've got a yellow flag out being covered as well. The incident isn't at paddock. We've got a rider off down at Lucy's. That bike has been moved off to the side of the track, so shouldn't be any overtaking opportunities. Ravelli still has an opportunity down the inside and is then forced wide as they're past the incident by Dean Quincy, who tries to come down the inside. I think he's backed off there actually out of that one because he saw the yellow flag, or it was past the incident, so would have been well within his rights to make the move stick at that time on the lap, although he will now drop back into third place. Widowson then leads now with Ravelli and Quincy, the top three, and if anything, unless something happens, the top three in this B final will be these three, as they've got a fairly comfortable gap back then now to Andrew Rayfield and Jack Wolf, with Jamie Goffin managing to move up into P6 at Ian Blatchford's expense. He's going to drop then down into P7. Round Dunlops they go for the penultimate time. They should see the last lap board this time, and they do. And it's a move down the inside into Paddock Bend on the final lap for Tony Ravelli. Moves up into the lead. Widowson then in second now, with Quincy in third. And Ravelli, who's moved slowly onto the back of this pack. In the background there, Quincy goes wide onto the grass. That looks like his hopes of taking the victory have fallen away. He's going to drop back around about half a second then off the back of this battle for the lead. Ravelli leading the way then from Widowson, having battled through up into third, up into second, waited till the final lap, and Tony Ravelli takes a much wider line there. Widowson's going to get alongside, although Ravelli's going to get the traction out of Luna Bend and will now have to hold on for half a lap. It's all right-handers now, all the way to the end. Ravelli goes round the first one. They head up the Penrith climb towards Coward Summit. Down the hill they go towards Dunlops. It looks like Widowson's already backed out. The first of 5 finals today is won by the 164 of Tony Ravelli, holding off Dean Widowson and Dean Quincy at the line. Fantastic race all the way through for this mini bike 140 final. And in a few moments' time, we are going to do it all again with the A final. Let's have a quick run through of the top 10 then from the Bs. Ravelli, Widowson and Quincy the top 3. Rayfield, Wolf, Blatchford, Goffin, Clark, Gardner and Joe Quinn complete the top 10. And almost everybody is through now, so they'll be able to exit the circuit in a few moments' time. And then we will be back with the Group A instalment of the same class. It will be the Sayamoto Mini Bike 140 Group A. Group A then about to make their way out onto the circuit. And be able to get you a grid for that in a few moments' time. That is the dummy grid on the left-hand side. That's where everybody gets themselves gridded up before making their way out onto the circuit. And that was where we thought Nathan Gardner was going to be on that previous race, although he did manage to make his way up into the top 10. We thought he might do. That's where he came out of right at the end of that previous, as the field came through. Not quite sure why he had to start from the pit lane when he should have been starting from the front row. But nonetheless, managed to come through to a very, very respectable P9 from the back of the pack. Out onto the circuit then comes Group A for our Sayamoto Mini Bike 140s. And unfortunately, it looks like the on-screen grids have defeated us on this occasion, so not going to have them. And having said that, the front two have gone round. I don't know why they've been sent on their way without the rest of them. Let's see whether they can all get sent on their way as well. They are now being sent round, although I think they might just be being sent round in grid order 2 by 2, which might make the gridding up process a little bit quicker. I think that's a lot to do with the gridding up, with either finishing positions from the previous race or the lap times as well for this final. Either way, riders being sent out Noah's Ark style. 2x2 onto the circuit. And it turns out that we do have a grid now, and we'll be able to bring that up on the screen. Will Lathrop and Aaron Sadler share the front row, Ben Lord and Ryan Clark row 2, Michael Med and Joe Woodward row 3. Row 4 sees Mick Lord alongside Robert Pettit. Then have Johnny Singleton and Michael Ford with Ross Richards and Chase Collymore on row 6. Gary Jacobs alongside Stephen Humphreys on row 7. Oliver Linsdell and Ty Butler on row 8. John Pettit and Rob Overend on row 9. The top 20 completed by Carl Walton and Darren Coleman. Samuel Morrison and Richard Holmes Williams in 21st and 22nd respectively. And then we've got our did not start from the previous one with Jim Lovell and Ryan Tyers in 23rd and 24th. Ian Blatchford in 25th, although we have just seen him out in the B final, so it's very, very unlikely he's going to get 2 bites of the cherry in this Supermoto 140. Still sending people out of the dummy grid here, and looks like they've been getting 2 laps to grid up. And the front ones will get stopped this time, hopefully, will they? Or are they going to go get another warm-up lap here? The sun now is the threat of rain has all but dissipated, and we are baked in sunshine to for the final few races of this Rich Energy British Mini Bike Championship Round 8 meeting here from Three Sisters. And what a fantastic day it's been so far. Still 5 finals for you here today with the Sayamoto Group A up now. Then we've got the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140s before we've got Pit Bike Spares Mini Bikes 160s, the Brat Bike Super Minis, and then rounding out the day with the Mini Bike Veterans Final, which was scheduled for just gone 5:30. I think that's more likely to be at around about 10 to 6. We are finally gridding up out there for this Group A final. I say that because the front few came out of the dummy grid around about 4 minutes ago and have done 3 or 4 warm-up laps already. The final few runners still making their way out in this Group A final. Which just gives me an opportunity there to take a lovely swig of the Rich Energy Sugar Free, which is getting me through the day here at the round 8 of the Rich Energy Mini Bike Championship from Three Sisters. We're still waiting for a few runners to come round because we've just had a few issues gridding up. One's coming down the back straight. That looks like it's the 126 of Richard Holmes Williams. He'll be gridding up. I think he's in 21st place. The front runner now, just Lathrop on the inside then, is just giving that bike a good rev, making sure it's all cleaned out and ready to go. Everybody else is finally making their way around into position. We're still 1 or 2 short of a full grid complement. One runner still making their way up and over Coward Summit. Here's the final rider rolling in, and we may well get this Sayamoto mini bike race going. Although, having said that, we're going to have one more lap round before we grid up officially. So Sayamoto mini bike 140. Find out all about the Sayamoto bikes and all the parts for it at pitbikeparts.co.uk. Basically just an overview for the class. Any rider age 14 plus can compete in the Sayamoto Mini Bike 140 Championship with any Supermoto or Mini GP bike with a maximum seat height of 84 centimetres. See there on the screen, that's the very, very short straight down towards the left-hander before the right lunar bend hairpin. And saw in practice a lot of riders getting down the inside there. We've seen more in race trim actually, riders going all the way round the outside there in order to maximise track position down into that lunar bend right. Front runners then making their way round to position. Hopefully, having spent 5 minutes getting this race gridded up and out of the dummy grid, we should be in a position to go racing. The pole sitter, Will Lathrope, has elected to take a very, very slow lap round, so they've got no pole sitter as it stands. Here he comes down the inside and will roll into position, so he's almost the final rider into position here for this final. Picks the back end of the bike up and just straightens it up a little bit. Group A final is almost upon us. The green is up. The green is down. We're away. It's a fantastic start from the outside of the second row, all the way round and at least into third place. But Lathrope is going to hold on all the way down there into Lucy's. In fact, he's got enough of a gap that he's confident enough to go all the way wide and take the traditional line that we don't often see on the opening lap round here. Looks like Ben Lord has managed to come through into second place. It looks like everybody has managed to make it through the opening half of the lap here then at Three Sisters as they head down towards the Lunar Complex. And it will be the pole man making his way out onto the back straight. Everybody else as well coming through. Looks like Chase Collymore once again having a storming start on the opening lap as he comes through. You'll definitely be able to pick out Chase Collymore because in terms of size-wise, looks considerably smaller, be it the rider or the bike, than everybody else out there on track. 8 laps again for this final for the Group A for the Sayamoto Mini Bike 140. Lathrope, Lord, Sadler, the top 3 over the line. Clark, Med, Lord, Woodward, Richards, Holmes, Williams and Singleton, the top 10. Michael Ford down in 12th, drops 4 places on the opening lap. Richard Holmes Williams, though the big mover, makes up 7 up into 9th place. You see in the background there the 177, but I think that's actually the 17 of Ross Richards right on the back, as it must be, because in front of the pack is the 24 of Ryan Clark holding on to P4. And he's getting right on the back then of Aaron Sadler. The top 4 split by only a second on the opening lap, but Will Lathrope has opened up a gap back to Ben Lord, who's going to come under pressure from Aaron Sadler as they head down towards Dunlops for the second time. Remember, 8 laps this final, reduced down from 10. I think we'll find that for most of the finals from here all the way through the end of the day, as Med makes a move up into 4th place at the expense of Clark on that previous lap. Ross Richards drops 4 places, that 17 bike, which looks like it's actually got 177 on the front. He's dropped down from 8th place into P12. Makes their way through then. That's the 4-4-1 of Sadler in second place. So Holmes Williams, after that good start on the opening lap, has not managed to make the same amount of inroads this time round. And is having to settle at the moment for 8th place behind Joe Woodward. Down the hill they go though. Sadler makes the move down the inside on Lord into the final corner of the lap. Lord has a quick look over his shoulder to make sure there's nobody else coming through as well. But Aaron Sadler moves up into P2. Ben Lord down into P3. But Ben Lord really in this one just racing for the championship points to open up that lead from 74, because the 2 other championship protagonists, Richard Holmes Williams is down in 6th, Mick Lord down in 7th. They're the next 2 in the championship. There's a fairly comfortable gap between each one of those as well, so Holmes Williams will be managing to hold steady. And there he is now, right on the back of Ryan Clark. closing in, and will go down the inside of Clark. Clark has a look over at the 1-2-6 machine, but I think by the time he's finished that look, Holmes Williams will be up into 5th place. So Lathrope, Sadler and Lord, the top 3, when they come over the line, which will be now, they'll click down to 4 laps, half race distance. So it is Lathrope, Sadler and Ford, with Med in 4th place. Holmes Williams moves up to 5th at the expense of Clark, with Mick Lord, Joe Woodward, Chase Collymore up into the top 10, and Johnny Singleton completing that top 10, as there's a couple of position changes further down. We've got a rider off there. Just having a quick look there at the numbers. Looked like that had 6 and a 9 on the front. That could be Mick Lord from 7th place. He's off the circuit. Can't see a yellow flag out anywhere, so it looks like either they've managed to get that bike to safety or get it moving again. We'll see how many places, if he has managed to get running. Mick Lord has lost in that one. He will drop all the way down to 20th, of course, if he's not running, because everybody else still is, with Darren Coleman and Carl Walton in 19th and 20th respectively. Keep an eye on the timing. Expect to see the 69 of Mick Lord dropping away from P7. There's confirmation of the first one, with Woodward moving up into 7th. We'll then see the rest and see where Lord, his free fall, stops in a few moments' time. Holmes Williams has found a way past Med, and it looks like he may well also be finding a way past Ben Lord and up into 3rd place. Richard Holmes Williams from outside of the top 10 is on a charge and has moved up past Ben Lord, the championship leader, then overtaken by Richard Holmes Williams, who's 2nd in the championship, and both of them there together slipstream into close right up on the back of Aaron Sadler. And will it be a case there? Down the inside he goes. Holmes Williams is almost on the grass, or at least his knee was, but down the inside he goes into Dunlops at the final corner. Cannot get through though, and Sadler runs all the way round the outside and holds on to 2nd place. Sadler, Holmes Williams, Lord and Med then now all nose to tail. 4 bikes battling it out for 2 steps on the podium. And now Holmes Williams does indeed go down the inside, and they're going to be 3 wide down towards the S's. Ben Lord's going to try and come down the inside. Well, that bulkies exit through and allow Med to make the run down towards the Lunar Complex, although Med actually runs slightly wide into the chicane section and can't get alongside. 1.5 laps remaining, then Lathrope is out at the head of the field. A comfortable 3-second gap for him. Back to with Sadler and Holmes Williams. Holmes Williams, the only runner so far to go under the 1 minute mark with a 59.7, but he's going to try and he's got to stick this one out down the inside, because he's got Sadler trying to come back right the way round the outside. And will he go down the inside into the final corner? Sadler tries it, and this time in an exact copy of what happened on the previous lap, but with the other way round. Holmes Williams goes round the outside of Sadler and holds on to P2. Last lap here then at Three Sisters in the Sayamoto Group A mini bike 140, and it could be any one of 4 on the final 2 steps of the podium, with Lathrope well down the road and well on his way towards victory here in Group A aboard the 226 machine. Through the S as they go then for the final time, and Sadler gets a fantastic run and goes down the inside of Holmes Williams into the right-hander, now into the left, now into the right round Lunar. Holmes Williams is going to try and get back to the inside. They're side by side. Ben Lord's in the slipstream. They're 3 wide down the back straight, heading towards the right-hander before the Penrith climb. And Ben Lord from 4th place is going to come through into 2nd as they go now towards the right-hander. And then now, once again, Sadler's back into 2nd place. The checkered flag's out then for Lathrope. He's going to take the victory. Who's he going to be for the final steps on the podium? Sadler takes 2nd on the line from Holmes Williams. Ben Lord, who was moved up from 4th into 2nd place, has to settle for 4th on the line, with Michael Med in P5. Ryan Clark gets 6th. Joe Woodward will get 7th. We await the rest of the top 10. And they're still battling it out there, with Chase Collymore, a fantastic 8th, having worked his way through. Singleton, Ford and Ross Richards complete the top 10, with Richards in 11th respectively. Mick Lord will cross the line in 14th, having been off the track earlier on. And the rider I really want to give some credit to there, it's a fantastic race at the front, but is Chase Collymore, who at the start of the day started in Group B for the Sire Motos. Then he moved into Group A, but for Heat 2 had to start from all the way at the back of the pack and work his way through. Had to do the same in the final as well. And Chase Collymore gets inside the top 10 with a sensational 8th place finish. 4 more races for you today then on the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes package. Next up, it's the Ugly & Co Mini GP 140. On pole position, would it be anybody else when he's racing? But it's Harley McCabe on pole position alongside Tyler Humphries, with Wilson Dilks and Brian Hamilton, with Luca Wilkinson and Lewis Mullin on row 3. Harvey Lathrop and Zach Weston row 4. The top 10 then completed by Laken Payne and Joel Grigg, with Jack Newton and Toby Skaman in 12th. Teo Collymore and Daniel Stevenson on row 7, with Reese Lennox and Alex McCalmont on row 8. George Bartle and Cody Miskelly on row 9. George Wood is in 19th. Then we've got Marco Holt, Arnie Carr and Mason Greasley setting no times. I know Arnie Carr won't be out there because I saw them go home earlier. We'll see whether the other two are going to be out there on the track. We'll see. Just having a quick look at the comments. Hutchko's been on just saying, has the Junior Super Moto and Mini GP 140 final been on yet? Absolutely not. You've tuned in at just the right time, because we are moments away from that race starting. The second final then of the day. It's not the second final because it's race 3 rather than a final. So then we'll have 3 more finals with Pit Bike Spares, Mini Bike 160, Brap Super Minis and the Mini Bike Veteran Final. So this is race 3 then for Junior Supermoto and Mini GP 140s. And, once again, it's a split grid between the Mini GP and the Supermoto, so that's why you can see a mix of machinery out there on the Ugly & Co grid. I think we're still waiting for the grid to be cleared of helpers and one runner to come round, so it just gives me a bit of time to tell you about uglyandco.com. So that's ugly with 2 G's and co.com. And they also sponsor a Valley 110 Cup rider, Monty Hillier, but he's not here this weekend. Green flag will go up now then. Marshall moves off to the side of the circuit and the green will drop now, and we're away and racing. It's a good start from the front row, and they're through as everybody else seems to manage to get into single file as they head down towards the tight, heaviest braking zone of the track into the left and the uphill hairpin of Lucy's. Looks like everybody has managed to make it round the corner as well, which is always, as we mentioned, always pleasing to see. Through they come then, and as you can see there, the complete mix of bikes, some of them with the look more like you know, the Supermotos. Then we've got the Mini GPs out there as well. Mini GPs leading the way at the moment, though. They're going to make their way down the back straight. Riders aged 9 to 14-year-old in this Ugly & Co Junior Supermoto and Mini GP 140 class. The 140cc engines, the maximum brake horsepower of 15, and there we go, putting that horsepower to good use. Round the final corner, it's a fantastic overtake, and they'll cross the line in the lead for Harley McCabe, who retakes the lead at the expense of Tyler Humphries. Brian Hamilton over the line in P3 with Wilson Dilks, Lewis Mullin, Laken Payne, Harvey Lathrop, Joel Grigg, Luca Wilkinson and Zach Weston completing the top 10. Marco Holt behind, who he's come through from right at the back, didn't start the previous race, is up into 11th place over the line. So a good start for him, because he must have made up 4 places before the start line at the start. He's come over the line on the previous lap in 15th off the start. And I think he started down in 18th, now in 11th for Marco Holt. Down the back straight they go then, so down the Conrod straight with the 8-lap final. Another one that's been reduced by 2 laps for this race 3. So we're going to run to that reduced laps for the remainder of the day. But one good thing to note, and you'll be able to see it there as it glistens off the grass, is that the sun is out here at Three Sisters, and arguably it's the warmest it's been all day here. And whilst it has been quite humid and overcast throughout the day, it's nice now that the sun has finally broke through, and the final few races of the day here at Three Sisters are going to be baked in sunshine. And we see Wilson Dilks holding on to P3 at the moment around the Luna Benz complex. They go. The leading junior supermoto just behind as well, the 222 of Harvey Lathrope in P7. Then we've got Zach Weston and Daniel Stevenson in 9th and 11th respectively. And there, junior supermoto. So at the moment it's the mini bike 140s are leading the way as Brian Hamilton with a 1 minute 5.9 or 5.49 sets a personal best. And this battle from 3rd place all the way down really to 9th, or so to 10th, sorry, with Grieg and Wilkinson on the tail of this one, is a nice battle actually between some of the mini GP bikes and a couple of the junior supermotos, with Lathrope and Weston now running 7th and 8th right in the middle of this battle. Looks like Dilks has actually managed to move away with the 2 supermotos go side by side. In front of them as well, Hamilton and Payne are side by side. It looks like Zach Weston has got past Harvey Lathrope in the middle part of that corner complex, and there he is on the blue bike with the black and orange. We'll get confirmation of that as they come through, but I think Lathrope will be confirmed as being down in 8th place. There he is, the yellow and blue machine behind, and looks like again down the inside there's going to be, I thought that was going to be 3 into 1, didn't go, but all of the riders managed to cleanly make their way round the slowest corner on the circuit at Lucy's. Looked like Weston was coming from a fair distance back to try and get down the inside there into position, but no can do for the rider of the 35, who is certainly charging and is closing up onto the back of Hamilton and Payne. They're almost going to be 3 or 4 wide down the back straight. The 2 supermoto bikes working together to an extent to use the slipstream as they go round the right-hander of Coward Summit and then into the final corner of Dunlops, back into sight for the viewing spectators here at Three Sisters on the bank that goes all the way round from Luna, all the way past the Combox and all the way down the back of the back straight at Conrod, as once again Weston takes that much tighter line and tries to get down the inside of the 41 of Lake and Payne. The top 4 have moved away now. Dilks and Mullen are nose to tail in their battle for P3. And that is Mullen now, I think on the back now of Dilks in front. The 11 bike, I think it's actually the 111, but we'll confirm that later on. As they head up that hill, and it is a long hill. In terms of long, it's steep as well, so it really does slow the bikes down. So those riders that are carrying all the momentum from the right-hander down at Luna really managed to take full advantage, and we've seen that hill has been a real advantage for people overtaking, as Lake and Payne sets a personal best and becomes one of only 6 riders to drop under the 1 minute mark. All of the top 6 at some point have dropped into the 1 minute mark. Tyler Humphreys with a 59.169, almost 4 tenths quicker than anybody else, but at the moment he's still 3 seconds behind Harley McCabe, who once again out at the front, as he often is, as he is used to here in the British Mini Bike Championship. There we are then, out onto the Conrod Straight for the penultimate time, making their way in front of the con box here at Three Sisters, and then they'll go up and over the hill. They're side by side round that right-hander, and as they reappear into the final corner of the circuit, they'll come over the line. This is then the battle for 5th place between Payne, Weston, Hamilton and Lathrop. They cross the line in that order. Behind them as well, Wilkinson and Grieg swap places in 9th and 10th respectively. They're not too far behind either as well, as they make their way down the hill into the S's. Last lap board has come out. The leader, there he is, Harley McCabe, making his way out of Luna. He's got a comfortable 3.3 second gap in this Ugly & Co Mini GP 140 and Junior Supermoto race. And we'll expect to see him come through in a few moments' time to take the checkered flag. There he is coming through on the screen. He'll come round the final corner in a few moments' time. There's the checkered flag for our race winner, Harley McCabe, once again in the 179. Tyler Humphreys will take P2 with Wilson Dilks completing the top 3. Lewis Mullin, Laken Payne, Zach Weston, Brian Hamilton, Luca Wilkinson managing to get 8th on the final lap. Harvey Lathrop dropping down into 9th. Joel Grieg completing the top 10. Marco Holt crosses the line in 11th place, having had made up a lot of places in the opening 2 laps, but then the progress stopping at P11. We are still awaiting the rest of the field to come through though. Down the hill they come into the final corner, waiting for the checkered flag. There's quite an intense battle going on here between Skaman, Collymore, Lennox and Stevenson. Let's call them as they come over the line then. It's as it stands on the previous lap. Skaman gets 12th, Collymore is 13th with Lennox, Stevenson, McCalmont in 16th, and then Jack Newton will come through to be the final runner on the lead lap in P17 of the 19 runners. They are already making their way off the circuit. Final 3 of 5 is up next. It's Mini Bike Spares, Mini Bike 160. Here we go then for the pitbikeparts.co.uk Mini Bike 160 with Matthew Davis on pole position, Maximus Hardy alongside Aaron Sadler and Jake Whittaker row 2, Joe Woodward and Ryan Clark row 3. Row 4 sees Daniel Pearson and Julian Grommet, the top 10 then completed by Ian Walker and Michael Ford, Chase Collymore and Oliver Linsdell on row 6. Andrew Jones and Mark Jarrett, row 7, in front of Michael Nealand and Gaz Pearson in 15th and 16th respectively. Stu Bateson and Nathan Gardner on row 9. Mike Smallbones and Andrew Rayfield complete the top 20. Ty Butler and Ian Basson on row 11. Mick Price and Jamie Goffin, row 12. Tom White is alongside Kelsey Carter with David Linsdell and Tolga Ibrahim on row 14. Mark James Cockfield and Dean Widowson on row 15 in P30. Then we've got Phil Dickens, Kira Williamson, Alan Brooks, Jim Lovell, Simon Wadsworth and Ross Richards. There we are, getting down now into the do not starts with Ryan Tyers, Peter Wadsworth, Dan Merrin, John Pearson, Reece Stevenson and Tommy Allman. We haven't seen any of those runners along with Rob Overend and Jim Lovell. So whilst it does look like we've got 40 runners or so, I think in the previous races we've had around about 34, all being well. So we will confirm that. Although it looks like maybe only 26 have actually come out of the dummy grid for this final for the Pit Bike Spares Mini Bike 160s. They will of course be gridding up. So Matthew Davis, who entered this race weekend in 3rd place in the championship, was 48 points behind 2nd place. Well, that 2nd place was, I believe, Carl Sanders, and I don't think he's here with us. Though we've got Aaron Sadler lining up there in P4, just rolling into place. Should be about to go racing. So that's Sadler in the blue on the inside of the 2nd row. On the outside of row 2, Jake Whittaker, who's led races here today, would love to take the win in this one. The green is up. Riders get their heads down, ready to go. Get the weight over that front wheel to stop it lifting. And we are away and racing in the Mini Bike 160 Championship here. And it is Matt Davis who gets a good start and then parks that 110 bike right in the middle of the circuit, not allowing anybody to dive down the inside as they go up and over the crest and then down the hill towards the left, right, left of the S's. Looks like everybody has managed to make their way through the early part of the lap without any issue here in this sun-baked Three Sisters circuit in Ashton in Makerfield. Wigan on the outskirts of Wigan, I say, in Lancashire, and the runners making their way then down out onto the back straight for this 8-lap Mini Bike 160 Championship final. And it is Matt Davis, the pole sitter, leading the way. Round they go there, round Coward Summit, down the hill into the right-hander at Dunlop's, and they'll come over the line for the first of 8 laps. In the bag it will be Davis who leads us round. Hardy, Sadler, Whittaker, Clark, Woodward, Pearson, Collymore, Walker and Linsdell. The runners on the opening lap. Looks like Dean Widdowson's made up 6 places on the opening lap. Alan Brooks makes up 4 as well. He's up into P20. As the runners making their way then through the chicanes, and looks like there the leader has not been able to break away as much as he had hoped, and the top 5 are nose to tail out onto the back straight. Davis, Hardy, Sadler, Whittaker and Clark. It looked like Clark there actually had to stand the bike up in order to stop running into the back of Whittaker around the couple of right-handers after the Lunar Complex. Leader though has managed to hold it steady, but does actually bring the bike inside to try and stop Hardy getting alongside. Whittaker, Sadler and Clark behind as Whittaker makes up a place up into P3, although almost straight away hands it back to Sadler, who goes right the way around the outside at Lucy's and then cuts back across to stop Whittaker retaking 3rd place as they come through the chicanes here. At Three Sisters, it looks like we've had a change for the lead as well. Hardy has managed to find a way through, and it could have just been on the way into them S's, but Maximus Hardy, who arguably was the fastest rider on track in the 2nd heat of these pit bikes spares Mini Bike 160, is now getting alongside Davis. So Davis back into the lead using the extra power in that bike, and running very, very wide there is the 121 of Whittaker. And Woodward is actually, looks like he's closed right in on the back here as well. Look at the timing screen at the moment down the left side. Pearson, it's actually right on the back now. It's Woodward who's dropped away. Dan Pearson in the 77, the championship leader, although he then proceeds to run wide onto the grass on the way out of paddock and then hands 6th place back to Woodward that he only managed to take on the previous lap. So whilst he had closed up to within 0.4 of a second of this pack in front, Dan Pearson now back down into 7th place, having gone off and kindly trimmed the foliage for the staff here at the Three Sisters circuit. I'm sure the only person that does actually mind is Dan Pearson, who's lost a place. He moves down into 7th as the leaders chop and change, exchanging lines to try and get the most out of their bikes, as Davis tries to go all the way around the outside, but I'm not sure he's going to have the power to go all the way around the outside of Maximus Hardy into that complex of corners. Dan Pearson so far has set the fastest lap of the race. That was on the previous lap as he just about caught up onto the back of this, and the pace compared to those times, noticeably slower. Now the top 5 or 6 are battling it out here at the head of this race. 4 laps remaining, then it'll be 3.5 by the time they've come through this chicane section in a few seconds' time. But as I say, the pace noticeably slower as they battle it out. But at the moment, Woodward and Pearson can't really get any closer to the back of them. Woodward having got past Pearson with Pearson's error on the previous lap, although on that one Whittaker runs slightly wide and Sadler tries to get the front wheel down the inside. Has to back out of that, and I think that might allow Clark, who's carrying a lot of momentum, to try and come back through into 4th place, although he can't as they go up and over the hill. They'll come down the hill then into the heavy braking zone at Dunlop's. 3 laps remaining then in this Pit Bike Parts Mini Bike 160 Championship, sponsored by pitbikeparts.co.uk. And as Davis leaves the door open, Hardy does not need the invite to retake the lead. And now they'll go side by side down into the S's. Davis will retake it as they go into there. It was a case of who blinks first. Hardy blinked and Davis moved back into the lead. In the background there you see Pearson still can't manage to get past Joe Woodward for 6th place. And the leaders then now see, looks like Whittaker has dropped a couple of places down onto the back of this, because that's Sadler up into 3rd place with what looks like Clark alongside, although now we've got a back marker coming through there as they make their way through the lap traffic. I think that caught them by surprise, but the top 5 still run nose to tail. Sadler goes down the inside into Dunlop's at the final corner of the circuit. 2 laps remaining, and it will now be Aaron Sadler up into 2nd place. And is there anything he can about Matt Davis out at the front, or will Hardy come back down the inside? He will into Lucy's. Sadler gives him half a bike's length, although there is a bike off there, but no yellow flag down there at that complex of corners. There is a stationary one out there at the opening corner down at Paddock, so I think that's covering that. That will minimise overtaking opportunities though going into that final lap, and it is one of the most favoured overtaking opportunities, with it being a heavy braking down into Lucy's. Good run then from Hardy from P2. Gets alongside Sadler and is already through, and Sadler's going to give up 3 or 4 places. He's going to get hung out to dry on the outside because Whittaker's coming through as well down the inside. Ryan Clark not too far behind, although Sadler does manage to retake 3rd place over the line. Last lap board is out then. Pick a winner, because down the inside into Paddock goes Hardy. Has the door firmly closed on him by Davis. Has that reduced any sort of opportunity down here into Lucy's, because the rider's still off? I don't think we're covered by yellow anymore, so we're green all the way now to the checkered flag unless there's any problems through the chicane section. Davis, Hardy, Sadler, Whittaker and Clark, the top 5 here battling it out, and Hardy goes down the inside of Davis into the right, into the left-hander, now into the right of Luna. Will Davis get the run? But he's going to have to defend, because Sadler's coming down the inside as well. And Matt Davis is going to struggle to stay on the podium here, is he? Having led the first few corners of this final lap. Looks like he's going to have enough power to come all the way round the outside. The battle for the final step, though, could be one of any 3. Round they go, round Coward Summit for the final time. Will Davis throw a move down the inside? No. Looks like he's going to have to settle for 2nd place. Maximus Hardy comes through to take the checkered flag and wins the Pit Bike Mini 160 final from Davis, and Clark getting on the final step of the podium, with Whittaker and Sadler having to settle for 4th and 5th respectively. Pearson, Woodward, Collymore are 6th, 7th and 8th. We then wait for the final 2 runners to complete the top 10. There they go with Julian Grumet and Oliver Linsdell. What a fantastic race that was from the Pit Bike Parts Mini Bikes 160. Any one of the top 5 could have taken that one. In the end, though, it went the way of Maximus Hardy, who didn't lead much of that final, but led when it mattered, and that was when the checkered flag came out. Hardy, Davis and Clark then, the top 3 in our 160s. 2 more races for you then here today. The Brat Bike Super Mini Final. The first one of those 2, the penultimate final of the day, coming up right now. Joe Dickinson will start on pole. Richard Holmes-Williams will share the front row on the outside. Lawrence Wardle and Jack Brednarek on row 2. Jordan Pritchard and Dervin Alain on row 3. Charlie Hopkins and Casey Hanby row 4. The top 10 then completed by Nathan Smith and Owen Mellor, with Dylan Mellor and Joe Quinn on row 6. Robin Kyle and Howard Taylor are on row 7, with Steve Gallimore sharing row 8, with David Ferns, Luke Weston and Luke Bithell did not start the previous race, neither did Sullivan Mounsey. So we are down to around about 15 runners then here for the penultimate final of the Brap Bikes Super Minis. I hope you've enjoyed this day so far as much as I have here at Three Sisters. As I say, 2 finals still to go. This one, the Brap Super Minis, will then be followed by the Motul Oils and Mini Bike Veterans to bring the day to a close from Three Sisters. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully you've been watching all the coverage all day. It's been a fantastic day's racing, all the way from 11:20 all the way through. We'll be closing the day out around about 6 o'clock with the final race of the day. If you have enjoyed it, please do give the stream a like, give us a like and a subscribe as well at Alpha Live Productions, because there's plenty more coming up in the next few weeks, including as well on the 10th of October the next round of the British Mini Bike Championship. That'll be live from Lydd down in the south of the country. Next week on Alpha Live we've got F3 Cup from Snetterton on Saturday, Wilton Mill on Sunday, and I'll be at Teesside Autodrome for the round 7 of their series. Just confirmation, if you were settling in for a week's wait for the F3 Cup, we'll definitely not be doing F3 Cup at Snetterton, because I think that round has been cancelled by F3 Cup, so we'll not be covering it, but we will be at Teesside and Wilton Mill next weekend for some karting action. We are about ready to go though for the penultimate final of the day here at Three Sisters. Green at the back is down, the green at the front is down as well, and we're away and racing. It's a good start. We've got one rider off who just didn't manage to get going and is off onto the grass, so we'll get confirmation as to who that is in a few moments with the timing, but everybody else makes their way round paddock and then down towards the left-hander at Lucy's. Everybody's managing to get through, up and over the crest, down towards the S's, making their way through. Joe Dickinson then leading the way here in these Brap Super Mini machines. We are away for 8 laps of action, and looks like the rider actually at the back that struggled to get away has finally managed to get going as well. So we are back to a full complement of runners here at Three Sisters in this penultimate final. We will find out who that runner was, because he's going to pop up on the time. You think it potentially could have been Nathan Smith who has come through. We'll get confirmation as Dickinson comes over the line then as your race leader. Holmes-Williams in second, with Brednarek, Wardle, Pritchard, Hopkins, Mellor and Kyle the top 10. We then have Taylor and Gallimore coming through. So it was Nathan Smith who was the runner, but he's now managing to get that number 55 machine back running again, albeit now it will just be a case of whether he can close back up on the back of the pack, because he's going to come through over the line there now. Does show it as a 1:02, but obviously that's because he stopped it before the start-finish line on the previous lap. So Joe Dickinson then, the defending champion, who entered this round in 3rd place in the championship, but has taken vital points out of Richard Holmes-Williams' 65-point lead throughout this race meeting, now sees them being closed down by Jack Brednarek, a runner who started the race day actually towards the tail end of the field. I don't know if he had some problems in qualifying yesterday, but is now running on the back of the top 2 in P3, the Brap Bike sponsored rider in this Brap Bike Super Minis Championship final here is on the back of Holmes-Williams, currently running in 3rd place. These fantastic machines. Any rider from 14 plus able to compete in this class. with any supermoto bike with dimensions under 88 centimetre seat height. As the run up towards Coward Summit now sees what looks like Brednarek potentially up into second place at the expense of Holmes Williams. Looks like he got a good run down the back straight. Look to the top left corner because you're going to get confirmation of it. There we go for Jack Brednarek up into second place. And for a rider that throughout the day hasn't troubled the top three, is now well positioned not only to get on the podium, but is well positioned to take this race to Joe Dickinson at the head of the class here, although it does run slightly wide on entry into round the right into Luna. Closes up though, because in doing so Dickinson runs wide as well, and they go down the back straight onto Conrad for the third of 8 times here. And Brednarek once again closing up, although seems to close up a lot more round as they get to the top of this hill. So that bike certainly geared towards this the long, well, what most people deem as a straight, but it's not, because it actually is a bowl round the entirety of this Three Sisters circuit, almost round the outside, but they're flat out anyway all the way round. So we've got a rider off down there, at least 2 riders off, I think, off the circuit. The yellow flag is out, and it's going to be replaced potentially with a red, although I think we're waiting for the rider actually to get up. I think it's on the outside of Luna's hairpin. I think we've got at least one off, and there the red flag has come out on the entry to Luna's. So at half race distance, the red flag has come out here at Three Sisters for the 5th time today. The riders will make their way back into the dummy grid whilst the riders are just checked over. I think, not sure whether we're going to need the medical team on, but we'll find out in a few moments' time. So the penultimate race of the day at half race distance has been red flagged. The standings when they came out was Dickinson, Brednarek and Holmes the top 3, with Wardle, Pritchard, Hopkins, Kyle, Quinn, Mellor and Mellor. And obviously if we do call that, it will be counted back a lap, but I think it's very unlikely as we were just at half race distance. I think we're likely to go out for a bit of a shootout on this one. I think we might get 3 laps at best, but we'll get confirmation as to how many when they come through. Not needed the medical team on the circuit just yet, so we might, and looks like actually the ambulance is reversing, so it looks like this red flag might not be as time consuming as as they usually are, and we should be able to get the penultimate race of the day back green before you know it. One rider then just wheeling their bike away down there towards the exit gate on the outside of the Luna hairpin. And we'll hopefully then be able to get ourselves back and running again in this Brat Bike Super Minis. So Joe Quinn, one of the riders there, who is off, but he's back up and wheeling his bike off. It's going to go through the gate down there in the bottom corner. So at least one runner will not be out for the resumption of this race. And then the assumption is that we are going to resume the race at some point, although I'll have confirmation. It has come down the left-hand side with the checkered flag out. So we had got half race distance, and they have shown the laps back by 1 lap, back down to 3. So we will just wait to see whether the Brat Super Minis come back out, because that final was hotting up between Dickinson, Brednarek and Holmes Williams. Although the rest of the pack are making their way back in, it may well be a case that the final race of the day will come forward by 5 minutes or so, which will be the Pit Bike Veterans final. Just having a quick look, seeing whether I can get a sight down there as to whether the the Super Minis are going to come back out, because we are obviously on the far side of the circuit here at Three Sisters, so not quite sure whether we can find out in terms of over there whether we're going to go again, but they did only have 3 laps, certainly on count back, because the tail end of the field we're still on 3 laps when the checkered flag came out. So I think we're going to find out. I think there's a little bit of a discussion down there as to whether they're going again. We'll see when they come out whether it's Dickinson, Brednarek and Holmes-Williams at the front, or whether it's the final race of the day, which will be the Mini Bike Veterans Final, sponsored by Motul Oils. So it doesn't look like, looks like the circuit is clear, but it doesn't look like we are in a position to get anybody back out again. I'm going to have a quick look. That looks like it's the veterans are gridding up to come back out. That's Ian Walker in the background, the 171 and the 1110. That 110, that's Matthew Davis, the current championship leader. So it looks like they are being called up to the grid. So it looks like that they may have called the mini bike series, the Super Minis, the early, very, very early. In this one with only 3 laps, that's Dickinson, Brednarek and Holmes-Williams, the top 3. And if you're watching on the live stream there, you've got yourself an absolute treat as you got to see me through the commentary box window from our drone. There we are. Hello, I am David Sullivan. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Alpha live stream. The final race of the day will be upon us in a few moments' time. I think the veterans are just being called to the holding area a few minutes earlier than they potentially expected, with the red flag out in the in that previous race, with Dickinson, Brednarek and Holmes-Williams then confirmed as the top 3. And I can just hear them now, once again being called up to the grid. They've obviously got to make their way from the paddock, and some of them may well have been out in the previous race as well. So they are making their way round. Obviously, circuits throughout the country have cut-off time in terms of when everybody can get to the get to race, and when things might need to stop. So, and I know mini bikes always like to get wrapped up by around about 6 o'clock, just to allow everybody to get themselves home and stuff. For, you know, occasionally it's a bit of a trek back home for some of our riders. Certainly we've got a few over, as mentioned in the comments earlier on, making their way over from Ireland, and we thank them for making the trip over to compete in the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. So I was just staying a bit quiet there, trying to listen to the paddock PA, but certainly riders being called to the grid. And, so if you're in the paddock and you are part of the Mini Bike Veterans Championship, please feel free to bring your bikes to the dummy grid area, because we do need you for the final race of the day. And, we should hopefully be able to open the gate and let them go soon. There isn't too many of them down there gridding up. So it looks like some of our riders are being waved out onto the circuit, although it is a much smaller complement than expected for our veteran veteran mini bikes championship. I think we were well into double figures earlier on. I think we had 11 runners, so not 100% sure what's happened to the rest of them, but 6 are out for this final. Making their way out then, we've got Tony Ravelli, Doug Snow, Alan Brooks, Matthew Davis, Ian Walker and Dervan Alain making their way round. Not sure if we're going to have anybody else coming out to play here, but the top 3 in the championship in terms of Davis, Walker and Alain are out there on track. But looks to me like we're certainly not going to have anywhere near the double figures we've had in the previous races for the Pit Bike Veterans final. They're going to come through into position. Originally scheduled for 10 laps. I think it's going to be 8 at most, as most of the other finals have been as well. So gridding up then. There's at least 6 of them out there. It remains whether they just grid up in the top 6 or whether they grid up in their actual position. I think it's going to be actual positions because we've got 4 of them on the outside, 2 on the inside. The green flag is up in the air. It's a reduced grid, but we are going to get to go racing for the final time here today at Three Sisters. The green flag is down. We're away, and Davis makes a good start from pole position and takes full advantage of that pole position berth in this veteran mini bikes final and leads away with Ian Walker in second place then, although Walker loses second almost immediately to the rider. It's 441, although it's not picking up any numbers of that on the screen, although it looks like it could be Dervan Alain, although the bike's number on the front considerably different to that on the rider's back, but could have been, he's just been out on a different bike. We'll get confirmation when they come through, but I think that is who the rider is in second place then. Out at the front though, Davis has managed to move away already quite comfortably, with Walker now managing to move back up into second place. Here is your race leader making his way round Dunlops. Let's see whether he has a quick look over his shoulder. No, gets his head down as they've come over the line then for the first time. Davis leads the way. Walker, Alain, Brooks, Ravelli and Snow, the 6 runners, with Ravelli and Snow crossing the line with hardly anything between them. Less than 1/10 of a second then between the runners in 5th and 6th respectively. Walker, Alain and Brooks in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And here's Walker, leaves the door open actually and allows Alain to try and get the nose down the inside. That door is closed fairly firmly though. So they make their way out onto the Conrod Straight for the second of 8 times around this 1.47 kilometre Three Sisters circuit here in Wigan. And the race leader already, all being well in terms of his machinery and keeping it upright and facing in the right direction, is quite comfortable out at the front. 4 seconds the gap after 2 laps, so on average that's 2 seconds a lap. He's managing to open up the gap, and I don't think it's particularly helping that Walker, Alain and Brooks are battling it out for second, third and 4th respectively. 2 steps on the podium, 3 riders trying to get on it. Alan Brooks at the back there, throwing that white bike with the blue arm hand protectors around through the chicanes, taking a slightly different line to everybody else actually through that chicane section, and now gets into the slipstream as they go down the back straight. Walker cuts to the inside actually, just trying to break the toe from Alain behind as they go now round the right-hander at Coward Summit before the right-hander then at the end of the track, and there's a move down the inside there. Let's get the confirmation. I think there could be a 2-for-1 move from Brooks as well. Alien and Brooks are both up. Thought Brooks was going to dive down the inside. He had, but not by the time he went over the timing line. So he's shown as third. On track though, Alan Brooks up into second place. Dervan Alain down into third. And Ian Walker now in fourth place. I'll come through the left, right, left. And it's going to be a move actually down the inside. Dervan Alain tries to get the nose down, has to back out, and will hand third place in doing so back to Ian Walker. Through they come then. Through the Luna Bend right-hander. Walker gets alongside Brooks into that complex of corners through the right-hander. Brooks then closes the door and chops straight across the track in front of Dervan Alain, because it's Ian Walker now up into second place. Got such a good run out of Luna Bend on the previous lap, and he's moved back up into second place. Davis, Walker, Brooks then the podium in a provisional sense with 4 laps remaining, but Brooks is straight back down the inside. Walker tries to close the door mid-corner to stop Alien coming back down the inside. Alien has a look over his shoulder, but in doing so actually loses around about half a second by looking over his shoulder. He eased off the throttle somewhat, and Dervan Alien has dropped about half a second off the back of Ian Walker and Alan Brooks in this battle for second place. I'm sure he's going to have enough pace to get back onto the tail of Ian Walker in this remaining 3.5 laps, because Walker's now going to try and have to get alongside Alan Brooks, and does so. His bike obviously having a bit more straight line speed, but Brooks is going to come straight back to the inside. Walker closes the door, moves across somewhat robustly on Alan Brooks into round Coward Summit and round the final corner. Alan Brooks gets another good run out of the final corner. We've seen him do that before because he's had a really good run on the last couple of laps and got the move done down the inside into that paddock bend. Will he make the move down into Lucy's this time? No, he can't, although he has been a lot tighter that lap than what he has on the previous one, which means Dervan Alien can't close back in, although it does have elects to have another look over the corner as Brooks catches the curb on the inside of that chicane. That's going to slow him down on exit, but probably not enough down Rogerson's into the Lunar Complex to allow Alien to get alongside. And that is the type of move that throws a rider off a bike, catching these very high curbs on the inside. You see there on that one, just as they come onto the Conrad Straight, there's a fairly low section and then a really, really high section, which is around about 2 inches higher, and that is a lot, especially when your knee is making contact with it through that chicane section. What it has done, though, is allow Ian Walker to move away in a fairly uncontested now second place. The gap, if you look back, will be around about 2 seconds as Alien gets down the inside of Brooks into Paddock Bend. Walker sets a personal best on the previous lap, a 1:02.79 with 2 laps remaining now. See Ian Walker in second place. Our race leader, Matt Davis, in this veterans over 40, effectively riders over 40 in this class, is now in a class of his own because he's 8.5 seconds in front of anybody else. Have a look at the comments. We've got Alternate 54 saying, "Come on, Dad." Doesn't tell me who your dad is, but whoever he is, come on. With a lap and a half remaining then in this final. Davis, Walker, Alien, Brooks, Revelli and Snow, the running order of the top 6. Last lap board is out then as Davis has already come over the line, and Walker hasn't been able to break free now, and Alien has reeled in Ian Walker towards this final lap. Alan Brooks is going to have to settle for 4th place unless something happens. Down the inside, chops to one side, comes back to the other, and Dervan Alien has moved up into second place. Will Walker try and get back down the inside into the S's? Can't get there. Alien through the dummy, went to the outside, then went to the inside into Lucy's and went up into second place. Fantastic move. They come then down now into the Lunar Complex for the final time. Race leader is already heading towards the Coward Summit and down the hill towards Joey Dunlop's, towards the checkered flag for our race leader and winner. The 10 of Matthew Davis takes a commanding victory in the final race of the day. The podium will be shared with Walker and Alien as they come over the line, but who will be on the higher step of the two? It looks like it's going to be Dervan Alien gets second place. Ian Walker gets third with Alan Brooks in fourth place. Then there's the battle for fifth place. It's been intense throughout the race. We haven't focused on it on camera, but I've been looking out the window. They can almost be side by side down towards the checkered flag between Tony Ravelli and Doig Snow, and it's Ravelli who gets fifth place. So whilst it was a much smaller grid than expected for the final race of the day, the Rich Energy Mini Bike Veteran Championship, it was not short of action. Davis went out at the front. Alien, Walker and Brooks then battled it out for the two final steps on the podium here at Three Sisters. It does, however, bring a conclusion to our race meeting here from Wigan. Thank you very much to everybody for watching. Thank you very much for the medical team that have been out there on track when needed during the red flags, the marshals as well, everybody at Alpha Live that's helps put this production on. Everything in terms of that just keeps getting better and better, and you'll be able to see more from us next weekend. You'll be able to see more from the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of October, live from Lydd. I have been David Sullivan. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.